Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger.
are back here for the pre-show at the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We're going to be breaking down what happened last week, what happens this week, some future stuff as well, and we do also have a new patch. So a lot of fun stuff for the new week of LCK. How are you feeling, Chronicler?
I'm feeling great. I'm always really excited with new patches. The best part about this particular patch is for Veldis is that there's core key nerfs.
Yeah.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but core key nerfs, it's always going to make you happy. And yeah, I think we have some incredible matches. Last week was a little bit of the one side. I think we all had the same predictions as well. So going into a week where that's not the case, it's always going to make me very happy.
Not me. I voted for Fred Brion. It almost worked.
Almost.
It almost worked. They did take one game. Let's take a look at the standings here for the current state of the LCK. And as you can see, both Gen G and T1 have secured a spot in playoffs. Now, it doesn't mean that they will definitely be 1 and 2, but it's still looking very likely that they will be at this point.
Yeah, it's not a surprise. Everyone could have told 2 days after like week 2.
Yeah.
And it's still going to be the case. We don't know who will end up being one, because of course we have the T1 Gen G match this week. But those two teams seem to be in a league of their own. T1 randomly lost to Kwangdong Freaks, which is a fun throwback, and Gen G only lost to T1. So that says a lot about the form. And then it gets really interesting with Damwon, Sandbox, KT, and DRX being not only very close, but also not technically locked in for playoffs yet. We are getting closer and closer to the end of the season, but Kwangdong, if they rally, can maybe still make it. So it will be interesting to see whether it'll be that or whether it'll be those other 4 teams who do really feel like the more consistent, well-rounded mid-tier teams.
Yeah, here are the POG standings. Zeus already with 1,000 points. There have been seasons of the LCK where a player will win POG standings, like get number 1 for the season with 1,000 points. So he's already there. It's week 7. We have 3 more weeks of games, and I'm curious to see just how far he will get. Of course, a lot of 80 carries plus Showmaker and Peanut on the list as well.
Yeah, I wonder who gets season MVP this week. We'll see. No idea who it could possibly be. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
No, Zeus' form has been incredible. Coming back after MSI, we've seen Owner have some lesser games. We've seen Guma and Carrier be a bit roller coastery, but Zeus is just good.
Yeah, I mean, when T1 are not, or when they're a little bit inconsistent, as the players have kind of been noting in some of their interviews, not really at their highest level at the moment, Zeus feels like he's always at the highest level, so they've got that going for them. As let's take a look at the ban pick percentages that we do have so far. And as you can see here, this is for week 6, so a total of 25 games.
0% win rate. Champion's trash, everyone.
Yeah, terrible.
Yeah, a clearly horrible
Nobody
champion.
pick her, please.
Yeah, only one pick, 24 bans. Very justified, I do think. Talia, we initially saw pick up a lot of wins, and then she started basically being perma-banned. Silence is another example of this. And Nar's win rate, while he's still in isolation, by far the best top laner, blind pickable, uncounterable, fits in any team comp. The rise of Silas has, I think, really stifled his win rate, as it's made it a lot harder to pick up that champion. And we still very strongly believe in the Silas as like the absolute counter pick, even though it's not even in the lane. Poppy also extremely high prio, even though against the players that are the best on it, it will generally be banned, so the win rate will be a little skewed. Gangplank having a really rough week.
Yeah, not the best time for the Pirate himself. Tom Kench still feeling pretty good, gets banned a decent amount, and that's usually on blue side. Because there's just so many strong picks right now in the meta that it kind of feels like blue side is pretty favored at this point in time, and Tom Kench usually gets banned. Let's take a look at the high win rate picks here. As you can see, the Silas already mentioned, but Rise back on the menu as well. Pretty interesting.
Rise has come up as both the pick that he always used to be, which is prio and mid, go into side waves, but also his ultimate is not as high value for the Silas, and a lot of the power in his kit is like in his normal abilities. So actually a pick that I think might continue to climb if we do see the Silas come through, although teams have just kind of started banning him.
Yeah.
As it feels like the 3rd week in a row where Ari and Gwen and Azir are sitting on abysmal win rates, and the Azir really is a remnant of like the first few weeks of the split, where it was Corki Azir only. And now we have seen that a little bit more proactivity in the mid lane is really required. And
Yeah.
we also seen him picked into Silas
Don't do
3
that.
times. Which,
Please stop.
when Silas was bad, he was still picked in that scenario, and that should tell you a lot.
Yeah, I just think in the LCK here, we have not figured that out. Maybe in some other regions you can do that, but not here. Don't do it. Silas is really good right here, and just don't do it. Let's take a look at the patch points for 12-13. This is going to be Nyla disabled, so goodbye. Yeah, didn't expect her to be able to be played in this week. Anyway, probably next week she will be available, as we do have some updates as well.
Yeah, so we have mini reworks to Gwen, who immediately got hotfixed, and to Sivir, immediately got hotfixed. Gwen has dropped in prio from what we've seen thus far, although in solo queue she was extremely strong. A lot of the elements of her kit for pro play should be worse. Whether that's actually going to be the case, I'm very skeptical because we've heard this a million times. Sivir, though, has already popped up within challengers. Expectation is that even though her auto attack range is extremely small with how bot-centric the meta is at the moment, if she has a front line and she can get reliable bounces, her skirmishing power seems quite strong, a lot stronger than was expected. And I'm really curious to see whether that was just a challengers thing, which we've seen sometimes, or whether it's actually going to come through. I don't think these are particularly relevant. The Galio is going to remain a good pick, like he was. This buff doesn't really mean that much for the pick. It's not why you pick him. The Master Yi rework and solo queue, absolute menace. Easy ban if you want to enjoy your game and you're not a Skarner one trick. But
Which, you know,
you should be. He's great.
we might be seeing more of the Skarner.
Renekton and Talia buffs. Talia buffs obviously are, it's weeks ago, so we didn't really know. But now we do know that the pick is super busted and will remain. Permabans, presumably. Renekton buffs, I'm sure someone will try picking it. Maybe Liv Sandbox can give that one to Dove. And Fiddle and Carvers are beyond broken. These champions are really dumb. Fiddle got buffed for no reason.
Yeah.
He has more fear, he's more damage on his ultimate. Just pick him.
So
please.
maybe Canyon or
Please.
Pioshik will pick them. Everybody else will ignore them entirely because they're not Lee Sin.
Yeah, we gotta pick Diego and Wukong.
No, Lee Sin, man. He's played 9 times last week. 6-3, looking pretty good. Champion nerfs. Okay.
You take it, Valdez.
Can we just keep it here for the rest of the show? Corki did get some big AP scaling decreases on his ult. That means that you can't just be a poke, super mobile, and also bomber type insane kind of mid carry anymore after 3 items or even 2.5 items. He did get some buffs to his E, scaling gun. But that doesn't really matter because now he can't be the poke monster that he was.
How does this make you feel, Valdez?
Very happy. I'm sure maybe Lava will give it a try. I don't know. But I don't think that we'll probably see him too much anymore.
You guys can't see the smile, but I can see the smile on his face. Photoburn
You can hear
nerfs.
the laugh.
Yeah, mainly in solo queue, the champion there was pretty strong. Biggest thing here is that Sunderer has been nerfed. This has also led to a lot of champions rushing Campunk Chainsword because on this patch it's very overstated. Gets nerfed on the upcoming patch that dropped today, 12-14. And 5 movement speed added to every single mythic for Assassins. Now, to be completely honest, the only one that's ever gets built is on Eclipse, and it never actually gets built on Assassins.
Yeah.
It just gets built on champions like Senna, and we've seen it even MFs go at a time. But still, I think a really nice buff. I actually really appreciate that Riot is giving these type of buffs because, especially Prowlers and Duskblade, like we just never ever see.
Yeah. Maybe Kiana, like a Kiana jungle. I think that was played once by Canyon.
Seen Zed jungle in challengers as well.
You know, you never know.
It'd be fun.
Maybe with some of these changes, we'll see more of these picks coming through. You can have more burns now, so the world is on fire. Other than that, objective bounties did also get changed a bit.
Yeah. Main thing is that when you can't really chain bounties the way that you did previously, where a team would be really far behind, take like 2 objectives or like win 1 fight and they get like 3 bounties and then immediately be slingshotted. That's the idea at least. So there's been some changes. Again, the main goal of this is to make sure that bounties are still, they help you, but they don't immediately put you back in the game, trying to reduce unfair scenarios. If you're a jungler, you're going to be very happy about this change, because walking into your camp and not knowing whether or not they were actually there always has been very, very frustrating.
Very annoying indeed, but that is a pretty nice quality of life change.
It really is.
And yeah, that's basically it for the patch points. I liked that there were a lot more buffs than nerfs.
Yeah,
I think
it was a
that's
great patch.
generally a good direction, you know.
You know what's even cooler is that the next patch is going to be completely crazy and going to hit just before playoffs. So can't wait to see what that one will bring.
I hope all the teams are ready to prepare with 1 week's notice. We'll see how that goes. Call up, Samdi is coming up here, and Raptor is being sent down, as well as Gamin from Fred Brion.
Yeah, makes sense. Choni has not been sent down. I'd expect Samdi to come back in again, but I think they can still swap. I think Choni and Samdi are pretty comparable in form of what we've seen. Raptor and Gamin was a nice attempt, but Fred Brion clearly wants to stick with the team as they are now. And even though they haven't really picked up a lot of wins outside of like individual games, they still look a lot better.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's a good idea. You know, stick with what's working. I mean, working. What looked better this week. Let's take a look at the schedules here. So, obviously, moving into week 7, we do have some really big matchups. This week, I feel like a lot more fun than last week, especially Saturday. If you're one of those guys that, you know, you're a busy guy, you're working, whatever, you don't want to stay up all night if you're in certain regions of the world, pick Saturday. Yeah. And watch that day, because it's going to be really awesome.
Make a party out of it. Because I think the whole week has a couple of great matches. Gen G DRX could be very interesting. DKKT, with how those teams are looking right now, should be really close. T1 KT, especially after seeing T1 kind of struggle, has the potential to be really cool as well. And then, you know, you catch all of Saturday's matches, and then Sunday, you can take it easy. we end the week on Saturday this week.
Yeah, I mean, when you get 4 extremely strong teams on one day, then generally you'll get 4 on another day that aren't as good.
I appreciated you, Valdez.
Yeah, I gave it a try, you know.
I'm proud of it.
I tried to mix it up with the Fred Brion vote there on the last Wednesday, and they almost won. It went 2-1, the victory for DRX, and I think that's part of why Fred Brion have decided, hey, you know, maybe we can get this going. They also looked good against T1, but it was not meant to be. Every other vote was exactly the same, but this week, not the same, not at all.
Yeah, do see a lot more changes here. We got Wolf going for KT, really like that. As I mentioned, I think that will be very close. 50-50 split on DRX Live Sandbox, which I think is completely justified. In addition to that, I kind of went broke this week.
Wow.
And I'm happy to see it work out. Very excited.
That's a Karis believer there.
Well, yeah, I am a Willer believer. I'll have you know.
That's good.
The only thing I'm surprised about is that I'm the only one that went for Kwangdong over Bro.
Yeah, I think just with Fred Brion overperforming last week, like some of the, you know, hashtag bro believers came back.
Bro Memento?
Hashtag bro memento is beginning again. So I think that's part of it. You know, Kwangdong have not looked very solid. I think especially last time out, they just kind of returned to week 1, which was kind of LM and Hoyt not really performing well and, you know, still struggling. So, guys, we do also have some extra news. This is about the LCK Summer Finals, which will be held on August 28th, 2022, and that will be in Gangneung Arena, Olympic Park. So that is going to be really cool.
Going to be super exciting, actually going to, after what was already, I thought, the coolest event I've ever done, which was Spring Finals, like the orchestra, the 10 years, all the Hall of Famers there, was incredible, and we're going to try to top that. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, by the way, there is a Finals Eve. Couple of events. We don't know exactly what those are yet, but stay tuned. All are welcome to attend that even without a ticket. Obviously, you need a ticket for the finals itself, which will be on the Sunday. And also, very cool, a little partnership here, or I suppose a big partnership, CGV and LCK coming together. CGV, one of the biggest theaters, if not the biggest, in Korea. And every Wednesday to Sunday, you can watch regular season matches.
Look at the prize! Look at
and
the prize!
You can get photo cards. So
Polos!
If you're not here,
Polos!
Go there and pick up your Morgan photo today.
I want to go. I need more holo cards, Valdez.
You just gotta, like, after the first match, just run over there. It is not that close to here. It's like maybe 15 minutes.
So 10
taxi,
minutes? 20-minute
taxi?
I thought
no,
run.
No.
I just run.
Yeah, you got to go fast, and maybe you can. But make sure if you are in Korea, maybe you can go to the CGV if you can't get tickets here. I think it's a great way to enjoy with other LCK fans. But that's going to do it for us here on the pre-show, guys. Hope you did enjoy it once again. We do have Match of the Week on Saturday, as we did say. This is T1 versus Gen G. You do not want to miss it. The match right before it is DRX versus Live Sandbox. You don't want to miss that either. Really, really awesome day of matches this Saturday. So that's going to do it for us, guys. We're going to throw it to the start, the intro, and over to the casters.
Don't go
메나가 아니면 이런
shut off your light. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. Don't let it run wild. They can feel you. They can feel you. Don't hold
자 이번 파이널 젠과 T1의
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and it's time to get this week underway. And, Wolf, we're starting off with a bit of a banger here, a bit of telecom war, just a quiet start to this ridiculously amazing week.
And every time it feels like as we lead up to a telecom war, it's not that hype, we're not sure, it always delivers. We saw that in our first telecom war of the season. Very, very close, definitely could have been won by KT. Both those games very, very close. But now, KT on the rise, T1 stumbling a little bit in their last matchup against Fred at Breon. Leading into this matchup right now, I think it could go either way. I think we all do, of course, still favor T1, but it feels winnable for KT.
It certainly does. This was almost my match of the week, as I was hit by the hipster. Something happened last week, and I just really needed to recommend some very strange games. Let's get into points of the match, though. Telecom War is back, and it is indeed fierce. LCK, you're exactly right. 7-win streak for T1 since their weird loss against the Kwangdong Freaks. They also had a 6-game week last week as well, not necessarily against the strongest teams here in the LCK, and that is an understatement to say the least. So we'll see how this one's going to go, whether it's just playing to the form of your opponents, having a little bit of fun after you've managed to almost secure the victory by taking game 1 anyway. We'll have to see what actually happens. And also, it's a brand new patch, and this is times where teams have been able to surprise T1 in the past.
Certainly, it is very exciting, I think, to see what T1's read on the meta is going to be as we get closer and closer to those playoffs. We only have a few weeks left here, 3 weeks left of regular season before we jump into those playoffs. T1 fighting for their run to the top here. And, I mean, KT, you know, had a bit of a stumble themselves, actually, up against Nongshim in that last match they played last week.
Yeah.
Not the cleanest closeout, so I think both T1 and KT having some struggles does affect our hype going into this one, but I'm still thinking it's going to be a great one. But this is the real focal point, aiming versus Gumayusi right now. Both of these players incredibly strong, and I think for a lot of people, this is kind of a temperature gauge for Gumayusi because he will face off against Ruler next week in that match of the week. So you've got a nice challenge here in aiming. Arguably, Ruler's the best AD carry right now in the LCK, so It's kind of like one step forward, and then how you land here as Guma, I think, is what's going to set people's expectations for that match on Saturday.
Yeah, and it's also been very difficult to be Gumayushi at the moment because his top side of the map has been performing so extraordinarily well. He doesn't exactly have, you know, a lot of that spotlight on him. Of course, going into MSI, we were like, Gumayushi carrier, this is the best bottom lane we've ever seen in the entire universe. They didn't exactly have the best run through there, and he's been trying to climb back up since that moment. But like you were talking about, Aiming's picked up so many of these POG points. KT relies on him so heavily, and this end of the split, he is looking much better. As we're looking at the total assist leaderboard here, as Gorilla still leading, still ahead for, I think we'd probably give him a few weeks against Faker, who's really starting to get up there. But as you can see, the support leaderboard, it's about Carrier catching up to Beryl. In fact, they're neck and neck, these two.
Yeah, he was able to pick up almost 20 in that last matchup. We've been kind of following this one closely. Every single match T1 plays is getting very close. Of course, Beryl is still playing, so the gap widens or shrinks based on how they both perform. But catching up to Mad Life, you know, that's a big milestone to hit. You know, Mata, Wolf, former T1 player himself, Tucson. So there's a lot, actually, going on here. As we will see, Rascal's also on the cusp of 1,000 kills. And, you know, Renekton got buffed on this match.
Yeah.
We'll see.
10% AD ratio on that Dominus Wolf. Oh, yeah, that's what we need. Absolutely, but he's only 9 away from picking up the 1,000. We'll see whether Rascal is going to make it there. He's been around for quite some time. Surprised that it's been this long, but still, see whether he can make it happen, as I think we're getting very, very close into getting into our telecom war. Let's check out some stats first here. Is the team goal difference at 25. Looking a lot better here for T1.
Yeah, but at 30, you can see both of these teams are incredibly dominant the longer the game goes, and they both play around late game winning conditions, especially KT, though, on the side of Aiming. You can see both these teams also fairly dominant in the early game. So a lot of action potentially here, especially considering that T1 are so good at pushing their lead. So I think whoever gets ahead in this matchup is going to have a massive advantage. It's also T1 having blue side advantage potentially, that will have side selection here going to this best of 3.
Yep, KT, of course, managed to take that game last time around, but they did manage to pick up the side selection themselves. And so that is definitely going to help them out, as I believe that we've got player walk-ins coming up pretty soon, because we are getting very close to game time here, Wolf. And this is the telecom war. I can't wait for it to just start, you know? We've just got to get into it.
Yeah, I'm very excited, and I think we'll be jumping into it very shortly here. Seems to be some sort of delay on our side of things, but we'll be jumping into it very soon for you guys. But could be more excited about this telecom war. I think one of the most exciting we've had in a while on paper, because usually we're like, it's looking very T1 favored, and then it's very close and very exciting. And I think, you know, last season, when we had them match up against each other at the very end of the round robin, it was extremely exciting. You know, we had Aiming pop off on the AP Kaisa. It was a lot, you know, that was changing in the meta at that time, and they were almost able to take T1 out there. And it's been a very long time since we've seen KT be the more dominant team, but tonight, there's a chance for an upset.
Yeah, as we have a look at T1 making their way out onto the stage, there's Joe Marsh with his drum. Didn't look like a bass drum. I heard he was the CEO of Bass. I thought maybe he could also be the CEO of Bass, but not actually to be the case. It's not quite large enough as a drum, but definitely great to have Joe in the building. He's going to sit down as well. Oh, man. Welcome, Joe, to LOL Park once again.
CEO based.
Indeed.
Well, T1 tonight, they are the favorites. They certainly are. Even with a struggle against an overperforming Fredit Breon, they are on paper the stronger team. But I think a lot of people should look at this matchup tonight as a test, because their opponents in KT Rolster have a very similar type of setup with their team. Obviously, the big difference being Vikla is really nothing like Chovy. His laning is very weak. Chovy's laning is very strong. But you look at Rascal, the way he and Doran are playing the top side, very similar. Then Aiming, of course, a pop-off carry player, the one that KT relies on to get those late-game wins the same way Genji relies on Ruler. So I'm not trying to make this series about the match of the week, but it is a big temperature gauge for that. Also,
I mean, Life was a former Genji player, so I guess it sort of makes sense in that regard as well.
Also, if KT can pull off an upset tonight, it could even if T1 win that Gen G series, kind of guarantee Gen G gets first place in the regular season. So there is a lot riding on this in a matchup that is harder to prepare for because you are so focused on that Gen G matchup later on in the week. So there's a lot of factors coming into this series that are really exciting. The new patch as well that we've talked about a little bit. We might see some completely different priority on the bottom side of the map. Jungle picks getting buffed. But this is the key player matchup, Atlas. This is the big one.
Yeah, this is the one. Having a look at aiming, he, of course, is relied upon by his team so much more. As you can see, it's all kind of illustrated in the damage percent because Zeus does so much damage for T1. Faker does so much damage for T1. Even Carrier, in a lot of his games, has been responsible for picking up a whole bunch of that damage as well. But you can see for KT, it's all about aiming. It's all about what this guy is going to provide for his team. As T1, as we would expect, is going to hop over onto the blue side. And it's not going to be the same as what we saw last time from this matchup because, of course, KT had side selection. They were able to go in with that slight edge as far as the draft. And we'll see whether this is going to be what gives T1 their 2-0. Because like you say, if T1 loses here, it doesn't even matter whether they beat Gen G or not. Gen G has the better game score, and yeah, they might have the 2-0 head-to-head, but they won't be able to catch up in that series if they lose this one. They need to stay that close with Gen G.
Yeah. Now, I want to talk about the Sylas because I do not think we will see it played at all in this series. T1 will never give it to Vikla. Just not going to happen. Faker has no interest in playing the pick. We've seen it in so many opportunities where T1 have had it even open in its rise in popularity. Faker has only played it once this season, and I think as a result, it would just be banned by them each and every game. So Vikla's best pick this season, even though his landing stats aren't amazing on it, is just going to be a non-factor here. Now is KT ban away owners, Lisa. Now I really like this, but you will go ahead and give over the Gnar first pick here.
Well, the Zeri is also available. And with Draven banned, it is a difficult one to leave up. The Yuumi will be picked away to try and deny KT from having that sort of Zeri-Yuumi combo. But it doesn't look like KT are going to be deterred because Zeri-Gnar here just seems real broken.
Yeah. Also, I feel like if you were gonna do this, I think you take away the Gnar because Zeri-Yuumi is very strong, but there are a lot of answers, there are a lot of counters. And also, if you leave the Zeri here for aiming and life, there are several different picks that Zeri can play with in the support role, and that's not where the focal point of this draft is going to be right now because there's so many other pivotal picks here. So even something like Zeri Nautilus, which has been a very common combo when Zeri is allowed to come through, is very strong. And I wonder what T1 will be able to pair this Yuumi with outside of something like a Twitch to actually punish in lane. We haven't really seen Gumusi play the Twitch pick. He's never played it here this season. I'd have to check his lifetime stats to see if he's ever played it, but something we haven't seen yet from T1 is we'll see Vikla pick up the Azir now that Sylas is taken away. Going down the tier list a little bit.
I wonder whether Master Yi, he was in the patch. We're going to hover it for a moment here, is owner, but I was wondering about the Sivir because, of course, Gumushi has been playing a bit of it, testing out the new look Sivir here. But with the Gnar being left up, that should be locked in first. And now it's about what this bottom lane choice is going to be, or whether T1 have a completely different plan in mind.
The Sivir.
That Sivir that we were talking about is going to be picked up here. Sivir Yuumi was actually a pretty powerful lane when Yuumi was first released, when Sivir was being played quite a lot. And now that she's changed a little bit, it's mainly for the better, as Lulu will be picked up alongside the Zeri. Obviously, a bit of a counter pick towards the Yuumi. We've seen it work out sometimes, not work out other times. And we'll see how it goes here for KT. But they've definitely got a lot of power, but T1 obviously has a plan.
Yeah, I mean, the Sivir is going to be extremely strong against Zeri in mid-game fights where she hasn't come online. The Sivir is going to be strong in early to mid-game where, in those skirmishes, you're going to get a lot of power around the Gnar, Yuumi. Ryze, I think, is a beautiful ban here. Do not want to give extra rotational power here to T1, Wave Clear, or Prio. Because for KT, the name of the game now is just survive. And deal with that pressure. Because the Sivir is buffed and very strong right now, and obviously her, Q is going to get more scaling based on attack speed later on in the game, but she is not going to be as strong as the Zeri or even close when we get to the later parts of the game. And, just taking away some strong late game scaling options as well here in the mid lane, I think would be wise, because it just means that KT, all they have to do is last, and they will have the winning draft if they can pull it off.
Yeah, it is difficult, and it's very interesting to think about what the Sivir scaling actually means, because We've spoken about Sivir as, I mean, Sivir was in one of the longest games of all time and was on the winning team, right? Like, that doesn't necessarily be, it's not a testament to her, to her scaling necessarily, but now that her Q scales on crit, now that she can double bounce her ricochets off multiple targets outside of a minion wave, I think that she will be even more powerful when it comes to the team fights. Plus her fleet of foot does give her a lot of movement speed to try and catch up to that of the Zeri, who's going to be zipping around real fast as well.
Yeah, her ultimate also.
Can't go over walls, which can be a bit of a problem, but with Yuumi, you might be able to prevent your opponent from doing anything either. As really a 10% damage buff on Dominus, and Rascal's back there.
I think Rascal is going to get a little bit of a hover highlight here by aiming, but I don't think he was going to pick it. I think Renekton is kind of on the cusp of being meta right now, especially with a comp like what T1 is running that's so strong in the mid game. But I think the Gwen is a much smarter choice. If you don't mess up the laning phase here, you should be able to side lane very well into the Gnar and set up team fights on your terms here. As T1 now need to decide what that mid lane is going to be. The jungle matchup, you know, not as important here. It's not something that you're like, oh, better not pick this one to face up or we'll get countered with that R5 jungle pick. Poppy, I think, a very strong one to try to snowball bottom side of the map. Don't have a rise with it or anything like that, so it is just going to be about the Guma carry a lane to get that control, to set up some potential dives. Zone Zeri out of CS, it absolutely can work.
I find it really interesting that Cuz has hidden his pick, because I thought if they were going to do that, it'd be largely around him playing something like the Fiddlesticks or the Karthus. The Karthus was a champion that he was very, very good at in the past, but they've got so much magic damage that is a very difficult pick to make work in this composition.
I love
Oh my,
Galio.
Is he just gonna do it?
I mean, I think it makes sense with the scaling, but it will make you very weak in the early parts of the game. But if you're just gonna sit under a turret, I mean, Karthus' vulnerabilities are not that exposed. You're also playing against a Poppy, potentially. This is even better, because you could just play defense with this Skarner pick right now here for KT. Plus, knocking down a Poppy, dragging her away, you know, punishing a Galio engage. There's so many things that Skarner can do very well around that. But my favorite part of this draft for T1 is the Galio follow-up. Faker has been by far and away the best Galio player this season. He's had some amazing taunt plays. He had a 5-man taunt in a really critical matchup. They have now, yeah, you didn't get the rise, but you have a lot of power around early skirmishing with this Sivir. Taunts are going to be strong. Knockups are going to be strong. You can, of course, add some extra shielding. And I think that both, while KT have an amazing late-game draft here, T1 has an amazing punishing draft to get ahead. So I really feel like this game is going to be about who gets that tempo. Both of these teams have looked strongest when they could snowball those gold leads early. We're in for a good one here, Atlas.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this. Really looking forward to Sivir. She's been one of my favorite champions. I think she was the very first champion I ever played in League of Legends back in 2010. So there we go. Just a bit of nostalgia. And yes, I will go to sleep. The grandpa will definitely move out. But after this game, because we've got a telecom war, and we are very, very close to getting onto the Rift for it. I think that there are certainly a lot of things to talk about when it comes to, you know, having some decent scaling on the side of KT, but I think that the way the T1 draft all comes together is very, very dangerous for KT. I think the Skarner is going to have to work very, very well if they're going to be able to make this one happen, because the Skarner from behind can often just be like running around in circles and a bit of a sad scorpion that doesn't really do all that much, is kind of an impale button. But if you can't survive to actually get out and bring your target with you, then it can be a real problem. So if Cuz is sort of smacked down in the jungle, it can be difficult.
I want Cuz to be willing to sacrifice early jungle control. If there's a tussle around his blue buff, you know, that Guma and Kerry are going to be trying to push Prio for, let Owner have it. Don't fall behind. Don't lose the jungle matchup. Just play defense for your mid and bottom lanes here. And let trust in Rascal's Gwen. You know, it's a tough matchup for the Gwen right now. Gnar is winning it a lot more of the time. The range here, and it's Zeus of all players. Like, it's going to be tough, but play defensively.
Yeah, let's see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 1 of the Telecom War. I hope you guys could hear the drum. Joe Marsh was really, really giving it all he had in that fan chant. Oh, Pack Sivir as well for Gumayushi. Man, this guy's a savant. I definitely got my PAX Sivir skin from PAX, 100%. Definitely went there. PAX East. what was it, like 2011, 2012, something like that.
Super long time ago.
Yeah, I was definitely there and got it myself. Definitely wasn't a purchase afterwards or anything like that. Would never do something like that.
Ghost will be the summoner spell of choice here for Gumayusi. And when you have the Ghost plus Exhaust, and now Keria will take heal, so it's not like he's healless actually, he just has it in a different place.
Yep.
I think having the Ghost here is way more valuable than having... The trade-off is that your Yuumi does not have an Ignite, because you can always still have the heal that she picked up here. But I think it's way more valuable, and it clearly shows that T1 want to punish this lane, dive this lane, be extremely aggressive here.
And also just means that you will be able to keep up with aiming as well, because you get so much movement speed just by being Zeri and pressing your R button, that Gumayusi, when he uses Fleet of Foot as well as that Ghost, plus on the hunt, like, you're not catching up with that Sivir. I just don't think you're going to win when it comes to the movement speed advantage. And
every time the Sivir ult gets popped, like, that's when you have to be super careful as the Zeri in this case, because you're going to have a Galio who's running at you really fast, and
yeah,
he's got, you know, of course, his Predator set up, so positioning is going to be everything here.
Yeah, as Gumayusi taking a fair bit of damage, but Keria is going to jump off. You got the Ghost popped there. The heal is also down. So KT winning in the Summoner exchange, but not so much the health bars. And sustained advantage definitely with T1.
Yeah, I think T1 are very happy for this trade. You know, aiming is not running heal. He took the cleanse, and Life also taking the Ignite means that there's not going to be a sustained argument to be had here in a next trade that happens, in a follow-up trade. They don't know where the Poppy is coming, but they have to expect she'll be coming here pre-6 as well. And that's when things can get very, very nasty. As you can see, Faker is 3-0 on the Galio. Just have to keep going back to how great he has been this season on this pick. Feels like really taking a lot of inspiration from what we saw from RNG, of course, at MSI. Was playing a great Galio. And
yeah, I mean, it's always been sort of like Faker was always one of the Galio pickers, right? Him, Xiaohu, Rookie, all of them were always known for just being amazing as champion. It dates back to, you know, 2017 when Galio really started becoming that mid lane menace after his rework. And it's really cool to see that Faker just, he's happy to sit back on it if the time presents itself, just really flexing his gigantic champion pool that he's built up over the years.
And his gigantic brain as well, just knowing how smart this pick is and how well it works with T1's composition. And I love that Faker in a meta that has been a lot about how the mid lane facilitates the bottom side. He's been more all in on utility on picks like the Lissandra and the Galio than players like Chovy have been. You know, we have seen Chovy flex a little bit in that regard, but Chovy wants to win lane. Faker's willing to sacrifice a little bit of lane power. Now, trying to set up kills for the Zeri early is a very tricky thing, but Cuz is looking for it.
Yeah, and Life is trying to bait them in as well. Extendo Beam doesn't exactly hit the mark. Flash out from Life just to deny the first blood as Cuz is wrapping around. We got Alcove Gaming through here as that's a phenomenal spell shield, and Faker had teleported in to save his bottom lane. They knew how important this was going to be as Justice Punch comes down. There's a three-man taunt from Faker, and he picks up Life and first blood. Extendo Beam will do nothing, and KT just lose a member. Faker saves the day.
This, I think, is exactly the opposite way I wanted to see KT play the early game here with this pick. Because if you, the win you get here is bigger than the loss. Like, if aiming actually picks up a kill, or even better, a double here, then the game could just flat out end. But the chances of you doing that against this early skirmishing comp with a Sivir, with a Galio, could teleport through. The risk is just so insanely high, and now you've given up so much control. Zeri is losing an insane amount of CS from this.
Yeah.
And this is exactly the opposite way I think this comp should be played. And Faker, like I said, it's like almost as if it was a, like we set it up in the cast just before this, where we were talking about how he's been a little bit more sacrificial, he's been a little bit more utility. He's down to lose a little bit of farm. He's not even going to lose that much, just to be like, you know what, I'm coming down here to set this one up. And Vikla doesn't get much of an edge here. There's really no loss for T1 across the board. And, I mean, it's just a really greedy play here. Now, this is really well set up by aiming. Holds the wave here, gets the slow with the Extendo Beam. And then they're looking to trade this back. Flash comes out from Life. And unfortunately, it's really Faker who turns this all around. He teleports in so early, he was hidden on the map. And let's watch his first-person view. It, of course, does have Flash.
Yeah, and immediately the Predator is popped, and it is so difficult. I was expecting this to be a level 1 play, but instead, just walks up, Flash torn onto 3. It's that easy.
No flash on Zeri, he says, very calm and collected, and just moves like this where you see how good T1 is at playing out early games, and they can predict these types of exchanges. Faker was so ready, he had a back then, so he could actually teleport in without being seen, out of vision, So well played.
Yep, really nicely done. He has fallen behind now, a couple of waves, but that is to be expected. Saving this lane is 100% what he needs to be doing here. Cuz as well has been able to pick up, you know, an extra camp and a half, something like that, as this Skarner. And we'll see as we get towards level 6s whether it is going to work out. Of course, Skarner into Poppy is a very interesting situation. I wonder whether if you get ulted immediately after impaling, whether your teammate that you're ulting away as Poppy goes a billion miles away and then 1v1's a Skarner. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too. I'm actually not that familiar with the interaction.
I haven't seen the interaction either.
Yeah, so I guess we'll find out together here. I'm guessing it doesn't quite work like that and it won't get yoinked, but
I don't see why it wouldn't, you know? I think that the spaghetti would definitely help us make that one happen. We've seen Blitzcrank also do some pretty crazy things. Yeah, that impale that we were talking about, going to be available because just clearing out a ward here for now. It's not going to find the E, so he will just back away.
Yeah, we'll get the heal out, which is significant but not game-changing here. Zoner is now going to be seen on this ward and aiming in life. The thing is, even if you don't successfully kill them with a dive, the threat of the dive is what's so powerful about this Poppy pick with the Sivir. Is, you know, slightly accelerated in this lane. She wasn't the one to pick up the kill, but just stronger in this 2v2 right now, even without the heal. So yeah, could just kind of hover around here, and there's just not much that aiming in life could do counter-wise.
The thing that I find really interesting about this comp is that actually, what it feels to me is it's like the old school Sivir comps, which was at the height of the Gnar supremacy. And what it does is it just makes the Gnar really difficult to get away from. Like, you decide that you want to fight, and when you're Gnar, right, you want to have your Gnar bar at the right spot and then decide to go in, right? On the hunt, that's the go button. Yeah. We used to call it the donkey whistle, Papa and I, back in the day. You just blow the donkey whistle and you just go in. It's very similar to Kled. You know, he yells charge. You know exactly what you're supposed to do. It's why Sivir is fantastic in solo queue, everyone. You just press your R button and everyone knows it's fighting time.
Well, it's like having a Shirelius before you would normally have that. You don't even have to spend the gold to get it. There's also another way to look at it is Vikla will try to come over here and contest, but there is just no way. Also, they don't sacrifice any farm for Guma. He's here. Zeri on the other side, which is a champion that normally gets a lot of value if it's left in the bottom lane while the Herald is being contested. She's not there. She doesn't get any farm there. Whereas, guess who's giving it up? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, Cuz is going to be in the area. 3 versus 2, theoretically, even if we can only see a... Oh, okay, never mind. Make it 4 versus 2. So this is going to be guaranteed plates. Zeus and Gumayushi both going to be picking them up here.
Look at how
lane
late
swap for acceleration is fantastic for T1.
And terrible for aiming. He's just now getting back to the lane. And meanwhile, Guma's getting all these plates. Guess who's giving up the CS? It's Faker, by the way. He gave him the mid CS. He's like, you can have it. I'm not going to need those early items. I'm just a CC bot this game. I'm just going to play utility. And Faker, once again, big brain plays here. Now he's actually getting free landing done as they get a second charge. And Zeri, yeah, she'll get some plates down here, but this is such an accelerated Sivir. The exchange is not fair.
Yeah, T1 are going to back away. The threat of the Emperor's Divide is going to be a little bit much. There's the flash from Cuz. Gets the flash out of Zeus in the end. Crystalline Exoskeleton, not quite enough extra movement speed there.
And he did take Hex Flash, which is re-enabled rather, no longer disabled this week, just to give that heads up. I don't know if we mentioned it on the desk earlier.
Yep.
But yeah, Eamon gets 2 plates. Guma, yes, some split, but gets a whole turret worth of plates. And this does at least help shore up some of the CS difference here for Eamon. He picked up a lot of gold in this exchange, but now Rascal, not as safe as he was before. There's a lot of mid-game power here now in this T1 composition. Is Hex Flash going to be used here? Zeus has no idea.
Yeah, so many wards, but it's going to see him a little bit too late here. Zeus is going to get knocked up by the Wild Growth pretty nicely. The stun should come through. The Gnar is onto 3, but I have a feeling Zeus is still going to die as he will get snipped down. Rascal secures that kill. That is going to be 1 over to KT to even out that scoreline, but the money damage is already there for T1. I don't think Zeus is too upset about the situation.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's still a small win here for KT, all things considered. A lot of resources had to be given. And also knows Zeri is taking a Gromp right now because she's like, I don't know where Poppy is. And he does come over here once he realizes, okay, she's definitely not there. But he was, of course, left out to dry by life, who had to be topside for that play. And if Poppy dives him, he dies. So there's all these trade-offs, right? Like, he doesn't know that he could have actually farmed safely here, but when he doesn't know where owner is, he just has to back away.
Well, Owner is now going to be located in the river. I don't think he was spotted there by KT, but KT underneath their turret are going to be okay for the moment. We do have to remember that, you know, Zeri is even on CS. Not even on plates, like you were talking about, so there is still a big lead when it comes to money for Gumayusi.
Look at that item that just came through, though.
Yeah, that is...
Slayer at this stage, it's a big one.
That's also a very aggressive choice, right? This is Gumayusi saying, I do not need any sort of repositioning tool whatsoever. My team is going to be here to back me up, and it's going to be A-OK. I can just run really fast, and it'll be fine.
I think with his Ghost and, you know, obviously his Spell Shield, he should feel pretty good about like his own self-peel and his ability to fight in the mid-game with this big boost of damage rather than safety. I think it's exactly what this comp is designed to do. Guma going to sweep this one through. Somebody might be hiding in that brush. We don't know.
Yeah, there's the Hex Flash from Cuz. He has the shield, final chapter, and Flash going to be invested alongside the Ghost as well. So T1 do expend a lot, but they do keep their Sivir alive still here at this stage of the game.
Yeah. Rascal's been able to farm pretty freely despite the loss of turret because of the way the wave has been set up here for him as well. And when you don't know where Cuz is, you obviously could push this on a little bit further.
Yeah, Cuz is going to impale here. His own is going to get pushed back. Can't actually get through here as he does smite for a bit of extra health, but it's not going to save him. And that's Zeri picking up a kill, ladies and gentlemen.
That was so extremely well played from Cuz. Both iterations of that exchange. The first part, obviously, where he's able to force out Guma's summoners. And the second part where he sticks around here, trades against a Poppy, has the setup here with Vikla. And KT know their win conditions so well here, but also Cuz really just matching the tempo of Owner so incredibly well. Gonna go back to this moment here where he just sees Owner out. He's got a control ward here, so it's a free rotation for Vikla. It just goes ahead, sucks him in. Vikla has the follow-up from First Divide, and guess who's here? It's aiming. After summoners were taken away, you know the Sivir isn't here. This is an easy fight to take. Really good play here, macro-wise, from KT, honestly, to set that one up.
But that is even more plates going over to Gumayusi. And yes, he did share a couple with Zeus there towards the top side of the map, so it's not maximum plate money, but still, this Sivir is just massive. You might see even as far as the CS is concerned and the extra kill for aiming. I still have a feeling that that is going to be a very strong Sivir come mid-game, as Rascal's snipping away and actually getting some work done here onto Zeus with this newly switched around Gwen. Not able to be immune for quite as long as you used to be, but fixed up some of her other numbers, and of course her ultimate a lot easier to use now. Not needing to actually be in the thick of things to keep spamming it out every second.
Yeah, I also think the true damage change to her Q is a really good one because it just means that, like, I think just for like regular players and normal people, it's just quality of life that you don't have to feel like you hit the center every time perfectly to really do damage. And she's a very difficult champion to play, I think, at lower levels of play. I thought those changes were pretty fantastic for her. My issue with the Sivir lead right now, even though it's very small with that extra kill coming over, is that she hasn't been able to team fight yet. We had an 11, 12-minute first Drake here, and second Drake hasn't even spawned yet. So Guma not getting that much value out of this early Kraken Slayer because KT got a pick without him even being there because they set up a dive there on the bottom side. And as a result, I'm not saying that Sivir doesn't scale because we've had this conversation already. Like, she can be very strong later on, but KT keep getting small wins on the map here around objectives, like the second Rip Herald that they're picking up, the Drake of buffering they already have, so they have a single 5 minute of extra time bought here. And T1, yeah, you can grab this turret, but just feels like the team fighting that T1 want to take, KT have just completely been able to successfully avoid.
Yeah, if they were going to trade it for this bottom turret, it would have been fine, but Rascal actually able to walk his way down there, still has his teleport available. Faker not with his does mean... Oh, well, Vikla also without his as well, so no teleport advantage on either side. But Rascal does manage to get down there, saves that turret for now, although it is on its last legs. That will allow KT to actually win out on the trade. But I'm also very interested in... I'm waiting for the donkey whistle. I just want the donkey whistle to come out, man.
Yeah, exactly. We're also going to learn so much about how Sivir is going to look in this meta. Obviously, a little bit of extra resistances means that, we've been talking about hyper AD carries and extreme late game AD carries for so long. Zeri is kind of at the top of that list right now. Whereas in this meta, we just haven't seen Sivir in so long. She's been completely reworked here. See how powerful she does end up being later on. Don't want to underestimate what she could do. Is this going to be a dead turret?
Yeah, and possibly a dead Rascal, but he is going to pull out the needlework. There's the ulti from Faker. That's just going to make sure that Owner stays alive, as Rascal is demanding some respect here. Well, remember at the beginning of the season, Rascal was like, tanks are the best right now, but I also really like Gwen. So he is on his carry of choice here, if we can take what was said at the beginning of the season as still truth now. And he is making it work. Even though he lost his turret very early, he's ahead in farm by just a little bit, and he will be that side lane threat as the game goes on.
Yeah, it feels like kind of ironically because of the really strong threat of this Skarner pick, who has done a good job of maintaining vision control around his side of the jungle. Rascal, yeah, he lost his turret early, but it allowed him to have such a free laning phase because he just sat under inner, and he was like, if you ever want to try to push this advantage any further, you're going to pay for it. And KT are just going to get the streak for free?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, this is a problem.
Yeah, the team that has a lot of scaling is actually now with the Drake advantage. It's going to be Infernal Soul as well.
Oh my god.
As if T1 start picking up dragons at this point in time, then the scaling problem is not going to be an issue whatsoever. Not even entirely sure whether it's that much of a problem. I think a lot of it comes down to execution, but we haven't seen any of it executed yet. As KT certainly feeling like they're on the front foot, looking to now break down this outer turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, going to take this one down with the next wave is the plan. They have a lot of wave clear here, obviously, and when you can see a Zeri freely walking at turrets like this, that's when you should be a little bit worried because she's just kind of freely getting money on the map, which should not be allowed to happen.
Yeah.
And she's, you know, it was not a free early game for her by any means, but she didn't die, lost a ton of CS, but then because of those topside, you know, the lane swap that happened, the topside plays there, which then gave Rascal a little bit of freedom. She then caught up in CS, so aiming is now in a pretty comfortable spot here. Phantom Dancer a little bit faster here for Gumayusi, but Faker?
Yeah, possibly out of position here just a little bit as he's trying to get out. Teleport to come through from KT, looking to try and protect Rascal, but Vikla's going to have to make his way out of here. Faker's taking a long time to be taken down, as Cuz definitely not wanting to use the Impale on just a lone Gargoyle. And T1, positional error as the flash forward from Cuz. He's looking for Gumayusi, but he's so incredibly fast. And Cuz is just going to get smacked into the wall. Oh my goodness, the Impale was so cute. And Cuz is going to make it to safety, but Life is going to pay for his sins then immediately afterwards. He is going to fall down. It looked cute, but it did not work out for KT as Vikla's going to have to flash. And Gumayusi is just straight up a raid boss.
This was such an extremely risky call from T1. If this fight goes even slightly better and aiming picks up 2 or 3 kills here in the extended trade, then the game might as well just be over, but it's still working out for T1. They're still pushing Vikla away. As you mentioned, he had to flash now. Aiming, even though those health bars are low, isn't at the stage just yet with only an Immortal Shield Bow where he feels comfortable to continue the fight, even with Cleanse and Flash available. Guma really getting value out of the Kraken Slayer PD this time around. Hits the 2 items fight, which is why T1 wanted to force a fight here because there was no other objective. The second Drake had already gone over. We've already gone through second Herald, etc. But Faker had that one rogue ward, and he was like, I'm going to teleport to this. We're going to actually get the Sivir a little bit more accelerated. She's got 2 items. I think KT handled this situation so incredibly well. Because, yeah, Faker has a flank ward here, but the rest of his team is unfortunately just corralled by Rascal. And without Owner and Zeus here, Faker is just left out to dry, unfortunately, on the play. And really nice get over the wall here from Vikla, just shuffles his way through. Faker gets taken out. And from this moment on, I'm very concerned. Yeah, Zeus has a Narbar, but I'm like, this is the moment where aiming gets fed. And then this Impale is so beautiful, like you pointed out. Here from Cuz, just barely able to keep himself alive. Not great in the end. Obviously, it's not a game-changing moment, but it was very cool looking, and Cuz did survive a little bit longer. But yeah, if aiming gets a kill into Zeus here and Owner, then this is 100% great for KT. It's still slightly favoring to T1.
Oh, it's massive. And the fact that Gumayusi doesn't get impaled is everything. Cuz just looking very silly. Did manage to ult Zeus there for that really cute play, but that's not how KT want to make this comp work. And I think that they were tracking the fact that the spell shield went on cooldown, and then Cuz is like, I got this, but it's not Predator. This is Phase Rush. This is the get out quick Skarner, not the get in quick Skarner. And you can, of course, like if you're in the middle of a fight or something, you can proc the Phase Rush and then get into the backline, but this is definitely more of a get in there and then be able to get out really quickly and create distance that way. But I think it's the more greedy of the options, because you saw that with all this movement speed on the Sivir, it's very difficult for Cuz to get anywhere near Gumayusi. As KT going for an early Baron here. It's been alive for 50 seconds, and T1 have absolutely no vision
T1
of this area.
T1, and by the time they realize it's very late here, Faker is coming over the wall potentially with this blast cone.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's taking a long time, and KT are just going to back away. They opt out of the situation entirely. And I don't even think T1 knew, because I don't think they got
they never
in the pit.
They never were able to hard confirm, but I think they sussed it out and they were like, okay, glad we checked. And I think by this point, with KT not showing for so long, they were like, ooh, they probably started it and just barely walked away. And they didn't get to see exactly when, but I think T1 definitely have the right idea here. As you look at the gold across the board here, still a 500 lead for the Sivir. 1,200 here for Zeus has actually gotten so much value around the map here. But again, that gold isn't going to matter unless T1 can win these upcoming fights. And we still haven't seen a traditional 5v5 here with Guma. We saw him win one when Faker was just dead at the start. So let's see how this fight looks, because it's definitely one that both teams absolutely want to fight over. Soul Point on the line here for KT, an Infernal Soul Point.
Yeah. And sometimes it feels okay giving away Drakes if you feel like your scaling's all right. But when it's Infernals and you're giving them to this T1 composition, that doesn't feel good at all. Zeus on the flank doesn't exactly have a huge Nabars. There's a big taunt onto two members. Emperor's Divide comes down, but it's not going to save the Azir. Aiming, trying to get autos through as Ona has to flash to get himself out of the way. But this Zeri, she cannot get in range to fight. And the Drake is going to go over to T1, plus they win the battle. House flies forward. Aiming's going to get slowed down here. Zeus is not done yet. Oh, that boomerang damage was just massive, and Aiming's trying to run away, and he will be able to do so. T1 often with low health bars, but always winning these team fights.
Yeah, and T1 just showcasing that they're such a fabulous team fighting team. Like, the way that we see these fights going is T1 taking it on their terms, engaging with the Gnar, setting up for these big taunts with Faker once again on the Galio. And by the time Aiming is ready in the Zeri moment, you know, everybody knows the Zeri moment where she's like, now I'm running at the enemy team. They're pretty low. I've had enough peel. My mid laner's done enough damage. I'm going to kill them all. Aiming never gets to have that moment on Zeri here because he's at a third health when he wants to have it. And the rest of T1 is in position, and Zeus has an R-bar. Like, it's just so beautifully set up here. As once again, we're going to see Cuz looking for topside pick.
Yeah, him in life I don't think is going to be enough damage here, as Cuz should be able to get an Impale, as he's looking to try and bring Faker back to Vikla. Ona's going to turn up, as Faker decides that he wants to turn this fight around. Faker is likely to fall down here, but no, actually creates enough distance. The rest of T1 turn up to save their mid laner, as Cuz is now limping away again. Gumiyushi deals with that, with a ricochets. In goes Vikla. Faker just completely denies the Azir play, and now it's the big ol' Gnar in the front line to clean up shop. Extendo beam flying forward, but it's once again just not going to be enough damage, and Faker just baits all of KT.
This was such a knife's edge play for both teams, but I thought this game was going to be decided on, you know, a soul point fight, maybe a Baron. KT said, no, we're just going to fight for this. We're going to force this on the top side. Oh no, Aiming.
He is able to Jet Set Radio Future, tries to ulti this one, but he will get snared up with the Everfrost. Trying to keep himself alive here is Faker and a Cat, not exactly able to do it, but still Baron's going down, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter that this kill wasn't able to be picked up, because T1 now have a gigantic lead and so much pushing threat.
Yeah, I really thought what was going to break the back in this game was going to be a huge objective fight. Now, KT looked for that pick onto Faker. They knew he was flashless from the last fight. Bit of a damage issue, like you said, and unfortunately Vikla didn't have Emperor's Divide at the beginning of that fight. It was still on cooldown, so they're not able to lock Faker down. He buys just enough time, has a perfect stopwatch. As we're going back to this fight, like this is a million years ago, but this is also an important fight. Once again, set up by Faker's flash taunt play here. Owner lives for so long despite being impaled, gets to flash out. Then this choke point is god tier for KT if you have the extra damage, if you're on a 3-item, 4-item Zeri for an 35 minutes into the game, but you do not have control here, and this is, again, just not enough damage like you pointed out initially. Look at the rest of T1. They're already rotating up. This was a bait play here from Faker, and if KT end up grabbing him here and then winning the subsequent fight, that's how Aiming gets those items, but he's so disconnected. Zeus comes through from the back. Faker buys a ton of time, and this is unfortunately just a disaster for KT. So much extra money now as Vikla tries to go for the kill here on the Faker, and he's just completely outplayed.
Just denied, and Faker went down so extraordinarily low. I'm sitting there thinking like, oh, that could be a decent time to stopwatch. That could be a decent time to stopwatch, but no, Faker is not as scared as I am, as it turns out. He has plenty of courage and just waits for the absolutely perfect moment as the Zhonya's is completed as well. So
he just trusts in
he
Zeus.
gets to do it again.
Zeus rotates over so well, is blocking the rest of the team from following up to actually kill Faker with autos. Aiming is just not in position to blast him with his extendo beam or anything like that. And so Faker just knows. He's like, who hits me? Doesn't matter if I'm at 1 health. No one can actually get in there to damage me except a shuffling Vikla, who I could just easily time my stopwatch to deny. Now he's got his Zhonya's, so he could do it again.
Yeah.
This has just been such a great game for T1. I think KT played the early game very aggressively. It looked like it was disaster, but they handled the lane swap so well. And I thought, okay, we're going to a mid-game. KT have a 2 Drake lead. It's anyone's to take, but just one overcommitment top side, and T1 punish. Now they're completely in control of this game. 7,000 gold the lead.
Yeah. Cuz now walking up past this ward that is about to expire, does fall down there, but did get a lot of value. And Cuz can always help facilitate these picks, as Hex Flash did fly forward. Cuz not quite able to find anything here, as Vikla with his Sun Disc, it's looking pretty ominous right there with that particular skin, but it is still a Sun Disc. He's going to be able to help defend. And no base broken, nothing like that, and KT have a 2 Drake buffer. So this could be a game where we're settling in, unless T1 just finds another fight like they have throughout this game and just says goodnight to KT.
I understand why Vikla is building Shadow Flame right now as he just finishes as I say those words, but he's hoping that he's going to have enough damage to kill Guma, because he can't kill the cat, and he's definitely not going to kill the 2 Force of Natures in this game, or Galio, just by the nature of his kit. Also has Merc Fred, so the build here for Vikla leaves a lot to be desired. Now, what would he have built otherwise? Like, he could have built Leandri's, I suppose, to try to burn through the health bars of the Gnar and the Galio, but T1, while they have a strong front line, their damage is extremely front-loaded in this Sivir, who's running at you and speeding the team up, so you don't get the time to actually get Leandri's burn done. So kind of a catch-22 problem here for Vikla, but it feels really bad into all the magic resistance that's already built here for T1 for the Gwen.
Yeah, this is the thing, like, Rascal went second item Void Staff. He kind of knew that it was going to be difficult to get through this squad. Zeus, can he actually get over? Oh, decides to nail that wall instead. So is Malcove Gaming going to mean that Rascal's going to be A-okay. Moves his way out. I like that Rascal is playing some side lanes, though. We're not going to have the Kwandong scenario where the split push champion is chosen and then never split pushes. As, like ships in the night, we are going to have Cousin Faker backing away. As Zeus zooming forward, quite literally, because there is a Yuumi there. Extendo Beam, not going to do enough damage whatsoever. 3 items have been hit for the Zeri, but no Infinity Edge just yet. As Rascal's dashing forward, he can actually tank the ulti from Owner if he isn't actually in the mist with him. He's going to move away that time around. But T1 still struggling to knock down these turrets. Of course, Sivir, notoriously short range, so it's difficult to get the siege working.
So that's why these next few Drake fights are going to be really important. I do want to kind of stop the myth right now, and I feel like I'm the person who's complained about this the most and talked about this the most. Like, sometimes we talk about how champions are super good in the late game, and like, Zeri is so incredibly strong. Like, don't worry, she'll just outdo everybody. So there's still a chance because aiming is 2-0, but he's an item behind. And the timing of which he will need to go basically full build to win will have a Galio that is getting close to full build, who does a ton of damage, has a ton of extra CC. The Gnar is already a huge problem here. So the Zeri scaling component of this isn't going to be as big of a problem unless they can win some really decisive team fights. Zeus.
Live?
Hello?
Pop goes the Lulu, I guess, as that is a nice ulti. Cuz gonna have to flash to get himself out of this one, but it's not going to save his life. Zeus with the Hyperprox going to get there, and KT are just evaporating one after the other. Double kill for Zeus. Vikla is on 0 health inside his base, and he's gonna be taken out as well. Now it's Rascal against the world. And against the world, I might say that it's all right, but against T1 in this game, it is absolutely not. And this turret is going to fall down. T1 should claim game number 1, and this Sivir comp looking absolutely beautiful.
5-0 and 7 here, Guma on the Sivir, but I think a lot of this game was really about how his teammates set him up, Faker and Zeus in particular. What a beautiful answer to the Zeri crafted here from T1.
Yeah, absolutely amazingly done, as they are going to try and kill Life one last time, as Faker even survives. Goes golden, and will be able to take down the Nexus. T1 in pretty beautiful fashion behind Faker, and some of his plays looked like they were overly aggressive, and then he just turned it into beauty. This
Yeah.
was like a work of art that I took a while to appreciate, you know? And his Galio performed amazingly in that game.
It's funny how the Sivir, who does the most damage and pops off, you know, in those mid-game team fights, I feel like is really not the MVP here. The build that she chose was correct, and it was very greedy, but it was like exactly what T1 needed to do, you know, going for the early Kraken Slayer. They couldn't find that fight, but they went for the mid-game fight where she hits Phantom Dancer. Faker teleports for that, he dies, you know, but we could forgive it because the power spike there was hit. They still win the ensuing team fight. I feel like this is a great game that showcases T1's knowledge and now experience working together as a 5-man unit. I don't know if they pull this game off as cleanly in spring season or last year when they were finally pulling this roster together, but today it looks so clean. Faker once again on the helm. You could tell he's really making a lot of those big decisions around the Galio.
Yeah.
And I was worried in the mid game when T1, you know, let those 2 Drakes go, but they played what happened next so beautifully. And that top side play that KT was so close to getting the Zeri accelerated with and getting her online ends up backfiring. And that was the real back-breaking moment here where T1 take the win.
Yeah, that was the clincher for me as well, and I felt like we just never had the Skarner moment. The Skarner moment just didn't really exist. I wanted to see the Impale Keeper's Verdict situation. Just didn't happen. Honestly, he was just completely irrelevant based on the fact that Gumayusi had either Spell Shield or Ghost on the Hunt, Fleet of Foot Zoomies to make sure that he was actually just a jet engine. It was insane how fast that Civil was. Really smart drafting from T1. We'll see what they have in store for game number 2 after the break and the Analyst Carpet Space.
나 지킬게. 나 태워줄 사람? 브랜 볼게 살짝. 브랜. 킬 줄게. 간다. 미드. 미드 끝났어. 끝났다. 킬이 안 들어오냐? 라인 하나밖에 없긴 하. 잘 탱일 내가 힐대 몸대. 왜 내가? 잠시만. CS 좀. 야 이거. 얘 플래시 있다. 달다. 나 들어간다. 봐봐. 나와. 아.
Lens gets up though. They're gonna make a fight here on the Nexus turrets. That's gonna be the play. The Charm comes in again, but it's Megadar, and 3 of them are under the turret. Prince is living though. They can't kill the AD carry. 200 years. Prince is gonna live, and a rocket hits him anyway, but he finally goes down. What? Spawn of Ruler is going to be what saves the game right now for Gen G. 야 앞에 때려줘.
야호! 죽어라!
나이스.
In fact, we saw the hook land into the ground. The solar flare also not going to hit.
I think that, did Zeka just? No, he didn't. Okay, Cannon gonna pick up that one. Follow-up engage comes in as Bioshik gets a massive play onto that back line. This guy is just insane from ahead. How does he keep doing this?
I think he'll take that. I think this has not been the cleanest end game.
They're trying to go for a fight here. We got the Taric ultimate on too, as trying to get a front line here for aiming. Maybe he did just pick up that IE. Not sure it's going to matter as BDD is just unkillable. Flashes in, going to get into the back line here. Double kill for him as Vikla, he's nearly unkillable, but BDD is just a monster at this point, is aiming the last one standing. But the zoom in from Jonas Strong means that this one is over. Nongsin will bring us to a game 3. Pentakill here for BDD.
봐줄래? 이거 앞에 봐줘 이거. 나 펜타. 펜타다. 줄 수 있냐?
나 기동 못해.
끌었어.
펜타 나이스.
와우, 펜타킬.
펜타킬.
태어나서 펜타 처음 해보. 와, 첫 승리다.
Yeah, Dove is going to get a knot onto Elm into the wall as there's the assault and battery. Elm goes golden. Fate just waiting in the brush, looking for his moment, but there is the kill. The bailout came down as well as now Fate is just dead. Kane still with a fair bit of damage here, but Closer finds the back line. He's going to go golden as well as Teddy was stunned up the backflip. So easy.
야 리산 넘어갔다. 야 써봐. 비고.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, and I have Chronicler sitting right beside me as we had T1 taking a very dominant victory there in game number 1. Not too much to see here. Some of the cute picks coming out. Obviously, Sivir here on the new patch, very strong. We even saw the Zeri go over for that, and of course Skarner, who existed.
He was there.
He was there.
I heard he even tried to make some plays.
A couple times, yeah.
Quite come together, but let's break it down. The Yuumi pick first here, very, very nice, because on one hand, you don't have to be afraid that Sin support is going to come out, so you can just pick that pick and be fine. Because I don't think KT really has a strong answer, and you also know that they're going to default to the Zeri. Now, the Zeri pickup I'm okay with. I think the Azir was really, the pick just doesn't seem to provide that much more any power, and you give the Nard to Zeus, which it was really a Zeus and Faker show. Both of them just had absolutely monstrous games, so that was surprising to me. The Sivir pickup is really nice. We've seen this in Challenger into the Zeri specifically as well, because she skirmishes a lot harder while still maintaining a similar level of scaling as the Zeri. Downside of Sivir, obviously, is that she's not as mobile, which is kind of insane to say, because she's really mobile and really fast, which makes up for a short attack range.
Nobody compares to Zarya.
That's the problem, right? But the pick overall, especially with the Yuumi, we saw very safe in lane, hard to punish, and skills very well. And if you then also add Poppy and Galio together with a Gnar for insanely strong level 6 spikes, you get a team fighting comp that is very, very strong. And then if you look at the components for KT, comp kind of sucks until you hit like late game.
Oh, no.
Because Azir doesn't do that much, Gwen doesn't do that much, and I love Karthus, but when that Karthus hover got me scared. And ideally with Skarner, you get something that can actually utilize his early game picks, and I don't think any of the picks from KT really did that.
Yeah, not really. Not too impressed with that one. I think T1 came in very prepared for this one, and they looked just way superior there with that Sivir comp. Let's go into highlight number 1, which will show a little bit of the plays that Faker were making. Not necessarily your standard playmaking plays, but he actually did a lot with some of these teleport maneuvers.
Yeah, so Faker actually, I went for Zaze, but it's between Faker and Zaze for POG, right? This was just a mistake though. He goes in, he gets spotted, rest of his team.
You just don't see the
angles. And then the unfortunate scenario as the amount of movement speed from the Sivir ultimate plus Ghost, which was a great summoner choice from Guma, actually means end of the game. Zaze hits a big ulti, and then Kaz is like, I'll just grab this Gnar with Yuumi. That's not gonna work. He just immediately murders life. Kaz sticks around, maybe in the hope that he can do something.
Life really did not have a fun game.
No.
Time around.
No.
Poor Lulu.
It was bad. It was a bad time. And this combined with the early pressure that Faker provided to bot lane, where he got a really nice early taunt, meant that like the mid game was already where we started to see like the itemization is just not that great. So then if your execution isn't super crisp, you get boomed. You get boomed in team fights.
We do have a second highlight. Let's check that out right now and see kind of what it looked like when, again, Faker this time a little bit more intelligent of a bait play, you could say.
This one was
clearing it out.
Yeah, this one was really, really good. As we again see the issue, okay, so you grab Faker, and then what? Even if Vikla was here, I don't think Faker dies. Like, I just don't think the damage is really there. Then goes back in, teleport comes in, he hits the taunt, Vikla can't quite get to him, Yuumi heals him up, so then he's fine again. Then Vikla, in what is truly a tragedy of Greek proportions, goes back in, trying to salvage a play that isn't really there, and then Guma spell shields, and Faker stopwatches.
Hey man, that cannon was really not having a good time.
I think Vikla, like, it looks kind of silly, but if you don't know that the stopwatch is there and you think the spell shield is down, that play might win you the game, right? So it's high risk. As I said, I think with the compositions, T1 was always kind of going to run over you in the mid game, and they did. Really good execution from T1, very different from some of the Shaker games we've seen last week.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we're going to need to see KT go back to the drawing board big time. I think starting from the draft into the play, they did not really seem to have any angle on how to figure out the T1 draft. So we'll see what happens in game 2. But first, we do have player of the game. Let's see who does pick it up here, as it will be...
Drum roll. Where's your Mars? There we go.
400 points, and, you know, 2-1 and 4, you know, it doesn't look that impressive, but if you watch the game, you totally understand.
Yep. Like I said, I think he had this play in the early game, which was exquisite. Gives you throwbacks to 2017. Here, many T1 fans, I'm sure, wants to not remember. Just a number of really nice plays on the Galio here. Topside bait play, also exquisitely done. And overall, I think a really clean game from the entirety of T1. We have Guma looking way better here. Zeus, as expected, very, very good. Owner died once, but, you know, wasn't really that important in the grand scheme of things. As, yeah, this is a nice spread. A little bit of love for Zeus, some Guma votes, as he had a really good game on the Sivir.
Only you and Wolf, the English analyst and English cast coming together like two. There you go, just showing Zeus that love. 4 votes for Guma. He did presses on the hunt and attack really fast. That was very nice too. But yeah, Faker gets in the end, which is totally understandable. But that's going to do it here for the Analyst Carpet Space. Let's go back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. And it is now time to get into game number 2. And Wolf, I do need to say something right now.
Say something right now.
Over the last, one and a very little bit of a week that we've had so far with one game, Zeri is 0% win rate. I think the champion is just not very good.
She also was 0% on the last patch.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah. So really, we just need to stop picking Zeri. She's obviously not very strong. I am being sarcastic, but it seems that T1 have found yet another solution to the Zeri problem. So KT probably not going to be able to just rely on a first pick unless they can ban away exactly the right choices here.
I'd rather see a little bit of a more measured approach to the AD carry role here from aiming, because he doesn't need to play an extremely vulnerable early game AD carry in order to then carry in the later parts of the game. Something like Justin Aphelios, I think, would be pretty good. And I do hope that we do not see T1 allow Vikla to play the Silas, but I think that has been, as I established earlier, I think that will just not be allowed this series. I think T1 will remove that one. Still does give them the opportunity to pick the Gnar on red side as well, because KT not really prioritizing it as much, and lo and behold, T1 agrees.
Not a surprising choice here, as Lee Sin still going to be banned away, as KT used their extra flexibility to ban this one away. But of course, they banned it on red side as well. Talia was also on their ban list. But if they ban the same champions, they might fall into a similar trap that T1 set last time around. We'll have to see how it is going to go. Kalista going to be banned away from aiming, as Sivir is actually the ban.
Well, that just will draw a Zeri ban. And then KT first pick Gnar is my expectation here. Could also be a Vikla Prio for the Azir or something like that, but
could be.
There's still so many scaling champions for aiming to play. Okay, they have another answer, they say. Now, this time it could be the Twitch Yuumi, which we've seen very commonly used here. Is
I think the Yuumi needs to be the first pick, because there are so many champions that work with Yuumi. Like you said, the Twitch already, but then Zeri and Lucian are both available as well. And so T1 get to pick their poison in the AD carry pool, but they miss out on the cat in a book that has been very powerful. I think T1...
just pick Gnar.
Yeah, you definitely pick a Gnar.
Yeah, you just pick Gnar here, because you don't need to pick your AD carry. You just make sure it's Zeri first. Don't pick Zeri and then end up running into a Yuumi Ezreal lane or something like that. So Gnar is definitely a given. And here for T1, alternate options to pick up here are a strong jungler, or just a very basic support. As we'll just see the Master Yi hover again, because that's really fun, but we sadly will not see that.
Not right now. I would expect a Poppy. I think
that's the
Poppy is
pick
still
here.
very, very strong. Means that Yuumi can never really detach in a team fight without having to be worried about the steadfast presence.
Yeah, it's just kind of a busted pick right now, especially when you consider that KT with this Yuumi pick are not going to be looking to win lane necessarily, very unlikely. And you can't really pick an AD carry here to win blind on blue side with the Yuumi. You can't be like, Yuumi Lucian, watch out. T1 still have all the flexibility available here. Is a very early Skarner pick, and I don't think the Skarner was bad last game. In fact, I think they used it very well. Like getting that pick onto Owner in particular gave aiming his only kill, but I would hope that otherwise we see a little bit more defensive setups here bottom side, giving that extra control of the bottom side we saw last time with the failed gank.
Yep.
Is what I'm hoping we don't see, especially on blue side.
I'm also really hoping that we see Predator as well. I feel like Predator does give just that little bit more. As Faker's going to go back to the Galio. We're just going to pick exactly the same top side. T1 now with a bottom lane to sort of put together, but it is going to be a lane that is going to be banned out quite a bit. And we'll see where KT's bans are going to lie. I'd imagine like Aphelios for a start, and then maybe one of Carrier's picks.
Aphelios, Xayah, I think could be strong options here for KT. Like I think Xayah is very strong in this draft for T1 right now. Any sort of champion that's going to get an early lead. Obviously, the Kalista would be your biggest fear, but it's banned away by T1. And Guma already lost his Draven, right? That's another threatening champion. And without the Yuumi here, I don't think you're as worried about a Lucian lane. So I don't think KT are going to feel like that's going to be a problem. It could be strong, obviously, in certain points of the game.
Yep. I think maybe it's like, I don't know, Kog'Maw Aphelios could be banned as the, Lucian also.
They'll go for that. Like, I think this is not the ban I would have gone for. I think if you're playing Zeri Yuumi with Skarner, like, you better be comfortable running into the Lucian because T1 could have picked it early instead of the Poppy.
Yeah.
So let's see what T1 have here. I think an Azir ban would also make sense, frankly, for Vikla. You know, he's had a pretty thin champion pool this season, and you're looking for more scaling. They take away the Renekton, which I think is also strong. I believe it or not, I actually think Renekton was on the cusp of being meta before for tempo-based plays, the same way Aatrox was. It's kind of a niche pick there, and now he's even stronger in early game skirmishes.
Yep, it's also Rascal, who is probably our most notable Renekton, alongside Morgan, which I need to shout out because otherwise Munchables gets upset with me.
I like this a lot.
Yeah, I was sort of expecting the Lulu ban to come in, as so many have used it as an anti-Yuumi tool, even if it didn't necessarily look like that in the last game.
So Xayah Rakan is available. Aphelios, I think, is the strongest pick for the scenario, though. And then
Aphelios Nautilus.
Yeah, Aphelios Nautilus just feels like the easiest way to round this one up. The problem for T1 here is because they picked their solo laners early and then didn't get a extremely strong tempo lane here, the rest of the draft is kind of just writes itself for them, whereas KT have the power here to change things up. Would like Seraphine more than the Swain in this case, especially into the Aphelios, Galio, Poppy. You have so much defensive mobility. This one I like a little bit less.
That is an interesting choice. It makes me feel like you can't hover set when there's Yuumi because everyone knows you're not going to pick it. There is a set player on KT and it's life. Yeah. It's not Rascal.
And it's not Vikla either.
No, definitely not.
Okay, this would be really interesting. And
this would be an old one. This was like back when you debuted in the LCK Wolf, the good old mid-nocturne.
Yeah, mid-nocturne. I don't think it's going to be topside here. I really would like this Rise because, oh man, when you think about how much front-to-back power KT's comp has right now, like, there's not a single champion on this list that doesn't like to have a Yuumi on its back. Like, even Rise is going to be super stoked.
Yeah.
I think this is an easy Nautilus pick for Keria. I don't think you want to reinvent the wheel here. You don't want to be playing, you know, Pyke Aphelios just because it's cool. Thresh also fair for the same reasons. I think it's really strong into Sion, Skarner. The box is going to be massive value, so that's one reason why you take it over the Nautilus, because you're not looking to engage as a support in this case with the Aphelios. You just want to make sure the Aphelios has more distance between the engaged champions KT are having, because you already have a great front line in Gnar, Poppy, Galio. You're very happy to just be like, okay, as long as Aphelios lives for 3 seconds longer, we might win this in the mid game, especially when Aphelios hits his 2-item spike.
Yeah.
Just don't let Zeri get fed. That's the name of the game here.
I do think that KT's draft is like 600 times better than it was in comparison in game number 1. I think that this will be a much more difficult one for T1. However, it is still so much comfort. It is still Poppy availability here as well. But I do think that this should be keeping T1 a little bit more honest this time around. I think it's a little bit more of an uphill battle, as I feel like the roller coaster is, you know, set to do the fun stuff now. You know, maybe we've just traveled to the top of the ride and now it's ready to go down.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Sivir, even though there were not that many votes for Guma, he did a lot of damage. Like, the Sivir was what the Galio and the Gnar set up for success, and I think the Galio and Gnar don't feel as good with an Aphelios Thresh on the bottom side for win conditions. It's going to have to be played very differently here for T1 than it did last time around. So, I mean, just one Sivir ban really changes the landscape of KT running it back, basically.
Yeah, and also, I think that the Sion pick makes the team fighting so much better. You know, the Rise pick there as well. Now we have the Zeri Yuumi. Zeri gets her best friend down there towards the bottom side of the map. I think that that lane is going to be a lot stronger. I think that the power of KT throughout this game is going to be a lot better. But T1 have just pulled off things in the past that have been against what the draft may tell you, and we'll see whether they can do it again as we hop into game number 2. Thank you very much, Joe Marsh, for the drum roll, quite literally, as we hop into this game. Very interested to see whether it's going to work out here for KT this time with a much more coherent draft, or whether it's just going to be the Keria show. Like, sometimes Keria just picks Thresh, and you can't win the game. He just outplays you at every single turn, lands every single hook, gets everyone out of any sort of bit of danger ever. And of course, Steadfast Presence not going to be there for KT. It is on T1's side of the rift. You're not going to be able to deny these lanterns very effectively. Unless, you know, Cuz just presses R or something like that.
Yeah, and I don't think Vikla is going to be building Everfrost. I think he will be building Ludens into damage this game. And with the Scion pick, like, you could have, of course, done Tank Rise here, but you probably would have gone for a more middle-of-the-road top laner. And the Scion here just kind of says, all engage, all CC, all tanky. I don't need any, you know, tanky stats in the mid lane. As Vikla obviously is going to have a lot of power here in the early parts of this, especially if he harasses well. But similarly, Faker loves playing the Galio into the Rise. It's his favorite counterpick for Rise, his favorite counterpick for TF. We see it all the time.
Yep.
So it's a matchup he's very comfortable with, even if it is going to cost him some early prio.
Yeah, absolutely. You can always follow the Rise if he's going to try and Realm Warp, especially early, just because the ranges are somewhat similar on the Heroic Entrance and that particular ability. And so the map plays that the Rise does offer kind of nullified. And Faker is just very, very good at making sure that those map plays are going to work out. Scion into Gnar. Wow, we're back to this, aren't we? This was always a matchup that's, you know, difficult for the Scion until he gets to ignore the Gnar, I guess. That's not going to be early. And this is Zeus' Gnar as well. I think it's a very optimistic pick for the lane for Rascal, but we'll see whether he can weather the storm effectively. Or whether it's just going to be Zeus destroying his turret very early.
He is 6-2 on Sejuani, and he's played into a lot of Nars across that 75% win rate. So I have a lot of confidence that he'll be able to weather the storm and end up, you know, just being like, all right, I'm melee, I'm a tank, I'm going to get some hyper procs, you know, pushed into me. This is going to be very annoying. But he went Unsealed Spellbook, so he'll have some more flexibility there in the lane too. Like I want to say, like, let's trust in weak side Rascal, even though it's not as fun and popular, and it's not like the thing he's most famous for. Recently, of course, picking up #1 solo kills in the LCK, setting records.
Yep.
As this is a matchup here, obviously, between Cuz and Owner. We saw how it went last time. Very muted for both junglers, but this time around, you know, it's an Aphelios Thresh here, and Aiming and Life are going to have a little bit more control over the lane. It's blue side, as that's going to be a nice smite.
Yep.
I think that this time around, I don't think Cuz has to play defensively. In fact, he can play very aggressively, play around bottom side here, and try to take some of those camps away. And if they make a single mistake, if Guma Carry make even one error, then suddenly Aiming becomes unstoppable. So that's the like, other part of the Zeri pick, because it's still extremely strong, right? It's just, you know, T1 has some really good answers, and it's T1, so we trust they can pull it off. They pulled it off last game. But even T1, you know, it's not a perfect team.
Yep.
One small mistake, and this Zeri gets out of control.
And it's also, you know, the Zeri Yuumi this time as well. It's not the Zeri Lulu, which is less successful. Here in the LCK, obviously, Lulu was mainly picked into the Yuumi rather than to augment the Zeri. But together, these two definitely are going to make this a lot better, especially as the game goes on, right? The amount of utility that you gain in these later game teamfights is going to mean that Aiming is basically a one-man army. That's what we're used to seeing from KT in games that they win, is Aiming being empowered, and he just didn't have that sort of empowerment last time around. Nice little hop there from Zeus to get himself out of the way of this Scion. As Cuz looking to potentially come up and help him out, but there is just so much vision here for T1. They know exactly where this Skarner is.
I've got a Scuttle and a Ward there in the brush. Rascal's pinging it away, like, don't even look for it. I do think that one thing I will say about KT and Aiming is I was a little bit worried at first about how one-dimensional they became as a team when they were like, okay, Aiming's our win condition, and they were winning with it, but it felt very predictable. The more times they win, the more we just have to be like, no, I guess it just doesn't matter if it's predictable because they just execute on it very well. And even last game, there was some hope through the mid game that with the 2 Drake lead they had, they might be able to stabilize. So, again, I think as boring as it is to watch Aiming just be given the draft in every single time and you're never going to get to see Rascal play a strong side again, if you're a KT fan, I guess that's what you should probably be hoping for at this point in time.
Yep, and also, you know, he is just pretty good at playing that weak side, like you were talking about, Rascal, of course I'm referring to. He used to play with Ruler, right? So he got very used to not getting as many of the resources. So it's just kind of how this KT team has fallen together, and I kind of like it. As we'll just have to see whether the Skarner value is actually going to be there this time. It is Phase Rush once again, so Cuz is going to have a lot more of that exit momentum but also far less movement speed this time around on T1. Because On the Hunt has been removed, and that is definitely going to mean that the Skarner value is going to rise.
Yeah. Faker is laning so incredibly well. Like, he's actually maintaining a lot of control of this mid lane. Again, it's a matchup he's played so much throughout his career, and even very recently. Just wanted to point it out.
Yeah.
So he's had some extra prio that I think is in part set up by Vikla to try to drag the wave towards the turret, so there could be a little bit of kill pressure there, maybe a flash stolen away, but Faker's played it and managed it so extremely well. Rotation down here doesn't lead to anything just yet. His aiming is going to be very respectful, saying, you know, I don't want to get ganked by Owner here early, don't want to be up in the lane, don't even want to lose my cleanse. And all I need to do is kill the minions. Don't need to actually force anything. Keep my plates alive as a bonus.
Well, Keria and Gumiyushi were trying to set the trap, but aiming in life, not going to spring it for now.
That's the other bogus thing about blue side's area, is you could just use this wall under turret to be like, are they in there? I mean, of course, red side can do the same, but blue side can kind of really feel free, especially when you have a control word there as well towards the top side. You're like, nah, nice try.
Yeah, you sort of have to like scoot back a little bit if you want to get that extendo beam over on the red side. But yeah, you're right. It allows you that little bit of extra flexibility as Cuz moves towards this ward, as Vikla does secure the cannon minion. And now you can see Cuz looking to go back. We do have about 40 seconds on the Rift Herald. Might be a point to do battle for both of these teams.
Yeah, aiming, this back timing for him is pretty perfect, because what they could do is, of course, set up some deeper vision around where Poppy is. You see the ping that goes down there, and then if they see him rotating over, or Faker looks like he's trying to push a wave here to rotate for the faster setup, then Zeri comes. Otherwise, she just goes back bottom and grabs a plate or two. And because Guma and Keria don't know that, they have to actually rush bottom side here first. Now, it is, of course, Aphelios, so if he gets the faster setup to the lane and aiming doesn't show, then he's going to be in a lot of trouble, because that's going to be a lot of plates going over to Guma. So I liked how KT back-timed this, because now he should be able to defend the plates.
Yeah.
However, there's not a lot of control here around the Rift Herald for KT at the same time. The Arbar for Zeus just expired.
Yeah, so it does mean that KT do deny these plates, as Ona did actually move away from the Rift Herald. I was actually wondering, having a look at the minimap there, whether they still had aggro on this Rift Herald. And now Faker does have the inside track on that mid lane, and you can see things are just too dark for KT to move on forward. Gumiyushi and Keria taking care of this mid lane, and as far as the macro play, this is looking very, very nice for T1. But still, Cuz lurking, could be a 50-50, but Faker can just get in front of this Skarner, and that means that he just cannot get in here.
As soon as they see Guma, KT are like, all right, that's it. Aiming's going back down to try to grab a plate, because we are just not going to win this fight. I think they probably could have made this call earlier, but they did not know for sure. They did not know for absolute certain whether Guma was going to be there or not. But as KT here, why fight? Why group for Herald here? Your comp is going to be better at a later stage in the game. This is one of the times where T1's comp is insanely busted as those level 6s come across. And in fact, he will get no plates down here on the bottom side. Guma just comes back over instantly, didn't have to buy any time.
Yep. Depends on whether Keria is going to get over here. So it should be at least one for aiming, but one for a Rift Herald. You take those, especially when Gumiyushi doesn't miss out on any of the farm. That is the main thing here. It means that he will stay ahead when it comes to that number. And T1 have been very, very good at just finding Gumiyushi that little bit of extra resource in the game in the early stage. It happened in game number 1. It's happening again now. And Gumiyushi has been a little bit, like, in a bit of a pain point for T1. They haven't been able to find as many resources for him to allow him to pop off. And it feels like that has been a big change. As Keria going to flash on over, looks for Vikla here. The hook is going to land onto a minion. Well-placed minion wave there by Vikla. As Anara into the wall, and Zeus is looking for a solo kill. House comes down. And yeah, the train has to immediately leave the station, as Rascal's going to have to go home.
So Vikla loses his flash, Rascal loses his ult, aiming very far forward here. This could be a Herald drop if they win this fight.
Yeah, Cuz moves on over, and that was a little bit dangerous there, because Ona could have been impaled and brought underneath the turret, as Rascal actually stopped the back. Nice little cue there, and the Ignite coming out as well from Rascal, just trying to deter Zeus from doing anything more.
Well, I think he is just going to end up losing another plate here, unfortunately. This is some of the problems here is, okay,
Yeah, final chapter comes down. Owner is moving in though. The box comes through from Carrier, and that should be able to keep them safe. But Realm Warp is going to augment this play. Cuz moving forward, heroic charge to taxi them out. And there's the ult. No Skarner for you is now aiming. He's trying to fight this one out. First blood goes to Gumayusi as Vikla was way too far forward. And finally, Cuz turns back up, but there is just no fight to be had here. The flash forward though, and Cuz is trying to get something done against his former teammate. They will be able to even out the kills. The Gumayusi picking up that first blood, I think, is the bigger deal.
Yeah, unfortunately, aiming is also not going to be the one to get the kill. The kill goes over to Cuz here, so a little bit less gold in his pocket because it's a split kill between 3 members. So not even a ton of gold. It's actually a 3-split assist that he picks up there. It will lead to a Drake taken here for KT Rolls, but once again, T1 in so much tempo control of this game. And I think the idea to try to even go for that follow-up there was extremely greedy for KT. Vikla just kind of nose-dove into the turret. Unfortunately, doesn't have Everfrost, isn't even going to build it this game, I don't think, as you're just at a point where this comp, yeah, you can look for a double root here, but T1 are like, cool. And then at this point, as aiming, you should probably be like, yeah, you know, I think this is enough. But they wanted to force this so hard, and the coordination is just a little bit too slow. If Vikla is here to catch them as the root walks or wears away, yeah, you feel pretty good about this. But Faker can match your rotation. He comes down, yeah, he does end up dying here. But as T1, you still feel amazing about this, especially because the top side of the map is completely in your control, as almost all of the turret has gone down top side. Zeus is in complete control. 3 plates down already. They're going to grab plates here in mid. Yeah. And like normally we see the Sion in matchups like this be okay to lose out a little bit of control, but not this much. And usually it's because you're focusing on bottom side. But Cuz has kind of left him out to dry here, and they're losing out on bottom side. And this Ryze pick, you know, still going to be stronger later on, but doesn't feel great right now. Only really kind of failing one Realm Warp.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's purely illustrated. The Faker Galio pick is so good into the Ryze, because Ryze, well, Realm Warp's down, and then Galio says,
well, I'm also there.
Now that you're here, we'll kill you then, by the way. And it was just so simply done. Really nicely put together, of course. The flash ult from Cuz is able to even out that trade. But T1 are just getting so much more around this map. Like you're saying, like Rascal's playing the weak side Sion, but for what benefit? For the rest of KT.
And like, if you had an Aphelios or a Jinx here that's self-sustainable on the bottom side, you're like, okay, it's going to scale up later on. And that's what we did see with the Sion. Was the Aphelios Jinx meta, where you're not actually vulnerable as either of those champions necessarily in a 2v2 or in a 2v3. You can kind of take care of yourself, or you'll take so many resources away you can make another play somewhere else. But unfortunately, like, he has to be babysat. Aiming has to be babysat by Cuz, which means the top side is just free in a winning matchup. And it's not because Owner's diving repeatedly. It's just because Zeus is playing it well. He's got the range, and oh man, this is disastrous. Another plate goes down, given over to Guma.
Gumayusi could actually like open a store for like dining, you know? He's just got so many plates now. It is absurd. As this tower also ready to fall. You can see T1, they haven't taken any turrets yet, but there is like almost nothing left on the mid and top lane turret. The plates are going to fall down now, and when we get that money report, as far as the plates are concerned, you're going to see exactly where this T1 gold lead has come from. It's just them getting the shove in so many of these lanes.
Topside especially.
Yeah, and this is the T1 that we've, come to expect. Is now Hex Flash is going to get channeled here by Cuz. He's going to be able to get the smite down, and he's got a Yuumi as well. The Wallop is going to stop Zeus from being pulled back too far, but he's real dead, guys. Does manage to get the turret, so he can actually say worthy if he would like to, as the train is going to come on over and look to stop Faker here. A little bit of damage.
Notice that Zeus just casually takes a sip of coffee. He's like, yep, unfortunately I wasn't able to finish my call at this moment in time, but I will take all of that first turret money, plus the plates I picked up. Call's about to complete. I'm going to have more money in my pocket. You guys just spent so many resources topside that mid is controlled by us, bottom is controlled by us, and this feels like one of those solo queue games. This is why top can be so miserable to play in solo queue, where you're like, oh, I picked a weak side champion, but my team also has a weak side bot, but like, it's solo queue, and players are just going to pick their one tricks, and that's just how it is, and I'm playing Sion because I'm a Sion one trick. Rascal is not a Sion one trick, but his team hasn't been able to facilitate anything else on the other side of the map, and as a result, if you're not going to be able to dominate lane as this Rise into Faker, your value is so low. Obviously, the bottom side Realm Warp play didn't work out either. But he gets a turret here, picks up 450 extra gold, and unfortunately Flash is not going to be able to get him outside of Yuumi's ultimate here, so he will go down. If he is able to flash that, if the ult's a little bit more to the left, and he gets away. It's like, oh my god, value, but
Yeah.
he will at least be punished there.
No, he will. So KT able to grab themselves a kill lead. And honestly, the gold isn't ridiculous. So T1 do need to try and extend this ever further. You can see they do have large gold leads. Zeus just being ridiculous once again with his massive advantage he has over Rascal. But Rascal's a Scion. He'll do his job no matter what. And it's about whether KT can actually find the team fights that this composition is looking for as this game goes on. I think the next one is going to be really telling, because if KT just can't outfight T1, then this game could just fall flat on its face.
Yeah, I also think that they should be able to outfight T1 in this upcoming fight, because Zeri having one item here and, you know, the otherwise great engage they have here with Crowns on the rise, which, you know, I thought it was going to be Ludens, but looking at it again, like, he can live through so much, you know, all the engage tools, so the follow-up damage won't actually hurt him as much, and it's a low-range Aphelios here. Without two items here, Guma doesn't feel great with his Gale Force. Like, I think T1 should be willing to give this one up, but they're not. They're going to fight for it. Faker's in a good spot here, has his flash. We know what he can do with that flash taunt.
They've done a lot of damage to this Drake already. It will be secured, but can KT find the team fight? Faker on a ward right now, but the rest of T1 will just evacuate the area. Realm Warp's going to come down. Zeus is likely just going to be the sacrificial Gnar here, and he will. That's a kill over to aiming, though, and KT are probably pretty happy with that situation.
Yeah, that's actually pretty massive for them. But T1 have also maintained Drake parity now, which is one way. Okay, hold on.
All right, that is a big old flash impale, but Cuz can just go absolutely nowhere. The hook from Carrier was too good, and that means the Skarner will go down immediately. Rascal's still trying to run at them, but he's just going to find no value. And Cuz, unfortunately, has just looked a little bit silly this series.
I feel like in game one, I liked a lot of what he did in the early game. You know, he got aiming that kill. This game, you know, obviously hasn't been able to maintain the control we would have liked. Didn't actually help Rascal out, and this play in particular looked very silly because he's doing this into a comp that has taunt. Like, they have so much peel. I mean, we'll watch it again because we're going to go back to this fight first as T1 are able to evacuate. They give up Zeus here, and yeah, it's Zeri gets a kill, but T1 get Drake parity, so it's not like KT could say, well, the game is just longer now, and we're going to have the Zeri scale up. Like, there's trade-offs on both sides here, but I like this for T1. As this is Carrier here, just in position to deny, as look at Skarner coming over. He's hooked. And then, like, there's taunt, like, Aphelios doesn't care. Like, where's the follow-up damage? Aiming is nowhere near. Like, this is just very poorly coordinated from KT, as well as Carrier, of course, having a fan.
I think, yeah, Carrier just straight up outplayed because he read the flash, managed to get the hook in the air, and then Flay makes life so hard for the Skarner. It felt like it was the opposite impale situation, as, you know, he impales and then gets moved into the enemy team and just kind of dies. As, okay, X-Flash gets him over the wall here as Aiming's trying to get these minions as best he can, but the impale's once again going to come down. Owner is just going to heroically charge his way out of there, though, as Vikla does go golden. Owner's still alive somehow, as Rascal is a brick wall in the front line. He gets hooked back once again as the Carrier show has began, and the Scion will be taken down. Gumiusha says thanks for that kill, but now Zeus and Faker in a little bit of trouble. Nah, not going to quite find the wallet value there because we'll, pardon me, lock down that kill, and then Cuz is immediately going to go down. Zeus, once again, the sacrificial Gnar, but T1 this time will trade up.
They knock Aiming away, he can't follow up. Like, he actually cannot chase them there. He looked extremely immobile in this fight. If he's able to get over the wall there, extendo beam, and chase down 3 players who are essentially dead there, they'll grab 2 extra kills probably. Unfortunately, he's not able to do so. Cuz isn't able to actually lock anybody down there. He dies at the end of all things, and it feels like even in the best possible fights here for KT, they just cannot pull it together. And you could really see some of the weak points of this draft in terms of how the Skarner operates in skirmishes when T1 are the ones setting up these fights. As Lantern's used early here, so I think that's part of why you're like, okay, we're going to actually chase, we're going to press the go button here as Owner lives for so long. Scion swings around. This is a beautiful play from Rascal to try to trap them here, but there's just so much tankiness and CC. It's just hard to trade up here. As look at another Lantern comes through. Guma kind of trolled Faker there on that one.
Yeah.
But Faker's like, no, I'm going to taunt him in the choke, and then watch what happens to Aiming here. He's just completely zoned out, so the rest of T1 can escape. Owner knocks him away, so he can't actually follow through, and then Cuz is just left out to dry. T1, their team fighting is just amazing. Doesn't matter how good of a choke point control you think you have, you are just not going to catch up to this team.
just insane. Having a look at this one from Owner's perspective.
40
just
health.
Somehow manages to survive and then gets his ulti
Is what knocks
perfectly
Aiming away.
aligned for when Aiming gets his ult back up again.
Yeah.
가운데.
Gets taunted, of course, by Faker's, you know, catching them there on the choke
일로
point.
와봐,
Here
날려줄게.
comes his ult.
날려.
By
스카,
Aiming.
스카.
That's all he needed to do to make sure the rest of T1 can take out the Skarner and back out. Beautifully played. If he gets hit by one more auto and dies, I think this fight looks completely different.
No, I agree. It was very, very well played there by T1, and this is what I was sort of alluding to when we were talking about that first fight, how KT was going to actually be able to come together and make this comp work. And unfortunately, it just didn't, as T1 now have approximately a 2,000 gold lead. That will be eased a little, as Vikla should be able to take down this top outer turret. Faker is not super psyched about it, but still not going to be able to stop it. As okay, ghosting forward here is Vikla. Does get the Rune Prison down. Faker taking a lot of damage. The minion wave actually helping Vikla out here, as Faker has to use his Zhonya's. There's a Realm Warp, as Vikla is going to get knocked out of that one. He's going to, you know, die on his own terms, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end, as Aiming's doing a bit of work here to this outer turret, but otherwise not too much.
Like, you're fishing so hard, Vikla, for this one, and he has Realm Warp available, so the idea is, okay, I'm just going to Realm Warp out. Like, cool guys don't look at dead Faker, but Faker just looks at you and knocks you out of your Realm Warp, and you're fighting and forcing this on a turret. He could have just been happy to walk away.
Yeah.
And would have been way better off for it. His carry is going to take a ton of damage, and this is going to be a Drake given over to KT. But this is what we were talking about with T1 evening up the Drakes and just escaping and getting away with it. Means they bought so much extra time. Like, this is not KT now threatening Hextech Soul. They're just sitting on 2 Drakes, so it feels way better now for T1.
As KT, now with Rascal that has, you know, his Crossfire Gauntlet completed, he's got 3,000 health. He's starting to become that brick wall, as they will just be able to walk up to this outer turret in the mid lane and take it down, catching T1 on a reset just a little bit, as they do have vision control of this Baron area, but it's not exactly a whole lot, as this control ward will be taken down, and now T1's going to have to get back there and sort out their vision once again. Let's have a look at this play one more time from Vikla.
I mean, he gets the turret, loses his crown early. Faker, okay, we might have something happen in live. We might have to jump back out of this one.
Yeah, we may have to.
But anyway, Faker
trying to frontline.
Faker just knocks him out of his Realm Warp, which is the most critical part of this. As a Scion ultimate is wasted, I believe, there in live, and it's traded for Guma's ult. As yeah, it's just knocked out of his Realm Warp. Zeus comes over for the assist.
And Cuz might now be in a little bit of trouble, but no, he is going to be able to secure the Rift Scuttler and keeps himself alive, as Vikla on this blue buff does have flash, so he's not going to be dying right now. Picks the juke beautifully, does Carrier, as now Vikla feeling a bit silly for not flashing earlier. Zayed's going to take a lot of damage though, as Aiming's going to turn up. Picks up his first kill. Now Owner's next on the menu. Gumushi decides that he just doesn't want to be in the fight, as it's a double for the Zeri. Make it a triple and make that a Baron on top.
And Guma is just, he cannot be here. It's too risky for him to be here. He's on a low range of Aphelios. It doesn't have an ultimate, so he's over on the side, and they go a little bit too deep here trying to grab a pick. And yeah, Vikla, if he flashes the hook, he survives, and this is even better for them. But either way, they're just caught as they're too far forward there in a choke point where Aiming is going to get so much value and now money out of this team fight. As T1 looked to try to get a pick to set up for Baron, they had complete control of the choke point starting out, but they didn't have to force this. Now Guma is going to play a greedy move down here and grab an inhibitor turret, which is going to be a lot of money into his pocket as well. Can he escape? I think the answer will be yes.
They are on control vision, but it is just going to be KT electing to go back home, buy some items. That is 3 for the Rise. So we're going to have a look at this fight one more time. And man, Carrier's hooks have just been amazing, even if they do ultimately lose this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, Vikla probably should have flashed that, but the fact that he didn't actually buys enough time for Aiming to come over here, they have the Yuumi ult and the choke, so it's a double root. Look at Rascal with a follow-up CC, and Aiming is untouched. Guma is so far away. And T1 were not ready for a team fight. They were ready for a pick, but they were like, all right, well, we were just looking for a pick, and we were going to kite back to Baron. If they had just started Baron, they would have had the choke point in their favor and would have been able to stop KT from snowballing through. So I think a bit of a decision-making here, a little bit of greed from T1 there, trying to force that play. As great of a hook as it was from Carrier, like you said, definitely backfiring, as now the gold is fairly even, and KT should be able to pull ahead with this Baron buff.
No, absolutely. I think this is a huge turning point, because remember, this is the Zeri angle. And now KT getting very, very close towards a gold advantage. Man, if that was just a pick on Vikla and then T1 manage to get control of the Baron and take that one down, I think that that is 100% the point where they win the game.
Yeah.
But the aiming factor comes in. Remember, this guy was 5-0 on the Zeri. Not only is Zeri extraordinarily strong just in general, but aiming pretty good at being reliable in the late game on this champion.
And
He now has
KT,
these 3 items completed.
Their comp with the Yuumi and the Sion in choke points like that, where you funneled in as T1, like, they're just giving KT all of their comp strengths all in one pretty, nicely wrapped up package, and putting a bow on top of it and saying like, all right, well, now you are 5-0-2 aiming, 700 gold bounty on your head. And, T1 with this Baron buff against them won't be able to wrap around, won't be able to set up flanks, won't be able to look for a Galio taunt angle here for Faker, who's falling significantly far behind in experience.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, this is the siege angle for Zeri as well, which is pretty big.
Yeah, extended beam's pretty silly ability. Or electroshock cannon, if you want me to use the correct term. But
Nobody wants you to use
I
that.
won't use that ever again, even though it does sound kind of cool.
Somebody said
casually sidestep.
Somebody said
death.
Avengerang on Sunday, and I was.
That was me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know it's very silly. I should have just stuck to the heroic swing, right? And comeuppance. What a great name for yeah, Akshan is a little bit split when it comes to cool names.
Man.
Gumayushi is out of the fight, if there is one.
And
comes through.
Faker, I mean, he's got teleport, but there's no wards for him to go on. Minus the one, of course, on the river there to the left side, which is now going to be cleared up. But besides that, like, if you lose control of the map against this Zeri, who has 3 items now, is going to get a 4th one fairly soon, it's a problem. And now it's soul point, so the time you bought earlier doesn't matter as much anymore. And the win conditions here for T1 are so complex now. They have to win a perfect team fight. They have to punish KT. They have to somehow lock this Zeri down. She has Cleanse. And because she has Cleanse available, and Mikhail's, by the way, plus Moonstone Renewer, like, there are a lot of resources committed here in terms of the itemization to make sure that aiming cannot be picked. Because there's taunts, there's hooks from Keria, there's Zeus with his Gnar, there's Owner, of course, who can try to knock him into a wall. So many ways to shut that down now, and while he has Cleanse and Flash available, and the items he has, and control over the map, like, your win conditions thin out. All KT need to do is watch over their shoulder to make sure there's no Galio flank.
Yeah.
That's the main concern of theirs right now.
And you can see as well, Knight's Vow has been completed for the Skarner, so you were thinking, that he was just an Impale bot. Not anymore. Also opting in for a bit of assistance to the Zeri.
It's not fair they can have 2 supports in this game.
I know. But they do, and that is definitely good news, because Cuz in the last game, not exactly getting as much value. 2 minutes now on the Baron, 4 minutes on the Drake. KT with control of the map for now, but T1 with a bit of respite now that the Baron is down. Problem is that these extendos are just hitting for so much damage. You do have the Lord Dominic's coming in pretty quickly as well for aiming.
Yeah, and also, like last game, they itemized for the Force of Natures here. And the Rise, obviously, is going to be doing a lot of damage later on in the game, too. Like, that's a big problem, so you kind of have to itemize against this. But there's no randoms for Zeus or anything like that. So even he just gets deleted in these team fights so quickly when they focus him down. You can't itemize against both extreme late game damages here. I mean, you can if we go to the Supreme late game, but it comes at a hefty price. The value we saw against the magic damage last game was much larger because Zeri wasn't this fed, it wasn't this far ahead. Now feels kind of worthless.
Yep, and aiming is definitely, you know that he's the main character now because he just took a blue buff right in front of a Rise, who would have very much liked it himself, but no. Aiming just needs all of the things to make him strong that he can find. He's hit those 4 items that we were talking about earlier, even has a couple of control wards to augment that, and KT will now just try and suffocate vision around this Baron and play it by the book. As T1 will need to be able to find themselves a big play to get this one working for them. Rascal does have his shield removed now. This battle is going to take a very long time. But Zeus, with his Hyperprocs, might be able to get the work done. Decides to stop Rascal here as he hops over the top. Not going to quite find the Q is Rascal, but he still has enough of a health bar to get back towards his turret.
Yeah, with Black Cleaver here, unfortunately, Rascal, there is no world in which you win this one. Can, of course, catch the wave here, but that is about as deep as it goes. Like, he is Gnar. In mini Gnar form, he's actually arguably way more dangerous. In fact, with this itemization against this, really tanky Sion, but it's not tanky enough. And so he gets pushed away. This gives an angle here for Zeus. He does have his Gnar bar available. If KT get caught by him here, that could be a disaster. That is definitely one way to win this game, straight up. Zeus' Narabar, man.
Well,
so
Amy's
good.
just diving forward. Faker has to go golden immediately, and the ulti does nothing from Ona, but the lantern placement was fantastic. Now Zeus trying to get himself out, but does so with a hop into crush combo. And KT, they have control of the river, but T1 keep everyone alive.
Now, T1 need to rush back over here and deny this if they're going to contest. Unfortunately, they just won't have a Narabar here for Zeus. He does have teleport. He's going to try to actually get it on the bottom side of the map and come back. He's not going to back.
Oh,
Aiming.
dear. Carrier is going to land the hook onto Aiming, but he is just going to die for it. They did need to check this. Zeus is on the bottom side. He does have teleport, but I don't think that he's going to be able to do anything to try and get over here and stop this Baron. It's going to be the second one going to KT unless Ona can get in there and make this one happen. He does have the flash. He gets into the pit, but he's way too early. They didn't have the vision available. He had to try and take a gamble, and Aiming's just going to be able to pick up the kill. Inner turret goes down, but that is not quite enough to even out the trade here as KT will take their second Baron.
KT's comp is so oppressive when they have a lead, and we saw one of the main reasons why, in fact, KT were able to start this Baron up and actually get a proper team fight, or like deny a proper team fight because they had so much of the control over the map, was because of the fact that Rascal is just sitting down there and Zeus is trying to side lane against him, but they are not grouped up. And the one part of the map they had control was bottom side, where they're looking to maybe take an inner turret out. KT were way better grouped up, had the insane wave cleared siege in mid, and they're like, yeah, okay, Sion is going to lose half his health bar, but it's fine, he's got teleport. So Rascal can just show up at a moment's notice. Zeus has it as well here, but he's so reliant on his Narabar. Without it, they cannot team fight. Once again, it's going to be used here early, so this is a really tough fight to take for T1, but they have to.
Well, in comes the train as the Realm Walk's going to come over as well as Rascal almost gets on top of Gumayushi. That's a phenomenal ultimate from Ona, though. And he is going to be able to get rid of the Scion immediately. Zeus actually taking a lot of damage, and Rascal, he's so tanky. They do manage to get the taunt. There's the Everfrost. Now he's at 50%. This fight's been going on for quite some time. It's Aiming now going to take him. I felt very dangerous there going through the Hex Gate, but it will be the Hextech Soul. Moonlight Vigil comes down though with Gumayushi, takes matters into his own hands and immediately gets flattened. There is the ultimate out from Cuz as well. The Impale is going to mean the end of the Poppy. He gets his revenge there against the Poppy in the end. Vikula's flashing forward. Zeus is going to go down, and I think KT will just end the game right here.
Oh man, Rascal's over there 1v4 because there's just no one who can damage him outside of Guma and Zeus. Zeus is actually caught on the other side of the fight, and they're looking to end it. We are going to a game 3 here, Atlas. Rascal is going to that location of the rift as well. He's going to slam into the wall, but we are going to a game 3, and T1 fall behind in the mid game. One single team fight, one overextension. KT take all the control of the map with that Baron, turn into a second Baron, and Aiming redeems himself on the Zeri this time around.
Yeah, really showing that the denial of the Zeri Yuumi was very important in game number 1 as far as the Zeri's power level. KT will once again bring us to the maximum amount of games in the Telecom War. Absolutely fantastic that it has become a little bit more competitive this time around. It also means that T1, 100% win rate on blue side, 0% win rate on red side over the last, week and a half.
I really do think that a lot of this game was based around the fact that they were able to take the Sivir away, and I think now KT have a strong opportunity in that you have this miracle third game you would have not necessarily had without T1 overextending there, to just not go for the Zeri pick this time around and draft differently. Be a little bit less predictable here on your second red side game because, yeah, you got the Zeri this time on blue side. Game 1, you picked it, but they had the counter. You're not going to have that same opportunity a third time, and T1 have already showed us, even when they don't have the Sivir pick, they know how to play the early mid against the Zeri, and it was really just one mistake from T1 that gave all of that control over to KT. Without that, I think T1 2-0s this series, very likely with the amount of control they had up until that moment. So as KT, you're like, okay, we got one more chance. But I don't think, even though Aiming gets 32,000 damage and is going to pick up POG here, I don't think you do it 3 for 3. I think you're going to have to change the draft going into this last one if you want to win the series.
Yep, or what you could do is just instead of picking Azir, pick Gnar. And then maybe your composition just looks way better, even if it has to be Zeri with not necessarily the Yuumi alongside. Maybe KT just decides they want to ban the Yuumi instead of the Lee Sin, perhaps. Like, they have that flexibility. It's going to be very interesting having a look at what the draft is going to be. But first, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Analyst Carpet Space in game number 3.
줄게 사이언.
바텀으로 돌아와.
앞에 풀 앞에 풀.
앞에 잡음.
해도 돼, 해도 돼.
땀 걸어줘. 앞으로 가.
20초. 텔도 탔다. 나르.
나를.
바텀 라인에 텔죠.
바텀으로 가자.
바텀에 텔 찍어. 바텀에 텔 찍어.
앞자 일로 와. 오케이 잡을게. 위로 갈게.
바텀에 텔 찍어서 라인 좀 살려줘.
미드도 밀어놔도 돼.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. That was a KT victory, or shall I say a Zeri victory, once again coming through. This time around, T1 not really having the answer for it, and a couple of mistakes is all that Aiming needed to really get on the horse.
Yeah, we learned two separate lessons. One, if you have a good plan, Zeri is actually counterable. Two, if you don't have a good plan, don't give it to KT. This is their thing. It was AP Kaiser before, and it really feels like KT, once they have a thing that works, like this is our thing. We're gonna keep doing this, and we're gonna keep winning with it. And if you plan for it or you ban it, then we're in trouble. But if you don't, free win.
Yeah.
And that's what happened here. T1 don't take away the Zeri themselves. Then as a result, they lose the game. It really was that easy, because unlike last time where I really liked that draft. I think it was a very good answer into the Zeri. KT said, okay, we ban the Sivir, first pick the Yuumi because we're on blue side, and it's free. Like we can talk about the draft a little bit more. I thought the Sign was okay, pretty whatever pick, but just gives a body for Aiming to stand behind. Same for the Rise, honestly. None of those mattered. It was all about Aiming.
One thing I was a little bit surprised about was the T1 ban on Kalista, because I was looking through, like, you want to ban Sylas so that you can get an R for Zeus. You want to ban Talia because she's broken AF. Kalista, though, I mean, that's one of the best Ravens we have in the league. Like, just leave it open. If Aiming wants to play that instead of Zeri, which he might as well ban, you know, I understand that Kalista's not just about aiming in the lane, but, like, I don't know, I feel like we've had our teams kind of learn the Kalista lesson and how to counter it if it does go through, but the Zeri not quite the same.
Yeah, I think the Draven ban kind of threw T1 for a loop, and maybe that was really what pushed. I mean, like, I think there's other answers to Kalista. I think a Renata ban instead of that Kalista would have been my call, right? And instead they end up going for Felios Fresh, which Guma had a really decent game. Carry had a great game, but it's not about the picks. It's about you need a plan in draft.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we do have the highlights here. Let's take a look at number 1, which was basically Owner just barely living after going through hell and back on the back of a Skarner, I suppose.
This is Phase Rush plus Poppy's passive, and Owner running for his life. Very, very cool that he gets away here. And this was the reason why we picked this highlights, because here the game was still pretty close. And T1 actually could have lost the game here. They didn't, due to Owner staying alive, dropping Herald, walking back, and throwing an ultimate, knocking people away so that Aiming couldn't get a double kill and win the game there. But instead, he did it in the next highlight.
Yeah, and funnily enough, only comes about 4 minutes later, 4.5 minutes later, where T1 think they have an opportunity, but really it's just another champion that's not Zeri getting picked, and it was Rise with Crown, which, you know, we went through in slow motion, you and I, a couple times, like, how much value did this Crown really get? Minimal, but it still kept him alive long enough for Aiming to get over there and do a ton of damage. So let's put up highlight number 2 and just show what can happen when you land that juicy hook.
You know, Carrier is so good at hitting hooks that we don't ask ourselves the question, should we hit this hook? Because he's too good. He just hits all of them. And in this case, the answer is no. You don't want to hit this hook, because now you are in a choke point against Zeri Yuumi, and all the bursts that you just threw into someone, that is not Zeri.
Even there.
No.
Like, you're going so deep to kill the Rise.
Even if there, Valdez, I think it's just you throwing everything.
Yeah.
The only person that matters in this team comp was Aiming, and he's gonna pick a POG. He's gonna do it again. I swear, it's the Zeri angle.
He's gonna keep getting away with it as long as teams let him. So let's take a look at the POG here and show Aiming getting another POG. 900 points, his 9th time. I don't know how many of these games are actually Zeri. Probably 5 would be my guess.
It's like 6 Zeri, 3 Aphelios.
Maybe.
That would be like my gut feeling.
1 Callista or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Maybe 5, 3, 1, something like that. Because in the first game, he actually picked up a number of kills as well, but that draft wasn't really about enabling him. This draft was. He had the Yuumi. The T1 comp, I don't think, excels at dealing with this Zeri. And then their mid game was pretty lackluster. The one win condition you have here as T1 is blow out topside completely with how strong you are there. And then this play from Guma, I actually loved. Yes, Zeus isn't there. Who cares? Like, it's one of those moments where, like, maybe you turn the game there, otherwise you 100% lose. But it doesn't matter. As long as Aiming lives, He will zap you aggressively.
Yep. Some beams will be extendoed as they were in this one. 900 points, very close to Zeus now. And I wouldn't even be surprised if KT pull off the upset and take the win, 13 out of 13 by the way, if he actually could tie Zeus. It could happen. I don't think it's going to happen, but that is an option with the numbers that we have presented ahead of us. So will he get Zeri again? One thing I also can guarantee is T1 will get blue side. So that should change things up here for this game. But guys, we are done here on the analyst carpet space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that game. It was absolutely fantastic to observe Aiming just picking up another 13 out of 13. I think he's one of our only players that has got the 26 out of 26 before. And look, if KT manages to win the next game, they might be able to do it. But they're going to have to do that on the blue side. They have elected to go on to, sorry, they'll have to do that on the red side, as KT have chosen red side in the past. But T1 are so much better on blue, have been for the last couple of weeks, and honestly, this whole season. It feels like those blue side drafts really do come together a little bit more cleanly.
Yeah, it certainly is extremely strong in this meta. Like, in the past, we've been like, okay, blue side is first pick is maybe a little bit stronger than the follow-up duo, but in this meta, you have picks like the Sylas, the Zeri, the Lucian, even Callista that are so extremely strong at this moment in time. So T1, this time around, we'll see if they ban that Callista as 3 for 3, no Vikla Sylas, but I do think it was a really good point that was raised by Valdez on the desk, is that Callista ban we've been seeing here for T1 doesn't feel as strong. It's been one of Aiming's worst picks this season, and it also means that if they get Zeri, it's one of the other strong picks you could have actually leaned into the Zeri with, and it's been a good one for Guma, but they banned it again, and I think let's see if T1 just wants to first pick Yuumi one more time.
Well, I think that the Yuumi ban should be the adaptation that KT go with here. Instead of the Lee Sin, I think you're probably okay with that. I think Owner has looked great on the Poppy 2 times in a row, so I don't even think that he'd prioritize the Lee Sin if it was available, even though he is so incredibly good at it. The Sivir ban is going to come in instead.
Well, now T1 can also pick Zeri, like if they want to here. They have not, because they've obviously been trying to take away this Yuumi pick. I would love it if KT were just like, nah, we're going to pick up Aphelios here, and we're going to do something different, because like we saw in Game 1, T1 really know how to play this composition, you know, obviously with the Sivir, but play into the Zeri composition very well. Even in Game 2, where until they threw the game in that choke point, everything still looked pretty good for them.
Yeah, I think that you still need to lock... I just really like Zeri Na. Like, just pick Zeri Na, and then you're very happy. Instead, the Ryze is going to come through, priority picked here for Vikla.
Yeah, and you know what? They're just not going to pick Zeri this game.
Wow. Okay, so they're giving away Yuumi Zeri.
Okay, well, this is a preemptive counter to the Gnar, potentially. Now, Ryze and the Renekton into a potential Gnar is very strong. Okay, taking the Lulu here early just feels like they want a little bit more information here from T1, whether it's going to be the Gnar or not, and whether it's going to be the Zeri or not.
Yeah.
Lulu very strong into a lot of different options at the moment. As it looks like Owner is like, maybe I'm going to get my Lee Sin here. He's got to slap himself back to sense. No, we can't prioritize that pick right now. This is not what we need. We need the Zeri and we need the Gnar.
But, like, Yuumi Zeri Na? Really? This is like obscene. T1 get everything that they would want.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think he was joking, like, can I get my Lee Sin? And they were like, I'm sorry, man. It's not going to happen this time around.
Didn't Faker say in an interview coming into the summer season that Master Yi will probably get played or something like that?
Yeah,
like there are so many picks that are viable at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if Master Yi got played.
If there is one player besides Deft in the LCK that I trust that might be able to pull off Kog'Maw Lulu, it would be Aiming right now, with how great he has been at late game scaling compositions. And if he just is willing to actually pull this one off here now, I think it would be a huge statement from him. And if they're able to also win and beat T1 here, it'd be the second team to do so. It would be amazing. But the other alternative, which was what I was going to say before they locked it in, but they locked it in faster than I could say it, is the more common Twitch response here, I think, is what KT were planning on. when it will come through here is we could have had the extreme late game slow game, could have been tank rise, but no. Going to be a little bit more tempo based here is Orianna is face up here for Faker, but it also is not very easy to counter just yet because you don't know what else T1 is going to be running. You have no idea what the jungle pick is.
Yeah, I do like the Orianna just because gives more buttons to press onto Zeri. The idea with any Zeri composition is she is the main character. She is the only one that you really need to worry about. And they are going to protect her even more here with the Skarner being banned away. Cuz is going to have to play a different champion. The Lee Sin off the table. On the table. Available to be picked from either of our junglers. Might be something
banned
that,
here,
yeah,
yeah.
KT could just ban it.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay, never mind.
Surprising to no one, unfortunately. I mean, you wouldn't ban this against any other team, but against T1 you do.
Yeah.
So, you know, and much to the chagrin of Owner, unfortunately, as Wukong is also very strong with this Twitch pick. We've seen that be a very strong, I don't want to call it a duo, but strong combination in terms of setting up fights. You have the Lulu to knock up additionally on top of the double Cyclone, and the Twitch just does from a million miles away enough damage to take out a Zeri or anyone who's caught by that combo, so I like that ban. Might just be a Viego angle here for Cuz.
I think Poppy makes the most sense, and he will lock it in. But yeah, Cuz has been a good Poppy player, but I think denying that from Owner, putting him onto something else could be a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, the Poppy pick here doesn't scream strong to me because it's a Twitch Lulu lane, and obviously she has a lot of utility around mid-game skirmishes and around objective fights later on, but I think Viego would have been a lot stronger for what this comp does in terms of damage output. So it looks like Zeus will be moved off of the Gnar, very squishy when he's not in Mega Gnar in this comp, and they want a little bit more frontline. Now, Orianna, Diana, I think might be a bridge too far here.
Yeah, not my favorite. I do like the Nocturne though, because if you ever see the Twitch, if he ever comes out of his ambush, you're like, goodbye. As Keria is playing with our hearts once again. I don't know whether it's the Master Yi angle this time around, as Nocturne is going to be locked in. What? No, that doesn't make any sense.
No, he's suffering from something else. Imagine if you were trying to play Master Yi into an 80 carry that you can't Q. That would have been disastrous. As it looks like it is going to be the Gnar angle this time. With the Ornn there, it's too good of an opportunity to pass up. And Rascal will be able to harass them. They will have some power there. Later on in team fights, they have a lot of engage. Oh, I like the Gnar a lot more, but Gwen, some side lane power here.
Yeah.
And my problem with going for the Gwen is that with a Nocturne on the other side, your side laning is not going to be very strong because you will always be vulnerable to getting Nocturnal. It doesn't matter if you think it's a 1v1, it never really is because Nocturne will just get on top of you. You think you're immune, but it's Nocturne. He's inside of your mist, and he's going to be doing a lot of damage to you. He's going to Stride Breaker you, and he won't be able to get away. You can obviously macro play it and be like, it's okay, Ryze is also showing up because he's got Realm War, but I don't think that relies on a lot of map control that KT won't necessarily have. I do think these are the most unique compositions we've had of the day. They're the most execution-based. It's the least like, okay, did Zeri get ahead? Okay, we win. Did she not? We fell too far behind and we lose. I think it's very much going to be throughout early to mid to even late. Going to be all about execution. Whoever has the most map control and has the best setup for team fights will be the winner. This is, I think, of the three as a result, the most skill-based draft matchup we've had in this best of three as well.
Yeah, and I think that Faker is either he's already got to the 4,000 assists or he's very, very, very close. So this might be the game, as we could break a whole bunch of records. Of course, Carrier as well. He's moving very, very close to eclipsing Beryl and making it to 2,000 as well, 2,000 and a bit. So definitely a lot of records to be broken here, but T1, they do manage to get the Zeri Yuumi this time. I think that the Yuumi is the biggest piece of the puzzle for these bottom lanes. Yuumi Twitch, very powerful. Twitch Lulu, not quite at the same level because you can't ambush and then have the cat with you. Like we saw Ruler dominate the lane with when he was playing the Twitch Yuumi.
I think it's a very weak Twitch pick. I think it's one of the weakest parts of this draft. But if it gets ahead, if it is played correctly, or if T1 make an error, very strong. And in the late game, it's still going to be very strong into Zeri, regardless of what happens early on. Going to make sure that doesn't snowball.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game to track the bottom side of the map. Let's get into it. KT fans, you can hear, feeling very, very optimistic as they did manage to pick up the game number 2. But T1, very, very good at winning game 3. Wolf, they've been excellent at it. It was against Kwangdong Freaks, the only time where game 3 was not claimed by them. As we do have confirmation, Faker has 6 assists left to make it to 4,000, and then he'll just be a hair behind Gorilla and his largest assist record in the LCK.
Yeah, I didn't hear any Joe Marsh drums just yet in the middle of a game, so I thought, you know, he probably hasn't hit it yet, because I know Joe Marsh is going to be, he's going to be
That's
playing
true.
the drums, you know.
Yeah. So we will keep track of that.
Few yordles on the KT composition as well. We saw that in the zoom in there as the Poppy and the Lulu. Always a fun and strong combination. Will be unsealed here for both the Ornn and the Rise. As this, I mean, this is how you lose games at level 1, but I don't think they will make the mistake. Nope. We have seen a lot of teams actually do this against Ruler.
Yeah. As aiming does come over and get some venom onto Gumushi here. Avoids the Q quite nicely, as we could see. But let's see how Gumushi Carrier are going to be able to navigate this one.
Yeah, press the attack here for aiming, and we'll definitely go for the Blade of the Ruin King early on to sap away some of that movement and try to snowball, you know, this game in early to mid before we get to those later team fights. As Honor has played the Nocturne once. It was a win, but it was not about him. It was a game that I think they would have won with almost any jungle. But I think this time, you know, it's a more critical part of their composition, especially with the Orianna here.
Yeah, definitely some ball delivery options here in a lot of different ways. As you can see, aiming, spamming that Q over and over, just ambushing as much as he can. Wants that attack speed steroid, but also just wants to keep the T1 bottom lane on their toes. Check in on the top side here as we have Rascal just snipping away at Zeus. And there we go. That's about as much top lane as we need to observe for the beginning of this game.
Yeah, you can just look at the numbers of the CS and where they are on the minimap, and that's where all your questions will be answered. Meanwhile, down here, it's a lot more subtle. Like, this is the matchup that we're focusing in on because it is so feast or famine. If someone gets ahead, Cuz.
All right, Viklet has taken a bit of damage, but they get the flash out of Faker immediately. The flash to follow, and that is going to be the KT first blood. They trade 2 flashes for it, but they'll take that for the extra money.
Absolutely. That was a fantastic play there from Cuz and Vikla, a duo that very rarely work together like this in the early game, because Vikla has been so poor in the laning phase, especially in matchups like this, which are very much skill-based and can go either way. That you just don't see opportunities because it's like, sorry, man, I mean, you're supposed to win this one, but you're not, so I guess I'll just pass by. Maybe I'll get a flash, worst case scenario, but in this case, they just set it up. Yeah, double flash is required there as Vikla goes forward, looks for the root. They have the follow-up charge there from the Poppy from so far away that Faker just could not predict this. They had control ward vision set up in the river, as well as a deep ward there to know that Owner wasn't nearby, so that's a lot of money going into Vikla's pocket as well. They had to do Faker dirty like this.
Well, I mean, Faker deciding to play the Orianna into this matchup, we've seen it so many times. We've seen it work out for like a lot of different players in different directions, right? You think of Chovy, you think of the Orianna angle, but I'll have to hold that thought as Zeus is taking a lot of damage. Owner in exactly the right position as the snips are going to come through. The fear comes down though, and Rascal is able to move himself out of the way. Owner getting distracted by a couple of different targets as Rascal somehow survives at the very end of it all.
Wow, beautifully played there from Rascal. I thought he was dead for sure, but he turns around there onto Owner after Cuz buys a little bit of extra time there for the Q cooldown to come back up. They both walk out alive. Yeah, this will relieve a lot of pressure, of course, here for Zeus, so still feels like a pretty nice win for him, but he's flashless now as well. Rascal teleports back in here, will lose very little CS.
Yeah, does have that, you know, teleport down now, so if there's a return play, no ghost, no teleport, but we're going to check this play out one more time.
Into the charge here, flash for that extra damage, then the slow comes through, and it's a flash follow for the last part of the combo, though he barely has enough mana to do it, but he pulls it off.
Yep, Orianna no flash called at the end, and now for the top side play, is this, like, Cuz is just really happy that Hex flashes back.
Yeah, he really is. Cuz is just such an early game jungle player. As Zeus goes down very low, then Cuz comes over here, tries to distract Owner for just long enough. As Owner, I think if he targets Rascal here faster, probably does end up getting the kill, but I think wanted both, got greedy, and then the Q comes back up, the lifesteal comes through. and they both walk out alive. So still a pretty nice advantage here for KT in this early game for the Rise. That is really where we're at.
Yep.
Nothing else really significant in terms of advantages. The Twitch struggling in this early part of the lane, as is expected.
Yeah, he's going to be able to even out the farm just a little bit, but with this cannon here, it's going to eat a lot of the damage from these minions, and it should be that Gumushi can get pretty close. No, isn't going to be able to get the experience or the gold from the cannon, but the rest of the minions should go over his way. So like you say, going to be able to hold on to a decent CS lead as Owner now in the area. Paranoia not available yet. Pretty close to that level 6 though.
Yeah, he is very close, as you can see the experience shown there, but Zeus left on his own.
Yeah, no flash available. He is real dead. The Ornhorn comes through, but it's just going to run by. And so that is a free one.
Yeah, this will be a free Drake, of course, for T1, but I think the significance of a solo elemental Drake versus Rascal getting free plates to your top side is way, way in favor of KT right now, and I Faker will get a little bit of extra farm here, but this is a huge win, and I'm loving to see Cuz when he's in his empowered state where he's unchained and unleashed and he is just going to actually gank all game long. Like, yeah, he falls 12 CS behind at this moment in time, but it's at the expense of Rascal, you know, and finally KT are really playing around different win conditions on the map than just, okay, is aiming ahead, is he winning? Because he's just going to naturally become stronger as Twitch, as long as Guma doesn't get too far ahead here. So really liking this early game a lot for KT, and it's all in the back of Cuz, something we very rarely say this season.
Yeah, and I think when we do say that it's on the back of Cuz, it's often when it's his Poppy, right? Like, his Poppy just sometimes has ridiculous games. It's like him and Pyoshik. They just sometimes come out with this, with the really good Poppy angles, and it hasn't been for the last little while that we've seen it from Cuz.
Yeah, it's
definitely good to see it now. Yeah,
this series, I should say, not obviously this game, but. And, well, I guess it is, actually, because it was Owner who played it last times. And, like, I've always been very impressed with Cuz's Volibear, his Rek'Sai, and his Poppy, you know, because these are champions, and Trundle as well, honestly, for him. These are champions where you could just say, you know what, I will kill you.
Yeah.
And Cuz likes to, he's like, you know what, we're going to dive this turret, that is his playstyle. And when it's a meta that doesn't suit that, he struggles, and when he's having to babysit defensively aiming, he does fine enough, but he doesn't become the star player. It's not a POG angle. Right now, it is. Now, of course, the game is far from over, but just love to see it when Cuz is on his best.
Yeah, exactly right. He's going to find Owner here, but yeah, you're probably not going to be able to win that one. But Phase Rush is going to allow him to speed his way out. Rascal with lane priority. It's going to be able to move down towards this Rift Herald. Gumushi and Keria, alongside Aiming and Life, are in this bottom side, so a 3v3 potentially available, but Vikla is going to get inside track. That should mean that KT will be able to grab some control, but Realm Warp to come on forward. The ulti's going to buy a whole bunch of time as Cuz is going to make his way out. The Ornhorn comes on through, but the Needlework is coming down and Rascal's going to pick up the kill. And now Vikla looking for even more. It's a great defensive shockwave, but I don't think that it's going to be able to get T1 the advantage, especially with Zeus dead. They should still be able to stop this Rift Herald from going down, though, and that is great news.
And Vikla's so incredibly low, but Zeri left the lane, so Aiming is just sitting on this one. And the thing is, KT, I think, don't need this Rift Herald right now. Like, it's not a requirement for them to win this, and KT now pick up an extra kill here. Control of this Rift Herald fight was theirs for so long that so many resources had to be expended. Faker's ult's down, Owner's Paranoia is down. So KT could just very comfortably push the top wave in, and then obviously force Guma to catch this bottom wave. Now let's see where this Herald does end up going and how much value it gets, because I may eat my words on this, but considering the state of the game right now and the control that KT have at this moment in time, I just do not think they'll get a high amount of value, as this is just, again, great coordination set up by Cuz, picking Zeus once again. Faker has a really nice ult here defensively, and the damage he does to Vikla in this exchange, while Owner also has a nice spell shield, is what actually allows them to stop this Herald take. Also, Vikla eats a shot there from the Herald itself. So T1 not losing out massively here, but still a lot of gold now in this side lane. That is Rascal, and getting it ahead this early means that you don't just feel like, okay, it's going to be Nocturne who shuts this down. Not right now, like, not necessarily.
Yeah, and Rascal now with the wave right near his turret. You can see Keria and Gumushi moving up, though, and this was the kind of plate play that they made in game number 1 that really allowed them to move the game into the direction that they wanted. Good little knock up there as Rascal's going to dash out of the way of the final chapter.
They're rotating up.
It's the snap.
KT definitely want to fight for this. And the thing is, even if they don't force the full fight, if they could delay this, it's going to be plates going down to aiming. The first turret race.
Vikla actually deciding to not head on over. Does not have the Realm Warp available, as now Paranoia going to be used back onto the rise. Gets the flash out of him. But T1 not able to continue getting plates there towards the top side. It's going to be equalized by aiming on the bottom side of the map as well, as Rascal, once again, going to have to contend with a lot of members of T1 up here.
Trading a plate for a plate right now here feels very good as KT. They don't have a Herald. Vikla lost his flash for it, of course, but still okay.
All right, aiming could be in trouble. He's not going to flash just yet. Ambush goes down. Zeus is still going to breathe on him, but the Brittle not going to get procced. He doesn't have flash, but aiming's still going to have to get out. And Zeus should be able to claim himself a plate here towards the bottom side as well.
Yeah, solo plate here for the Ornn feels nice. As over here, Guma and Keria not going to be under the threat of death, but will not be able to be grabbing any additional plates themselves either, especially with Cuz in the vicinity. So just wave clearing this one out this is the world we live in. A lot of lane swaps, a lot of trying to get 80 carries plates, and the one that's in control actually gets to make the swap choice, as Cuz will be seen on this controller. But Zeus is really the biggest winner of this at the moment, as Vikla now has Realm Warp, but doesn't want to come over here, doesn't want to lose control of mid. This is going to teleport back to shut Faker down, who has a pretty significant CS lead, about 20 in his favor right now. And T1 have really played this last 3 minutes of passage of play so extremely well that even though KT had such a massive lead, a lot of that has kind of fallen by the wayside.
Yeah, well, Gumushi now in a bit of trouble here as the needlework was coming through. Here's the Realm Warp as well. As now Vikla looks for it, finds the Q very nicely, and the ult's going to do absolutely nothing. Vikla just secures it. Gumushi underneath his turret, and the assist gold actually going over to aiming as well, as he'd ulted off to the side. Really nicely played.
Should be some extra plates for him, and knows that T1 have to respond big here, dropping the Herald down in mid. Rascal's going to come over here, try to poke its eye out. But it will still connect here, but not a lot of gold being given to the 80 carry of Gumushi, still in the death chamber.
Yeah, and Zeus has really been allowed to come back into this game. You can see aiming up here getting plates, but the same thing has been happening for this Ornn on the bottom side. So he's got 3, and that is why T1 are pretty close in gold. It's 1.5k, something like that. But bottom lane farm has been going to the wayside here for KT.
Now, aiming has also been getting a ton of free farm here and a lot of extra solo experience because Life has been roaming around with his teammates. I feel like you said, the biggest loser here is definitely Rascal, because the lead he had, which would have been just an insane kingdom of side lane through the mid game, he now no longer has. And I think it's quite significant because if T1, with this Nocturne pick, you can shut down the side laning pretty well, but if you're super ahead as Rascal was, you don't feel as bad about that, as they're just going to force this turret.
Yeah. This minion wave is going to go down. Faker was threatening, but just barely going to stay alive. And that's one last plate. They've got 10 seconds to be able to lock that one down. They might be able to get over there and take that one out, but the rest of KT are going to be rotating over. Vikla completes his crown, and so the plate is going to go to the wayside.
Stopwatch up here for Vikla as well now. So this next fight here should be the one that KT looks to try to turn these Drakes around with. Blade the Rune King done for aiming as well.
Well, Cuz is just diving on top of Gumushi. Okay, the ult comes through, picks up the buckler and walks it out though.
Gets a cleanse for nothing really. His ultimate and Chilling Smite, so makes Guma a little bit more vulnerable for the time being. And man, this game is really on a knife's edge here because T1 are getting to the point where Guma has been farming for so long that he's going to be looking to buy a second item by the next break fight.
Faker having to deal with Rascal here, who's got a lot of needlework available. Let's see whether the Alcove Gaming's going to work out. Just the dash over is helping out here. Cuz is going to move on up, though, as the Paranoia comes in as well. Faker's going to go down. Can Owner actually trade one back? The answer's yes, as Cuz looking to make it underneath this turret and will do so. It's a 1-for-1 in the end. Faker for Rascal. Now Vikla here down towards the bottom side, just fighting against Zeus, but he'll be able to get rid of most of the minion wave and get himself out.
Yeah, you'd feel bad about this as T1 if there were plates available for Vikla to take, but he's just going to be deleting some minions here and autoing a regular turret, so not going to be too significant, but you could see the power of the accelerated Gwen here with this really fast Mythic. Just really difficult to actually punish her in a side lane, but imagine if she had just been given resources to actually continue to push that lead. They sacrificed a lot to give aiming a lot of gold here, and he hasn't been able to make the same sort of impact, unfortunately, just yet. So will be a trade of kills here. Rise also very accelerated in this game as KT.
All right, big on-horn. That's a flash forward just to try and get some fear off. They had the shockwave there. The triple knock-up from Zeus, though, as he's taking matters into his own hands. Aiming gets shielded up, but it's just not going to do enough. As now Cuz is running out, Rascal turns up, but he's way too late to this party. He'll pick up an exhaust on his way out, but that was basically a wipe here for T1 as they'll take Shirley as their reward.
Certified Zeri moment. Now, Guma doesn't pick up any of these kills, luckily for KT, but this is the power of these scrappy fights against a Zeri in the mid-game where, you know, suddenly the game could just end if KT give over that gold. Guma's going to grab this plate now finally with the interim, or rather the end of the turret. Plate faded away. But man, this is a huge turning point in this game for T1. They've basically leveled up to even up the gold here, and the theory behind the play is so greedy from KT. As we watch this, Rascal, of course, in a side lane feels good until the Nocturne shows up. So he's got a timer, or he's on a timer here to kill Faker. Does pull it off here with a little bit of help. Cuz steals the kill away, which is actually pretty annoying. And that's a trade 1-for-1. As we watch this flash play here for the Ornhorn. And KT have to be aware that at this stage in time, they do not have the damage nor the CC to win this fight. The follow-up knock-up is amazing after the wild growth is there, and Rich is just out of luck.
Yeah, just amazingly done. And the fact that he made that decision in like a split second as well. Absolutely amazing here from Zeus. As we've come to expect from this player, to be honest.
Yeah. 3 kills here for Owner. And it's not ideal either. Like that, you definitely want those to be elsewhere, but I mean, it's going to give him a little bit more magic resist.
Yep, you want to get some kills onto Gumiyushi as soon as possible here for T1. Exactly right. Faker is 2 assists away from 4,000, as we did make a slight error. Actually, no, he's 1 assist away. So we thought it was 6 at the beginning, then it was 5, and now I think it's only 4 that is required.
4 total looks like here, and he's very close to it. As aiming here now, again, starting to come online, but I think the Zeri is so much stronger at these parts of the game if everybody's grouped up for true 5v5s, which is why T1 feel amazing about starting this fight up on their terms here. No vision over the wall, but it's Zeus.
Yeah, and immediately, Cuz is going to deny a Bellow's Breath. Aiming's going to pop up. There's the final chapter. Ulti comes through to get rid of Zeus and the cat. It was a ult and Ornn get one free.
Bye-bye crown here for Vikla. Choke points still T1s. They've got a Zeri here. They've got an Ornn. No Ornhorn, but still with Extendo Beam, I just don't see any way here for KT. Realm Warp attempt.
Yeah, we are just going to reposition KT here as the Drake is going down low. Here's the engage onto Zeus. He's probably okay with that as the Shockwave lands onto 3. They do manage to take it away, and Cuz steals the Drake. Owner's going to fall down as well, as now Vikla taking a lot of damage. Gumiyushi standing his ground, but he has to flash to get himself out of the way. And KT just come in and take all of T1's stuff.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, too, like the build here from Owner, he's not that survivable. And without an Ornhorn, Zeus also flashless here in the fight. Is just kind of left out to dry. Faker's follow-up ultimate is amazing, but the Drake is stolen away, and the damage is there for the Rise, who's very far ahead in this game. And you know, you didn't even have to stopwatch there. It's a clean team fight win for KT, and they stop T1 from putting themselves on soul point here. I think if additional kills had gone over to Guma in that fight and not the Nocturne, I think he has enough damage to maybe turn this one around. As the Realm Warp here, it's like, okay, seems optimistic. Zeus is just completely left out to dry here. Look at Guma. He's just a little bit too timid to actually go into range of this Twitch because he knows that they're still trying to hold Drake aggro. They lose the Drake, so his sacrifice is not in vain. Does have to flash his way out of here. And things are looking now very good for KT in terms of map control, in terms of speeding this game up a little bit. And I'm worried about the side laning angle here too, because yeah, Owner went Stride Breaker and he can shut this this Gwen down eventually, but Rascal's starting to really get out of control.
Yeah, he is. This is actually a very similar looking, you know, gold totals for what Zeus has been doing to Rascal all series. This time around, it's Rascal that does manage to get the edge. Of course, his team played around him a whole lot more this time, and his Gwen is going to be an absolute menace as this game continues. 3-0-3 onto Vikla as well. Like, man, this guy's had a fantastic game. That last Realm Warp was honestly, like, almost game, like, it was fight winning, but it might have been, like, backbreaking for T1.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, too, is if KT botched that engage, and like say Zeus had held on to his Ornhorn, you realm warp like that, you actually might have just given Zeri 3 kills and the game could have ended there as well. So it was a really high risk play from KT, but they kept track of the ultimates really well. They knew that T1 needed to force that soul point, and Runins is done for aiming now. That's a huge spike for this Twitch in terms of straight up 5v5 team fighting. I was talking about before, Zeri was definitely the stronger AD carry in a true, you know, fair 5v5 fight, let's say, where you're not holding Drake aggro. Now, you know, it kind of goes the other way.
Ooh, Shockwave is going to be collected there by Rascal. Faker wanting to get a quick kill onto life, but he flashes to get himself out of the way. Still, high value as Zeus on a flank angle here, Bellows Breath. And the Ornhorn available here as in goes aiming, just frontlining on the Twitch. Owner almost dead, Faker almost dead as T1 are still running away from KT, but they still win out on the trade as far as the kill, but the health bar is definitely low on T1's side.
Yeah, they grab a kill, but they lose the fight, which in the long term means that they win because they get the extra gold there. It's unfortunate again an assist for Guma and not a kill. But so close to basically getting a double there was aiming, and if he actually is able to land that, I mean, it's super, super close here, then this is a completely different story. And I think the lack of vision here on the Ornn was really what actually ended up being a disaster here for KT. If they know Zeus is there, they just turn on him and kill him, and there is nothing T1 could do. But that control ward that T1 have in the brush that Zeus stands on is massive value, because he is able to turn this into a kill. They end up winning that defensive trade of like kills, I guess, because like they lost the team fight in terms of health bars, but luckily for KT, there's no objective for T1 to take to further this lead after that death of aiming.
Oh, no, manages to go back. T1 secure vision around the Baron. It's been alive for 2.5 minutes, and we know that both of these teams definitely very keen to fight around the Baron. As I still just feel like we haven't quite had that fight that tells us who's going to be able to take this. I think so much is on Zeus' shoulders with the ultimate, as Faker only needs one more assist in order to get that 4,000. We'll see whether that's going to be in a game-winning fight here.
Some of the AP ratios that were changed for Gwen make her go for the death cap a little bit earlier, so that's why you see this build here for Rascal. Even though it's not going to help him in the side lane, we don't see as much on this patch of the Dasher's Tooth. But, you know, Void Staff, I think, would have been another really strong choice considering the double force of nature that's going to really hurt his damage. Not only in the side lane, but in these straight-up 5v5 team fights, where you can see he's now just chunked out by Faker here, who's got a ton of damage to this Ludens build.
Yeah.
And so suddenly it feels like Rascal no longer really a big threat here, neither in side lane nor in team fights here, as T1 have a 2.5 item Zeri, and always got to keep track of Faker's ult, Zeus' ult, these two tools that can just straight up win T1 a team fight, regardless of Zeri. Could be any AD carry if those go off. So KT have to play so respectfully. And they have, I don't think, any vision on Baron here, but they just know that the T1 aren't doing it. At least have the, okay, I'm wrong. They do have one ward in the pit there.
Yeah, in the back of the pit. I don't know whether that's shut off by the control ward or not. But KT still feel very happy to take down the Drake. And T1 not too worried about a second Ocean Drake at this point in time. It's going to be the next patch where we're kind of feeling better about it. But right now, Ocean Soul, not exactly the highest priority.
I feel like T1, you know, it's a really cool recall animation here. I feel like T1 might have actually been able to threaten a Baron there and force a poor team fight there for KT Roaster, but think better of it. Decide not to. Zeri, 2.5 items, not 3. Not in a place where she's really going to be a heavy hitter unless all of the engage goes well. So would have been fairly risky, especially without vision of where KT was.
And 3 items for both of these AD carries is going to be an absolutely huge spike. It means that when aiming just decides to open up on T1, maybe he gets 2 kills, right? With that initial burst of the spray and pray. But he goes back, just gets a pickaxe. And it looks like it might be Infinity Edge third. I really do like Gale Force third on Twitch, just because I think that Mythics are kind of valuable.
Yeah, also like the extra execute damage when you're trying to assassinate either the Orianna or the Zeri here. Like closing the distance on them is massive, but also, you know, sometimes the execute there could just be so valuable. I love the Warmogs here for Cuz, because he's going to be trying to eat a lot of that early damage, then retreat in neutral fights, and then just heal back up and then come back in. Like, if he can eat Faker's ult, that is a massive opportunity to really swing the tides of battle if KT can weather the storm while he heals back up. Easier said than done, of course.
Yeah, Rascal actually dashing over. This could be dangerous positioning as Faker and Zayas trying to fight this one out. Steadfast Presence is in there, and Cuz gonna have to put that Warmogs to work here, and should be able to do so as KT lose control of the mid lane. They do still have a lot of wards in the Baron pit though. And as we continue the K-Ram, it's feeling like T1 are starting to get into the groove, find some of these angles. As Cuz is just going to get back to full health, and him and Rascal are going to start off this Baron.
KT starts this off, Realm Warp in.
Classic Realm Warp.
Okay, they're seen though.
Yeah, everyone is known. Half the health bar on this Baron as Owner is in the area. It's going to be a flip if they do decide to go for it, and KT not feeling happy about that situation, as T1 are going to say thanks for the leash as they pick up the Baron.
Buzz has flash. Got to be so careful about this. He's got ult as well.
Yeah, all information going to be available. T1 can cause a ruckus though. They can try and deny as they do just back away. Both teams had a bit of a go with the Baron, and both teams decide that it's not worth the risk.
This game is so incredibly close that just one team wipe probably gives you enough control of the game if you get Baron with it too, that you just walk down, take inhibitors out, and map control is yours for the rest of the game. If not, just the game ends there. Because you're starting to get to the point where everybody is well and truly fed and online. So I like the decision of both teams to not just 50-50 this game and walk away, and we will go back to the lull state, which I know is very boring to watch, but at least if you're a fan of one of these two teams, you know it won't just be a coin flip that decides it all.
As Rascal is actually in a lot of trouble. He is going to be immune though, as Gwens generally are.
They get the ult out of Owner as well with this.
Yeah, actually.
I think that's actually a pretty amazing trade for Rascal. It's just like, all right, I mean, you guys really wanted to get me, but you certainly will not.
Might give a little bit of a window to KT.
Yeah, it's not going to be the ult that decides, like, KT, you're like, all right, cool, Nocturne ult's down, we can fight this. But this is pretty significant.
Yep. Did you see, by the way, Gumayusi just completed his Infinity Edge.
Yeah. Absolutely huge. They do not know where Cuz is.
Yeah,
now
well, Faker does, as he's just going to sprint out of there. Steadfast Presence and Phase Rush, pretty decent combo as far as running fast is concerned.
Having a ward in that pit is really massive here for KT. The Drake, Drake and Baron pits, they had a lot of vision of her in this neutral fight here as the Drake is about to spawn. They don't want to lose a trade. Cuz!
Yeah, Cuz heroically charges on top of Gumayusi. He's not going to be able to dash his way out because of the Steadfast Presence, but he is able to flash and does get himself to relative safety. Now Faker flashing forward, running forward, actually finds the shockwave, gets a flash out of life, and Cuz is able to walk it out. As we are going to see some buttons, but not so much anything deciding here unless you count an inner turret going down for Rascal.
Yeah, that death cap really doing some extra value in terms of the autos here. As Rascal has a flank angle he can come on here with his ultimate with. Aiming, of course, the biggest ultimate down is his. KT Rolster looking to try to collapse on this.
Yep, they have a lot of vision available, but this Baron has not a lot of health bar as the paranoia does come through. Now KT going to try and coordinate. It's the Baron that's going to go down, but can T1 win the team fight as Rascal going down very, very low? Cuz just knocks into a wall and isn't going to be able to do too much more. He is likely to fall down as Gumayusi gets his first kill of the game. Faker gets to 4,000 assists. And T1 take a Baron and win a fight.
That should be them taking control of the inside of KT's base as well. Life.
Oh, he's going to get knocked up. That is Seafood for T1, given the particular skin choice there of the Lulu.
It was so massive when Aiming ulted in that last skirmish in mid, and Guma didn't. So he gets to take away the Twitch ultimate going into a big critical fight while still maintaining his. And that's a Zeri who, has an Infinity Edge, like you said, hit it right then and there. Now has been given the upgraded Immortal Shield Bow too. That's going to be Soul Point going over to T1, and they have full control over this map. This might have just been the backbreaking moment here for KT, because yes, they have this strong side-laning Gwen, but they won't be able to use it safely anymore once Owner's ult is back up, which is, going to be very soon here. And I think he was trying to hope for a siege of this turret.
Well, Zayas is going to turn up. Aiming completed Kraken Slayer, so it wasn't the Infinity Edge like I inferred it could be. So instead, he's going to complete the Mythic. Not exactly going to give him the extra survivability of a Gale Force, but does give him a lot more damage. As we have a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, this is just, unfortunately, for KT Rolster. They're not in the vicinity to actually do the damage. Look at how much Guma does in the neutral before KT even consider engaging. And by the time they do, it's like, oh, well, guess what? Hits a Zeri, you guys are all low on health, Twitch has no ult. Like, Aiming did literally less than 0 damage in this fight. He just doesn't have his ult, can't be close enough to T1 on a turn, or he will just be obliterated.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the same speed or mobility that a Zeri does.
And then Life, once again, having the Lulu experience like he did in game number 1, just going down as soon as a T1 member looks at him. And now, T1, after being down in gold for the majority of this game, are going to hit a gold advantage and should be able to use this Baron buff to extend it even further. They still have 1 more minute. As Cuz, he ulted. He's going to get that refunded just a little bit because he didn't actually use it. But he's not going to be able to defend that inner turret. Azona wrapping around.
There should be an inhibitor here. KT just don't have the damage to follow up on this. If Aiming ults here, you also have lost that tool once again. And Owner is just hanging out like, are you guys going to try to collapse? I'll turn the lights off.
Yeah, just keeping on threatening. His paranoia has been so valuable so far. And especially when you have an advantage. Yep, like you say, the inhibitor turret's going to go down. Inhibitor to follow, as Shockwave is not going to find Aiming, who manages to sprint his way out, and now a Realm Warp to come on forward. Vikla just kind of, Rascal by himself, as Aiming's trying to do damage, but Zeus just denying him completely. Now Aiming's able to try and kite this one out as Owner goes golden. Aiming's still alive for now, but the rest of his team is evaporating. And KT will unfortunately fall to maybe a pentakill for Gumayushi. T1 say goodnight to the telecom war with over 4,000 assists on Faker and the second pentakill of the season against the man that got the first one.
Beautiful play from Guma there in the end, but at the end of the day, it's KT losing map control for just 1 second. Not being able to take the Baron, not having that critical aiming ultimate there on the Twitch. In the last fight, you see they're trying to, as they roam more forward, knock the Ornn away, because without the Ornn frontline, maybe the Twitch actually has enough freedom of damage to actually pop off there. But it's Bellow's Breath that stops the Poppy ult from knocking him away. Not a very strong engage opportunity there for KT. And then, you know, Aiming's like, I'm trying to pop off, I'm trying to do the damage. And Guma's like, Rune and Hurricane, that's my kit. That's what I do. I bounce the damage, I AoE everybody, and I have the better items, I have the better ult set up here. And it was so close for KT, 2 of these games, but they weren't able to stick the landing in either of them. And man, KT, if they had just had a safer mid game there, if they had not tried to push that mid lane, end up losing a member, losing control of the game at that point, I think maybe they actually end up snowballing this game a little bit better, but just one mistake, and then Guma pops off. Taker with the thumbs up as usual.
Yeah, we actually get the thumbs up this time. There have been some games where we didn't get the thumbs up. This time, I think it's well deserved. I think KT fought honorably, but I think in the end, the decision-making from T1 was just fantastic. They see Vikla in the bottom lane, instantly the Baron is started. Instantly they get in there. And this guy was the beneficiary in the end, picks up the pentakill to finish off the game on the Zeri. And they do manage to secure it. I think Zeus needs a shout out, playing the weak side for the first time this series and doing so very, very nicely.
Owner too.
Yeah.
Deserves a shout out, dominated the early parts of the game. Arguably took away some of the gold from Guma there, but you know, was still able to do his job extremely well, used the gold very well, helped snowball the game. And, you know, the storyline of racing for first still a thing now. As that matchup against Genji on Saturday is going to live up to the hype as much as we expect with this 2-1 victory here for T1. And I just, you know, the exciting thing about these telecom wars is they've just always gone down to the wire this year.
Yeah, it's crazy. And this was, over this year, it's been KT definitely way further behind. But they always seem to give T1 a run for their money, or at least give us a show here as LCK fans. Absolutely fantastic to see. But it does mean that we are set up for the battle for first between Genji and T1, assuming Genji are able to win their first match this week.
That's right. So, and Aiming, picking the switch up with the Lulu just didn't feel very strong or very impactful. And, you know, I said I thought it was the worst part of this draft for KT. It felt really forced. And you could just see it in some of these team fights where, you know, if he gets CC'd, he's doomed. He doesn't have the same speed and mobility as Zeri does. And, like, yeah, he built Runins very early on and has the sap from the Blade of the Ruin King to try to slow people down and catch the Zeri, but he was unfortunately just kind of outdone by Zeri's kit, like, each and every step of the way. And The fact that they didn't have map control meant he was never able to threaten picks, doesn't have a Yumi on his back. Like, Twitch Lulu didn't feel very strong in this third game, unfortunately, despite KT having control of side lanes for so long. And honestly, Vikla having an amazing game of Rise just wasn't enough.
Yeah. He just spent one little moment in the bottom lane, and then even though he had teleport, the paranoia is so good. If T1 get control of the pit, it's so close to over. As we're going to listen to T1 as they close out this game with Gumayushi's pentakill. Going for Twitch. Yep. I think, yeah, we definitely all understood that one.
Look at Guma, penta. Get over here, he says.
Imitating it's said in the same way that Prince did when he was yelling at them. That's just really, really cool stuff here from T1. As we'll have a look at the damage in the end. Gumayushi definitely overshadowing everybody else, as a lot of our Zeris do, but Faker doing a whole lot of work. And as you can see, this was T1 fighting back against some mid-game deficits.
Yep, Zeri's win rate shooting up a little bit here in this series, and I think still a very strong pick to respect, especially with the Sivir being banned away. KT couldn't find the right laning answer here for aiming. I stand by, I would have really loved to see an aiming Aphelios game this series, but I guess I'll just have to wait.
Yep, you're going to have to. I think that as well, we need to deny Zeri Yumi from getting through. I don't know whether it was necessarily the full story here, but that particular combo has a pretty ridiculous win rate thus far. So it is now time to go over to the gentleman on the carpet space to take us through this telecom war.
Thank you, casters. We are the Carpet Spacemen, and we're here to break down game number 3, which was T1 eventually getting the victory. Quick third game, nothing to see there, as the majority of the gold graph was in KT's favor, but they were not able to put the lid on the coffin and hammer those nails through. And it starts with this draft. You and I, there was one thing that really stuck out to us that we do not want to see again.
Yeah, the Orianna. I'm just kind of baffled by your... I thought Yorick wasn't in this game. Bring the hammer and the nails and the coffin?
Yeah.
Man, but imagine if Yorick still existed. That would be cool. Champion isn't
Who's that?
I know. The Orianna was, to me, the most lackluster part of this comp. Even with all the shockwaves that he was able to hit, it kind of underscored how little the champion was able to do.
Faker made it look somewhat okay.
Yeah, because he just hit like multiple, but no fight was won off the back of that, right? What was great, and what is the overarching story, is that even though I think with T1, like falling behind in the mid game with this comp, it's not the end of the world, which they did. You, for one, were like continuously like, no, T1's still gonna win this. And as we saw, it was actually not the Zeri Yumi, although I do think that the Zeri Yumi is like incredibly strong, and specifically the Yumi was a big problem. I don't think the Zeri was. I think that 4-5 of Nocturne and Ornn was so big. Between the ability to start off fights without any vision, Owner's super immaculate pathing in the early game, always being where he needed to be, plus Zeus being, again, he did as much damage as a full AP Gwen, just being really good. And I do also agree with the casting the Lulu at this point. You know, maybe try Soraka, any of the other enchanters. I'm down. Yeah.
How about Fiddle support? Oh wait, I forgot he doesn't exist either. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, as it was the early-ish Drake fight that we did have. I think this was the 3rd Drake fight, and it was really the beginning of T1 actually beginning to get stuff going.
Yeah, as this start of this fight feels very questionable. But most crucially, they're actually not quite able to take anyone down here on KT. And this is where KT, I think, was able to actually apply a decent amount of pressure, and why we talked about the Orianna the way we did, which is watch the shockwave.
Huge.
Yeah, it hits 3 people, and like, it's just the damage is lacking. That's really the only reason why I don't like the pick right now. It just feels not strong enough.
Yeah.
And then KT is able to win a fight off the back of this. At this point, the front line is not really that tanky. Yumi doesn't heal as much yet. So as a result, they take a pretty convincing fight. and it looks pretty good for KT. They're able to get up to a 3k gold lead. I think they got up to 2 or 3 Ocean Drakes. So all things considered, you look at this and you're like, huh, look pretty good. Got good scaling elements as well.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. And actually, I misspoke. It was T1 who took the Herald fight,
Yeah.
and then KT took this
Exactly,
one.
yeah.
And that one was like a 5v3 on the Herald, which kind of got T1 back in the game. And then KT looked like they were going to take back over.
Yeah.
But it wasn't meant to be at the end of the day, because we can take a look at the Baron fight here in highlight number 2. And essentially, this was T1 playing around Vision extremely well. You know, actually the Zeri bait working out really well as well.
It really was, and again, I want to highlight like the combination of Paranoia, Plus and Ornn. Like, look at how far back KT has to play, and they don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Crucially, aiming doesn't have his ultimate here, as was highlighted by the casters due to the Zeri bait in mid working out so well. If you had a Twitch ultimate here, like you might be able to get something done, but instead it just kind of feels lackluster. You don't kill anyone, and we have not included the Guma Penta because, as fun as that was, it also at this point in the game was won. Like this T1, if they ever get a Baron, their Baron power plays are immaculate. Take the entire map, and then KT try to force as they should while they're trying to defend their base, but it wasn't really enough. So I think overall this just highlights that T1 in the mid game might have some issues, but their team fighting is still incredible.
Yeah, well guys, we do have the player of the game, and let's see who it is going to be. We were thinking one of either Zayers or Owner, but it will be Gumayusi because big boom damage due to the big number. And yeah, you know, 5th one here as he does pick up a Penta. See how many votes he picked.
It was 1-1 and 4. Like, I think he had a really clean game. I actually, as pointed out, I think his bait was very high impact. And the one takeaway from today that I do really want to highlight that has kind of been has been occurring over the course of a couple of matches is that Gumayusi slowly is feeling better and better every match. And that is very important distinction with how T1 looked. I think you can still criticize some of their macro, some of their mid-game decisions and how they take fights as, that's the problem. It was the split votes. The split votes got it done.
Yeah, we had one Observer, one Media, one KR Cast. We had a couple, Wolf as well as the Teddy from the Chinese cast going for the 80 carry vote. I mean, at the end of the day, his Penta was really the highlight moment that got all the fans cheering. So in a certain light, you can say, deserved there as well. But either way, guys, we should have the interview here in just a moment. I don't think it's just about ready. Should be in a couple of seconds. I believe we should have Ji-sun ready. Yeah, it's ready right now. So let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview, joined by Faker and Gumayusi from T1. Congratulations, guys. T1 is the first team to pick up 12th victory up to split, and you guys are back on the first place. How do you feel, Faker? Happy that we won, and also we had a lot of fights and skirmishes, and we won. So I think that's a good point. What about you, Gumayusi? I mean, there were so many people talking about LCK's best 80 carry without me, and today I was able to kind of prove myself, and this is gonna be the start of me beating all the other 80 carries in the LCK. And Faker, you played Galio back-to-back in game number 1 and 2, and it was undefeated so far in the Summer Split, 5-0. You make a lot of outplays on that Galio, so is that something you always prepare for the match, or is that something like a spur-of-the-moment thing? It depends, you know. These days, I think it's really important to spread your influence and kind of your pressure around the map and other lanes. So I think Galio is a good pick to kind of match with that kind of a playstyle. Do you remember this highlight? You were able to turn this fight around. You were holding on to the Zonias forever. Well, there was an action happening, fight broke out, and then I knew that I'm not going to die there. So I wanted to save my Zonias and then kind of make the opponent to actually dive even further and then turn it around. Yeah, I was pretty sure that I'm not gonna die in the first initiation. And KT Roaster played Skarner for 2 games in a row early on. This is not a meta pick right now, but it seems like T1 knew perfectly how to play against Skarner. So after I played Skarner in solo queue, everyone is just like following me, mimicking me, but I started it, so I know how to play against it as well. So I think we did a great job of playing against Skarner. And Guma. Owner has been hovering Master E on and on and on, but he was never able to lock it in. Did someone deny his Master E? Not really, but he never played it. And he never said he wants to play it. But it just got buffed recently, so I guess he's trying to tell us that he wants to play it sometime in the future. And today, Zeri Yumi was let through multiple times. Why is that? I think it's because of the Sivir coming back in meta. Then what about game 3? Were you guys confident that you will be able to get the late game victory with the Zeri Yumi? I thought better team is going to win. And Zeri Yumi definitely has higher late game kind of potential. And in the end, Guma, you picked up a pentakill, and every T1 player shouted for that penta to hand it over to you. I was pretty touched by the fact that everyone was so happy with my penta, and I was able to have a lot of fun after a long while. And Faker, you also set a new record, getting the 4,000th assist in the LCK. How do you feel about that? I'm happy that I eclipsed Wolf, and ever since then, I don't really care much about getting more assists, but I'm happy with 4,000 assists, and I'll keep working hard in the future. Is there any other record that you want to kind of break? I think record is not the main priority, you know? It just follows you if you perform well. And Guma Yuzi, how does it feel to watch the summon right next to you, making history and records? I will catch up with him in the future. Faker, any thoughts? Well, it might happen. Good luck. And Joe Marsh is here at Lowell Park with a drum supporting T1. Did you get the Joe Marsh buff today? I saw him drumming in crowd. I was like, who's like playing the drum? And it was Joe Marsh. So he was, yeah, out there playing drums. And our job is to always just do our best. So we just focused on, the game and playing the best we can. Any message over to Joe? T1 fighting. And this Saturday we have the big match of this week. It's gonna be T1 against Genji. Everyone is so excited for that series. What is your mindset heading into that big series? We won in round 1, and as long as we can play as we planned in round 2, we will be able to take them down. And recently, we've been getting a lot of 2-1 victories, so I really wish to get a 2-0 win in that series. I think Genji is a beatable team, and we're gonna take them down. And I'm gonna, do some ceremony dance after taking Genji down. If Guma do that dance, I'm gonna watch him dancing on stage. And this will be the end of the interview from Guma Yuzi. Faker from T1, back to the analyst astronauts. Thank you.
That's us. Thank you, Ji-sun. We're the astronauts here, and we're gonna take you through the standings now that T1 have won yet another game, which, for the meantime, they will be ahead of Genji. Of course, the game score matters, but KT as well. They tried their hardest. They were only able to pick up 1 game win against T1 tonight, but they're still in the running here for playoffs, no doubt.
And I actually feel like those wins are really important, because even if Kwangdong catches up in games, in terms of game diff, it's a colossal gap between the two. And it really highlights that our top 6 feels like in a league of their own. Then we have Kwangdong, and then we have the bottom 3. Kwangdong kind of in a weird purgatory by themselves. Where they're definitely better than Nongshim, Hanwha, and Bro, but they're also not good enough to win, except against T1, apparently. If I'm not mistaken, that's also their last win
Sounds right, yeah.
Because they had a 4-game losing streak. I don't know how it works.
And speaking of wins, we do have DK up against Halma-Life Esports. Later, we'll see if Halma-Life can pick up the upset, or will Damwon Kia be able to swing it home with the 2-0. But that's going to do it for us here for this one. Wait about a half hour for that second match, and we'll see you then.
They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
이어지는 2라운드는 깔깔 퀴즈.
챔피언을 퀴즈 설명을 좀 드리도록 하겠습니다.
네.
저희가 챔피언 웃음소리를 들려드릴 거예요. 그냥 맞히는 게 아니에요. 나와서 그 챔피언을 몸으로 흉내를 내야 됩니다. 똑같지 않아도 웃기다.
그럼.
웃기면 인정.
갑자기 우리 마음이에요 이거는.
진짜 말도 안 되는 웃기기만 하면.
말도 안 되고 웃기면 돼요.
네.
내가 잘하긴 해.
첫 번째 웃음소리 나갑니다.
코고는데.
코를 먹네, 얘가.
코를 먹는 그러니까.
중간에 하면 코를 먹어요.
저렇게 웃는 애가 있어?
어려우면 제가 힌트 하나 드릴게요. 세 글자입니다.
어려운 힌트로.
세 글자.
오케이, 세 글자.
세
세 글자.
글자.
괜찮다.
안 나오는 거. 세 글자가 기억이 안 나게.
자, 한 번 더 들어볼까 이 상태에서?
자, 힌트 하나 더 드릴까요? 포지션. 정글. 엄태?
엄태?
아, 좀 아쉬운데? 아, 이거 돌려나 아니야? 돌려나 그거 아니에요? 좀 더 보여줘.
잘 시간이야.
그렇지.
아, 이거 자, 그래서
정답은?
밀리야. 정답! 야!
브레이브리온.
두 번째 문제 소리 주세요.
진짜 어려운데? 블라디?
한 번 더, 하나 더 그러면 네, 딴 소리.
무대가 날 기다린다.
아, 진짜.
아, 흉내 내야지. 보여줘. 보스 한번 보여주세요.
오케이.
보스, 간다. 정답은?
역시 스킨의 주인.
아니 이게 보니까 대사를 들면 아는데 웃음소리가 쉽지 않네요.
어려워.
네.
이거는. 세 번째 문제 들어주세요.
순눈으로 피해 정화를
이거 너무 쉽다. 이거 너무 쉽다. 대사 나왔으면 이미 끝났지.
몰라요 이거?
은으로 피의 정화를.
정환아 너무한다 진짜.
진짜 이거는 해놔. 솔직히. 해놔.
너 알지? 너 나와! 너 알잖아!
아무거나 해.
너 모른 척 하지 마! 자, 한번
자, 빨리
가세요.
보여줘요. 정답은? 정답! 순은으로 해서 은화살.
자, 이렇게 해서 깔깔 퀴즈 챔피언을 맞춰라니 프레디 프리온이 승리하며 축하합니다!
3라운드의 승자를 가릴 그 코너는 바로 박
퀴즈! 아,
네,
좋습니다.
박 퀴즈입니다. TV에서 2명의 대표 선수를 뽑아주시는데 아무래도 오늘 이 선수 너무 사렸다.
좀 부진했다.
1인분 해야 된다.
네. 소드랑 딜라이트? 앉아. 자, 이쪽 소드랑 딜라이트.
상동이랑 승복이 나와. 먼저 나. 말 제일 없는 사람이 둘이다.
이거 나 탈 수 있냐?
너 못할 것 같아서 안 말했어.
이거 칸나랑 실비.
네.
뒤에서 보니까 형제 같네요. 여기는 소드 딜라이트. 뒤에서 보니까 형제 같아요.
작골 듀오.
자, 그러면 저희가 첫 번째 문제는 일러스트를 보여드릴 겁니다. 어떤 챔피언인지를 여러분이 맞히시면 됩니다. 첫 번째 문제 보여주세요.
자, 저겁니다. 확대한 거예요, 일러스트를.
일부분이에요.
일부분을 확대한 거예요. 정답 아시면
네.
끌고 나가서 정답 외치시면 됩니다. 칸나 달립니다. 칸나 달려요. 좋아.
브라운
아닙니다. 브라운 아닙니다.
도발 생각해봐. 강아지 닮은 것 같기도 하고.
소드 나가나요? 소드 갑니다.
소드
소드.
천천히 가요. 다치
네.
마.
소드 정답은?
나섰어요.
나소스 아닙니다.
네.
자, 그럼 너무 못 맞히니까 힌트 하나 드리도록 하겠습니다. 근육이에요.
근데
모두가 알고 있습니다.
알고 있었어?
모두가 그 말하고 있습니다.
알고 있었어? 그랬어?
그리고 무릎이에요.
저렇게 보니까 다르게 보이기도 하네.
정답은?
땡.
실비
실비
가.
갑니다.
자, 실비 정답은?
올라프.
올라프. 정답.
올라프에.
근데 진짜 더럽죠, 문제.
저런 식입니다.
저 해나 선수랑 갖고 계신다.
네?
해나도 한번
해나랑 바꾸겠다. 오케이.
나 이겨야 된다고? 아니 내가 모를 수도 있어.
두 번째 문제 보여주세요. 뭘까요, 이게?
뭐야?
일라고 이봐.
실비.
실비.
실비 갑니다.
허락 안 받고 나가도 돼요.
왜
그냥
에이스
그냥
이거?
막 나가도 돼요. 실비 맞추는 거 아니야?
정답 마오카이.
마오카이. 땡.
자, 엄지 바로 나갑니다.
우리 엄지 바로 기다립니다.
정답 갱플랭크.
땡.
뭐가 돼?
고스트가 뭘 눈치 챘나
무슨 거
봐요.
아는 것 같아?
맞는 거 같은데?
아닌데?
정답 아이번.
아이번.
정답! 아이고, 땜빵.
아이번의 머리 위.
네, 땜빵이에요.
나 못해.
너 나와. 평화를 좀 못해 이거. 자, 일단 선수들이 오랫동안 앉아 있는 걸 불편해가지고 농심은 바로 교체가 발생했고요.
자, 그러면 뭐 문제
네, 제가 문제
드릴까요?
드리겠습니다. 프렐류드 챔피언인 나르가 들고 있는 부메랑의 정체는 무엇일까요?
객관식입니다.
객관식이요.
객관식이에요.
1번 파이크가 상어뼈를 가공해서 만든 뼈작살의 조각. 2번 세주아니가 타고 다니는 브리슬 동족의 턱뼈. 3번 랭가가 두고 간 뼈 이빨.
4번 누누의 친구 윌럼프의 왼쪽 뿔 조각. 가나요?
가나요?
누가 먼저 가나요? 양보하나요? 양보하나요? 소드 갑니다. 소드 뜹니다.
자,
3번이요.
3번 뭐 정확히 말해야죠.
랭가
이빨?
무식이었는데.
랭가 정확히 말해야 돼요.
랭가 전리품이요.
아닙니다.
땡.
5번입니다. 볼리베어가 전투에서 휘두르다가 빠진 발톱. 자, 한 번 더 정리해 드릴게요. 마지막에 까먹으셨으면 보기를.
자, 고스트
잔인한 4번 누누와 월럼프의 갈비뼈.
자 일단 월럼프에서 땡!
땡!
형 들어와요.
자, 비디디 나갑니다.
비디디 갑니다.
비디디 갑니다.
몇 번인데 기억이 안 나.
비디디
1번 파이크 뼈조각.
파이크 뼈 조각이요?
팔조각.
땡.
아닙니다.
우리 왜 아무도 안 나가?
뼈조각이 뭐라고?
다 어렵죠 지금. 저희 말 안 해드릴 거예요.
정답은요?
근데 과연 정답이 맞을지는.
세주안이 브리슬 종족의 턱뼈. 2번.
정답입니다.
아 나가있다.
네, 이렇게 해서 최종 라운드 바퀴즈의 승리팀은 농심 레드포스입니다. 축하합니다. 네, 프레디과 농심의 3 롤파이터 명예의 전당에 오를 최종 우승팀은 프레디 뿌리온입니다. 축하합니다.
우승!
프레디 뿌리온.
자 어쨌든 그러면 또 우승을 축하드리면서 이제 우승팀 저희가 소감을 한번 들어봐야겠죠.
방송에서 봤을 때는 이걸 못 맞춰하고 이해가 안 됐었는데 막상 해보니 너무 어렵네요. 이해가 됩니다.
마지막 판을 못 이겨서 좀 아쉽긴 한데 일단 보성이가 좀 너무 적극적으로 안 하고 비디 선수가 약간 대충 한다 속히 약간 그런 느낌을 좀 받았지 않았나.
지금 일단 브리온이 대회 성적이 1등이고 저희가 8등이잖아요.
네.
왜 저희가 8등인지 모르겠어요.
비디디 센데? 네, 과연 다음 스트리트 롤파이터에 도전하게 될 팀은 누가 될지 많은 기대 부탁드리면서 저희는 다음 주에 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 다 같이 한번 외치고 끝날까요? 레디 파이트!
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for our second series of the evening. We had a banger of a telecom war. T1 were victorious in the end in 3 games, much like the previous round robin. But now it is time for Damwon Kia and Hanwha Life Esports to take the stage, and I think this one might be skewed a little bit further.
But it's important for Damwon Kia to make those words true, right? And to come out 2-0 tonight in dominant fashion, because they have a tough match themselves against KT later on this week. And they are still fighting for that top 3 spot, because of course, Live Sandbox is hot on their heels, KT as well, getting closer and closer. So it's a very important match to take. And to take it 2-0 is also important as well.
Absolutely, and of course with DRX just beating them for the 2nd time this season as well, they're licking their wounds a little bit, Damwon Kia, but they have been a team that's very, very good at beating teams that are on the eastern side of the bracket. It's getting to the teams that are above them that has been a bit of a difficulty. Let's jump into points of the match here and have a look at how this one's gonna go. And like we were saying, Damwon Kia did lose to DRX earlier on. It was actually a fantastic return to form for Pyoshik in that series. I think DRX definitely playing very well. However, Damwon Kia not really finding the form that we're kind of used to seeing this stage of summer.
Critically, if Hanwha Life Esports lose this series on any scoreline, they will be eliminated from playoff contention. Now, this is, of course, something we'll be saying soon about Frederick Brion and their upcoming matches, and Nongshim is very close to the same threshold. So, you know, with a few more losses for Kwangdong as well, like, we might actually have our playoff teams set. Now, the rankings is another story entirely. We'll need a lot more time to figure that one out. As Samdi will return. We did see Chani come in for about a week of play. I thought he was fine. He was serviceable. I think he and Samdi both do different things. So I'm expecting with Samdi coming back here, we'll see a little bit more prio on Callista and trying to control the bottom 2v2. Chani was a much more passive player.
Yeah, Samdi does like to really put the pressure on as much as he possibly can, sometimes to his detriment. But I do like bringing Samdi back just because he did have some high moments at the beginning of the season. Just not enough as the season went on. But Noguri versus Dudu is going to be our, just a bit of a spoiler here, going to be our key player matchup in this game. And Dudu has just been really good, actually. And it's kind of confusing me, Wolf. I'm not going to lie. He's been really good. Not against Noguri historically, though.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it is absolutely the key player matchup, though, because, you know, Noguri has looked very strong in terms of his laning prowess, but Dudu has been the strongest player on his team, and that's where he's found success, hasn't found as much success later on in the game. Speaking of later on in the game, the longer these games go, the worse it looks for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, that is an almost impressive 25-minute statistic here. But of course, it is one of those things where if you're a team that is this low on the standings, currently in 9th place, these stats are just not going to look very good, guys.
It's an extremely competitive season, you know? And, you know, Hanwha Life Esports, they went for the budget roster this year. It didn't work out. In terms of results, I mean, maybe it worked out in terms of what this team is looking for development-wise. Like, this might be a multi-year plan, but for the time being, you know, it's Damwon Kia. They've got a super team they put together. They got Duckdom and Kell on the bottom side. They got Nuguri back. Like, this is just going to look like a one-sided series in terms of statistics. We'll see if it looks like that on the Rift.
Yeah, and Damwon Kia need to dominate. Like, I don't think that we accept a good series for Damwon Kia as anything less than absolute destruction of Hanwha Life Esports. If Hanwha make them fight for this, then we're going to be worried about Damwon Kia. But first, let's welcome them to LoL Park as, like you say, Noguri Canyon, Showmaker, Duckdom, and Kellen. This is definitely an amazing roster, but it hasn't really found itself just yet. They were playing some games around that bottom lane, around Duckdom and Kellen, and we saw sort of from these Aphelios moments that things can work, but there have only been a few drafts that they've really been able to fully maximize what this roster is capable of, and they need more flexibility.
Yeah, Aphelios Tom Kench being the big standout. Especially here in the second round robin. So I expect the Hanwha Life Esports will definitely put some focus on that bottom duo here. It's very difficult to draft against Nuguri in particular, but he and Dudu both equally have Gnar as their #1 pick. It is twice as many games of Gnar for Dudu, however. But yeah, I think Damwon Kia have really put themselves through the test of what to do in this meta and have tried so many things, have experimented with so many things, and that we are not yet on the playoffs patch. We are not yet on the Worlds patch, so I think their biggest power spike is yet to come. well, they have to hope that they peak hard when it matters most.
No, you're exactly right. And here is Harmon Life Esports. The first time that we've seen this exact roster in a couple of weeks, with Samdi making his way back. Of course, Willa having his debut match last week as well. On Fleek taking a bit of time off, and we'll see whether that rest has actually allowed this team to find some form yet again. It worked for Pioshik against Damwon Kia, and now we're seeing whether it's going to work for On Fleek and Samdi.
Karis as well has not played a single game of Rise this season, but Rise is very rapidly, I don't want to say rising. He's going up the list. He's going up the list of priority right now. He's getting, a lot of play. And I think it is one of Karis' best champions, based on what we've seen from him across this year. So that's one thing I'm excited about for this series, potentially, is actually to get to see Karis' rise, or potentially to see him go on the Azir again, which has been his best champion, even though it's dropping in prio quite a bit.
Yeah.
There are some good points in this roster. It's probably doomed in terms of playoffs. Like, it's a bit too late for that discussion, but at least you can round out the season well. Is Dudu, number 3 in terms of damage percentage here, much higher than Nuguri, almost 1.5 points, in fact, over 1.5 points ahead in terms of what he does for his team. Notice his laning stats. Gold difference at 14, not quite as good as Nuguri's, but CS difference, he's got number 2 in the LCK. Average isolated deaths, number 1 there as well.
Yeah.
But I feel like Dudu is a player that we really have been giving so much credit to for every time Harmon Life plays, and like, nothing has really changed. He is still their strongest player. The Dudu stripe is not a conversation I ever thought I'd have, but I feel like I'm going to have it every single game except the time he faces off against Nuguri, right? And that's why this is the key player matchup, because your strongest point runs into an even stronger top laner. And so if you can't get advantages on the bottom side against Duckdom and Kellen, the gods of 2v2, nor against Nuguri on the top side, where do you find advantages here as Harmon Life?
Yeah, and this is the problem as well, because it's going to play with the mind games as well of Dudu, right? He's 0-6 versus Nuguri. He's never been able to topple this particular opponent. As you can see, there was an adorable Nah picture from one of our fans in the audience for Dudu, and there is the raccoon for Nuguri, who now doesn't have to worry about getting hair out of his eyes as well. It's been a week with his new haircut. Very used to not needing to brush that one out, which means that he is just going to be even that bit more powerful. But some of the stats there, like with the solo kills as well, Dudu being able to pick up so many on a team that's in 9th place is very impressive, but Nuguri in 1st place in that regard.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of a shame that Dudu is... It's just almost like he's not it's trying to play the same way as Nuguri, but just not being able to do so this season.
It's been a tough one, and to add insult to injury, Damwon Kia will have side selection and will be able to pick blue side here first, starting this series off. And unlike our previous series where Faker is not really interested in playing the Sylas, Showmaker, I think, will take every opportunity. He's 3-0 on the champion, so that's something you have to ban out as Harmon Life on red side. And Nuguri, he will take the Gnar from Dudu. It's doubly strong because he's one of the best Gnar players in the LCK, and you know that Dudu is so reliant on it.
Yeah.
Having blue side is so massive for Damwon Kia in a series like this.
No, I 100% agree. Let's see what their bans are going to be this time around, though, because, of course, we are on 12-13 for the first time here today. We saw already that the Sivir has come out. We saw a hover on a Karthus during a draft that would have been terrible for Karthus, but still, we did see it hovered. Looking forward to seeing what kind of adaptations are going to come through, because we know that Damwon Kia, for better or worse, do kind of like jumping on some of the new options, Belveth being, of course, what I'm alluding to there.
Now, as much as Dudu is Gnar reliant, 17 games, like just to put that into perspective, 17 games. I think that Kalista is something that Samdi has been extremely reliant on. It is banned away from him here, and it's also his most played, 1-4 on the champion, so a little bit of a smaller pool. Obviously, Chani, not a Kalista player himself, so I think you see the Samdi return and you're like, all right, I'm going to take away some strong bottom side picks. Let's take away the Kalista. Let's take away the Draven. And maybe if you guys leave open the Zeri, we'll take it. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see the third ban, that Sivir that you mentioned. And it's like, oh, you better not have left Zeri open or you might be in trouble.
Yeah, this is the problem. And also, Damwon Kia can do the same thing that T1 did as well. The first pick, Yuumi, that just seemed so difficult for the opposition to deal with. This Lulu answer that KT had really not working out this time around. Of
Nar-
course, Vista, different player, so maybe that's going to change things. But yeah, the Nar ban.
By Honda Life Esports, one of the very few times they will ever ban this champion.
Yeah, and that's crazy to me, right? Because do we need to ban Nar or do we need to ban Silas? And maybe now they need to ban both.
Well, I think they do, but that's the problem. Is like right now you could have banned Sivir, you can ban the Nautilus here as well, and then you just feel comfortable going, all right, well, we'll get Silas, and that's going to be great. Or if you ban the Silas, we'll take Zeri, and we've banned some of the best counters to the Zeri. Now, this is the big brain adaptation, is to ban Yuumi, because it hurts all of those things, except the Silas, of course, but it hurts all of the ways the bottom duo can go very well here for Damwon Kia. But you know what? They're not that interested in the Silas. They just want to end the lane early, and Tuktom is going to pick up Illusion.
I actually kind of love this, because now, what does Hanwha Life Esports do? They pick away Nami or something like that? With the Yuumi ban coming through there, it means that the Zeri more difficult to pick, and Sam D, he's going to opt in for the Aphelios instead as the
Silas,
response.
I think, is the best way to handle this, and then of course you could take the Tahm Kench before second phase.
Yeah.
Feel okay about this. You don't feel amazing. Obviously, any Tahm Kench lane into Lucian Nami can be abused. Now, the Lulu we've seen as an answer to the Lucian in a lot of different ways, but it's usually the Lulu Kog'Maw that's been the most common response that's found success here.
Oh man, this is a powerful draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's extreme. Like, you could dive super hard. Now I don't know if you even want to pick Silas anymore as Hanwha. I think you probably want to grab like a Trundle or some sort of other dueling jungler to help protect your Aphelios Lulu lane.
Yeah, or something to try and, like, the Trundle will be banned unless it's picked here.
Yeah.
Because of course it's what our LCK players really like, playing into the Poppy. And I guess theoretically Lucian isn't the longest of range, so you might be able to find some value. But it will be the Silas picked up.
Silas value on 3 ultimates here, actually. I mean, one of those, the Lucian ultimate, not as great as the other 2, but still, like...
You can ban the Rise as well,
yeah,
which has been the most common response.
There's the Rise ban. I think the Trundle ban comes through here, as you were alluding to. Make sure On Fleek can't play that one. They could even just go, all right, I don't want a Trundle, and I don't want a Xin Zhao. Good luck On Fleek. I don't think this is a Viego angle, and the champion pool has gotten quite thinned out. Wukong's still a pretty strong option for him. I guess that's another one you could consider instead of Viego.
Yeah, we saw that one banned quite a lot in our last series still, even though a lot of his stock has fallen just a little bit. Gangplank going to be taken away as well, of course. Aphelios' worst enemy is Pirates, and so he is going to be removed.
Yeah, the more I think about it, I think the Wukong is where you want to go here as Damwon Kia for this last ban. Because Cyclone plus Wild Growth onto Nami, who's very squishy support, is miserable, into Lucian, who's trying to walk that fine line with low range but harassment, but threatening. If the Wukong just like flash Trickster ults him, can be disastrous. That's due to second most played champion at 3 games. After 17, it goes down to 3, and it's Jax. But now they just take the Gwen and go, all right, cool, thanks very much.
So this has to be a plan from Damwon. They have to
hope
know
so.
that if they ban the Jax, then the Gwen will be locked in, because Hanwha Life Esports has the ability to pick champions also, and they get to do it faster.
Jace, question mark? Like, that's what I would like to see here. Or
Vayne top, the classic. As I think
Fiora's a much more reasonable option here. I was hoping for the Jace, like, hard control of the lane and very fun drafting with Lucian Jace with a lot of front-ended damage, but
Lucian Jace, and then they lock in Zoe mid, and they just go full weird
poke.
like poked style and Poppy for disengage.
Well, there's the Zoe.
All right, so they're just going to go 4-1 with a more poke-based composition.
It has both poke and pick here. It has a lot of hard engage between the Nami and the Poppy. Nameplates aside here, if I was not looking at Damwon Kia, I'd be feeling really good though on Hanwha Life right now with the prior picks they've picked up here, and they'll get the Wukong because they banned Jax instead. I'm like, I don't know, Damwon Kia. This is I put the nameplates on and I'm like, okay, I trust. It's fine. Don't worry.
But also, Wukong doesn't enjoy being into Poppy, right? Because you get the Steadfast Presence value.
Well, yeah, into Poppy when she does have Steadfast Presence available and is in position to block for him, but a lot of the time she will not be in position. If Tuktom is trying to go out there and poke, or if Kellen is trying to clear vision and he gets caught, like, she won't be there to save those champions in those moments. And I think the Wukong value in a straight-up team fight not that high, but I think a Wukong value in neutral around mid where you're fighting for prio on late game objectives feels pretty good. Aphelios' damage, scales very well into the late game with a really strong front line they have. Lucian obviously can scale very well too. We've so it's been shown so many games this season that Lucian is very strong as a pick champion who does scale well into blowing people up in the late game. But a straight 5v5 fight, not as much. Now I have the Nami ultimate. There's a lot of engaged tools here for Damwon and Kia, but my biggest fear for Damwon, again, if I took the nameplates away, would be, will Duckdom be able to walk that line between trying to push lanes, trying to farm, harassing the enemy carries, but also not getting caught by Wukong and being instantly blown up or getting caught by Sylas when that comes through. I think Duckdom is pretty good at walking that line, though.
No, I agree. I also wonder whether Damwon Kia are once again going to have their eyes towards the bottom lane. I think the Damwon Kia that I've liked the look of the most so far this season has been their more Dokdam-focused drafts. And this, once again, is going to be a Dokdam-focused draft with a lot of priority in the draft, of course. First pick Lucian coming through there, does have his Lucian Nami lane, and he is going to be responsible for a lot of the consistent damage. Nogri, of course, going to be splitting as much as he can. The rest of the team, it's all about disengage and finding the correct angles for these back massages.
It's going to be so hard for Samdi and Vista because OnFleek won't be able to help out very well as a Wukong against these early Poppy ganks. It's blue side Poppy fighting over the blue buff and stuff like this. I mean, this is so strong for Damwon.
No, I agree. Let's see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift for game number 1. All right. We're making their way out onto the Rift. Not going to see any invades to start this one off. As I say that, maybe we will. As Dokdam is just going to walk headfirst into Samdi, who takes a lot more damage than Dokdam does, as Showmaker shows that he took bubble first and he's sad about it because he missed.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but won't be a massive game changer in the early Sylas matchup anyways, because we're not really going to be hitting any paddle stars on him behind a minion wave. Unless Sylas is really messing it up. You don't feel good about it, though, for getting the last hits on the minions.
Yep. Means you're a bit less of a threat. However, if you just hold on to it, it means that Karras can't sort of level 1 dive on top of you with the 2 buttons that he can have available.
It's not like a lot of other mid matchups where you just feel miserable because you're actually just going to lose like 3 CS because you took the alternate ability.
Yeah.
As like Showmaker's still ranged into a Sylas, and he's going to be okay as long as he can time his hits well. And oh, look at that.
Nailing it. As this is Showmaker's Zoe as well. This is a pick that he has been very well known for throughout his career. And so excited to see him back on it, I believe for the first time, as I double check. Yeah, hasn't actually played it so far this season, which I find pretty difficult to believe, right? Because it has been so much his comfort pick for a very long time.
He's only played 4 games or more of 4 champions. Talia, of course, being the one that's been really popular with him recently, and now it's just permaban, so unfortunate you were doing so well on that one, Showmaker. So otherwise, Corki, Twisted Fate, and Lissandra. Sylas hasn't quite cracked 3 games yet, but he won't be getting that one on blue side this time around with the priority we saw on the Lucian.
Not exactly the greatest of win rates here, despite Karras getting his hands on the Sylas one other time. Wasn't to a victory. As, yeah, the Lulu win rate is suffering a great deal. 8 losses in a row, as the 2 life losses were actually in our previous series.
And
now
where are you at?
Yeah, Canyon is, of course, on the bottom side of the map, and the Lulu is, of course, dead again. As Canyon might take it. Nope, Dokdam secures it. We knew this was going to happen, Wolf.
I mean, literally, this has happened every single game where there's a Poppy and a strong bottom 2v2 at level 2. It happens every time. It's the point of the Poppy in the draft in this case. It's not. This Poppy was not picked for, like, Baron control with her ultimate. That's going to be value she gets later on. But to be this far up in the Lucian lane where Duckdom and Kellen are literally baiting you in, like, they're like, all right, yeah, come down here. OnFleek is nowhere nearby. He's on the other side of the rift. You can't be making plays like that. I mean, we're past this, Hanwha. We are way past this. Like, you make this mistake in week 1 and week 2 this season, I'm like, oh, yeah, well, we're still settling into this Lucian meta. No.
Yeah.
Cannot be making mistakes like that.
Yeah, this is disappointed Dad Wolf, everyone. And When we bring him out, we try not to as much as possible, but I think it was necessary this time as we see Canyon come in for the quintessential Poppy gang.
Yeah. Just very simple here. Heal, use to try to save Vista, but not going to be enough. As Samdi at least doesn't have to use his flash.
Yep.
And if he dies and not the Lulu, then this is like, well, do we even have to watch the rest of the game? So luckily he will still be able to CS. But like this is, like you cannot be up like that. I'm frustrated. I'm angry, Dad Wolf.
Yeah, no, we can hear it. It's breaking our hearts, Wolf. And hopefully Humble Life Esports can take some precautions as this game goes on. I do want to talk about the genius of the Zoe pick as well. Zoe was historically a pick that was opted into the Silas, as Dudu is fighting against Noguri here, doing a great job actually, as we can see. The new and slightly improved Gwen working out against the Fiora, kind of. But of course, Portal Jump, not exactly the most valuable for a Silas.
Yeah.
Him going forward and then back again a bit is, you know, it procs is passive, so that's kind of cool, but otherwise, you're not getting the same sort of control.
It's like 1 in a million times you could get something out of it. You just like pop forward, do a little bit of extra damage, but yeah, it's not strong, as you say. And you know, I think Zoe obviously into a melee champion like the Silas, you have a lot of power there in the lane. Even with the bubble taken first at level 1.
Yep.
You know, we'll see how it works out later on because both the Lucian and the Zoe are extremely good at just 4-1ing and looking for picks. You just repeatedly use your bubble, and if you catch anybody, they probably die to the Lucian follow-up damage, and they have Fiora side laning. So it's not like, you know, as Honor Life Esports, you can be like, well, I'll just ignore that 4-man push where they're looking for picks. You will have to match it, otherwise you'll lose out in the side lane super hard.
And so, Wolf, I know that, you know, we were in disappointed dad mode for a moment. Do you want me to make you a little bit happier?
Yeah, go on.
Noguri's gone towards a Sheen. Sheen doesn't do AoE damage. So therefore, he might be focusing on split pushing on this Fiora. And that could definitely be a good thing as, oh, that steadfast presence timing was fantastic from Canyon on fleek. In a lot of trouble, Karis finds his way into the team fight, but Showmaker is portal jumping around this battle, and Canyon runs a little bit too fast. So that is just a very comfortable kill for Damwon.
Yeah, really easily done. Unfortunately, the Poppy ult steal here isn't going to be very valuable here for Karis at all at the moment. And it will expire before an upcoming Rift Herald fight, so he won't have it for the next Rift Herald fight, although I think he'll much rather grab Nami's tidal wave for this one. I think that'll be the game plan if we do see a contest here for Honor Life Esports, which is not realistic, I think, considering the state of this bottom lane at the moment, as once again, Canyon's making a visit.
He is. Showmaker might just be dead, though, but the bubble timing! Oh, man, that was lucky, but when Showmaker's playing Zoe, it always feels intentional.
Yeah, I want to see that again because I don't know what when the follow-up CC was, or rather the ultimate that Karis uses there, he actually does get value out of the Poppy ultimate, probably because he set up a chain before that to get the first stun, then gets a second one and almost takes Showmaker's health out. Doesn't have really any items just yet, so the damage isn't quite there before the bubble saves Showmaker's life. Doesn't even have to flash.
Nope. And gets himself another Ignite. Replaces his Ignite quite comfortably there, as we saw. Grabs it from the ground. We're going to have a look at this fight from a while ago.
This is unfortunately Steadfast Presence getting tons of value against Wukong in the early game. Like, you mentioned it in the draft, like it's really rough into Poppy, obviously at the early times where you need that to get away here. Later on in the game, when Poppy is not the one that you're worried about when you're trying to pick the Lucian and the Nami, you know, it's not going to be as big of an issue, but was a huge issue when you don't have mid-prio as well. Don't know if we'll get another look at that Karis kill.
No, well, I mean, the Karis almost
or
kill.
the Karis near kill.
It's just, it's crazy to me that Showmaker didn't even flash.
Yeah.
Like, I was terrified for him. And he's like, oh no, I was never going to die there.
Yeah, I don't think he did, but he might have had, you know, Ghost out or something and just switched it back to Flash afterwards. So he might have used a different summoner, but we'll maybe get a look at it, maybe we won't. Not that interesting, as Canyon is just going to look for a gank here.
Yeah, Heroic Charge is going to do a lot of work. Karis gets the flash out as Showmaker was throwing the Paddle Star through, and on fleek, just a bit of a spectator in that particular moment.
Unfortunately, just not going to be able to commit. Just won't have the damage to follow anything up there. Did have 6, but be very careful, as this is just the state of this bottom 2v2.
Oh dear.
Here's the dive, and guess where On Fleek is? If you guys didn't know, he's on the red buff on the other side of the map. So now Samdi and Vista this time showing a lot of respect, and will peace out. Goodbye.
Goodbye, minion
CS.
wave.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it's so rough. This cannon is just going to go. Damwon, they have Showmaker in the area as well, and they can just farm behind the turret. Dudu is getting a lot of value here, as he does crash a wave in as well. He will be able to collect a plate, as On Fleek looking to take this Rift Herald, but Samdi can't farm. And that's not good. As Bubble's going to connect, there's no flash on this Silas. Canyon's going to find another stun. The Ignite's ticking down. Steadfast Presence is a little bit late, but it'll be absolutely fine. Cyclone comes on in here. Keeper's Verdict says, no, get out of here.
Yep, we'll keep that kill with the Keeper's Verdict, and we'll push you away. So no trade, and look, this is a disastrous situation. As yes, a little bit of plates go over to Dudu, but he had to back, and the reason why he was able to at least get one, I say plates, he gets one plate on the top side and a little bit of extra control of the top wave, takes some Fiora CS away. But the reason why he's able to do so is because Showmaker was missing in mid, so they knew, oh, okay, they're really hard committing to this dive. So Samdi walks away, loses a wave, and then they do commit to the top side there, the push from Dudu. But the biggest story in this game is not even the Lucian, it's now Zoe, who has been given 2 kills, 4 stacks of Dark Seal.
Yeah.
And she is half of this composition in terms of what it could do in the mid game with picks, and she's already accelerated to a state to where she could be valuable even on a Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, no, it's nuts, and we know the power of mid game Zoe. That's where she's so strong. And in the late game, Damwon have Fiora to back up on. They've got things like the Lucian, who's going to be building the crit, like you're talking about. Gale Force already completed and does do a lot of late game damage. And Canyon can make every single fight like a, 4v5, 3v5 with the Keeper's Verdict. And he's been playing this Poppy expertly so far.
Yeah, Showmaker can also do that if he gets a bubble and somebody dies. You know, like,
yeah.
Canyon's like, I could send him back to the Nexus. Showmaker's like, I could do it even faster.
I can send them to the death chamber.
When they respawn, they'll be in the Nexus, but they're not going to be in the Nexus as quickly as they will be when you send them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm worried for Hanwha here because it's a significant gold lead. And yes, Damwon Kia's comp wants to have a lead like this, but it's usually going to be on only Lucian having like a CS lead or maybe a kill there if it's a good game for Hanwha with this draft. But the Silas is really just not working out so far here.
No, it's not quite finding the value, but maybe this is like a Vikla style of game. As Dudu is going to get challenged, but the needlework is out. Nogari's burning down. There's the riposte, and oh, no snips available for Dudu. Man, that was very close for Nogari, though, and Dudu was so close to getting that kill.
Yeah, I definitely did not have... Dudu will nearly solo kill Nogari in Gwen Fiora lane on my LCK Summer bingo card.
Yeah, that wasn't on my bingo card either.
Yeah, and certainly nobody had he actually does solo kill him, but he's now up 20 CS. He's feeling very comfortable in this lane, and I think the changes to Gwen make it much better for her in this matchup. It turns out the Jax ban was a bit of a boo-boo potentially here for Damwon Kia, at least in terms of the one solo lane that is going very well here for Hanwha Esports. It is significant, though, if Fiora falls behind, so Nogari not dying there is huge.
Yeah, as Bubble, great zoning to make sure that Samdi couldn't get any free autos. He's still going to be able to run forward. Does, of course, have a Lulu there to speed him up. That'll be fine. Docton takes a bit of damage, but Ebb and Flow is going to be there, so he'll be all right. Showmaker now with a long-range paddle star to tidy up the wave, and he's now going to have access to this Rift Herald as well, and this is the Wolf turret. This is the classic Wolf turret in a Zoe lane. Very, very happy.
An accelerated Zoe who's getting a sleep as well while it's all happening.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Will not be the whole turret, of course, but it is very significantly damaged now. And I mentioned the top side of the map and how things are going up there because this is, I think, now the only win condition for Hanwha Esports, at least for now. Because, yeah, obviously the Aphelios can be strong later on, but, you know, you do, as Nogari here, want to be in a little bit more of a close game state instead of getting kind of dunked on right now as he is. And, like, Dudu has full control that only makes his side laning stronger later on. And he doesn't have to build even the Nashor's Tooth. You know, can just go straight into the death cap with the money he has now. Is going to grab another plate, it looks like. So feeling pretty good about at least that Dudu stripe that we always talk about this season.
Yeah. Certainly could be a pressure point here. And of course, the way Damwon Kia's comp works is it hinges around Nogari having control of the side lane. being able to get that shot. As Grand Challenge is going to come through here. He's able to actually lock down all of the sides, so that healing will come through, but the needlework comes down as well from Dudu. The lunge goes forward as Noguri finds the weak point yet again. There's another one to the side, and he gets so lucky with him and manages to get the solo kill. That's another one for Noguri.
Yeah, the unfortunate part about this kind of trading pattern here for Dudu is that you need to get 4 stacks before you can Q him. By that time, like when he's looking for his 4th auto there to have a fully stacked Q, Noguri gets another dash through. So, you know, he gets on the right side, gets a little bit lucky with the weak point as well.
I mean, I guess he was like right in the middle of the model, but it just felt like they were lining up for where he was going for his shots.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like, you need that extra one. So, I mean, you see that every time he was looking for these Qs is when he has maximum stacks, of course, on it. And when he gets down to this last moment here, he wants to get the 4, dodges the riposte. There's 2, goes on top of him for 3, but when he Qs, he's already dodged, so doesn't get the full value out of the Q.
And also gets the slight bit of information first. I forgot about that. It's been a while since I've played the Fiora, so nicely done from Noguri. Able to execute the Grand Challenge very effectively at the beginning. And now, as these lunges come through with the Divine Sunderer now completed, it's really starting to hurt. Bubble connects onto the Lulu. Oh no! Tidal Wave comes down, and Keeper's Verdict comes through from Canyon. They're unable to actually line up enough damage to finish him off, as Doctorm might make me look silly for saying that, but no, not going to be able to kill Vista this time.
Yep. And there's your, you know, there's a preview of what the 4-1 might look like, as everybody is just taking tons of chunk damage. Nuguri's doing it again.
Oh, right. Well, Grand Challenge issued one more time. This time, Dudu just solo kills him. All right, that's 1 for 1.
What is happening?
I mean, I guess Ignite was up this time, and so Dudu's like, well, I guess I just win these.
Also, he has his Rift Maker, which is quite significantly stronger in a trade like this than the Divine Sunderer, which has been slightly reworked on this patch. Not as much healing power, but Dudu is now going to take the whole turret. So I was about to say, like, before this happened, my next, like, topside, like, color commentary point was going to be, well, you know, at least now Nuguri is not getting totally destroyed in this lane anymore, and it feels like the 4-1 is viable. And then he decided to fight again, and now he's 40 CS down and down a turret.
Yeah, and this comp does rely on that Fiora working out. And so let's see how Damwon actually deal with this, because like you say, turret is going to fall down. Now Nuguri is going to have to deal with the dregs of his top lane.
And that means that you know, Honda Life Esports could just kind of play a little bit slower here with Samdi, who's still got a full turret up, and have him just kind of hover bottom lane for a really long time with no Herald drop available here for Damwon Kia for quite some time to take this turret out. So he can actually make Fiora's life even more miserable as he's at, okay, does lose his stacks here. Let's watch this one more time.
탑 1대1인가?
It looks like it's a top 1v1. I'm going for it. And then he just ults here. Needleworks are good. And I mean, that's part of the power of the rework on the Q, like not needing to hit the center there. It's pretty massive for him. Gets a lot of lifesteal, and it was a big mistake from Nuguri to look for that fight there.
Yeah, I think got a little bit over-eager. And also, when you don't manage to actually hit every quadrant of the Grand Challenge, it is definitely a different story. And as we saw, he was very efficient with it in his solo kill first time around. Just shows this matchup can certainly be very skill-based. The Cyclone comes down towards the bottom side. Doctorm presses every button and manages to escape. Yeah, but that is everything on cooldown now.
And got Kellen's ult as well. Okay, that was, I mean, this is a huge turnaround for Han Life Esports. They're in a really nice spot now because you just took away both summoners for the Lucian, have bot side control now. Based on just an illusion of we're just going to sit back and sit under turret with the Aphelios like I was talking about. Okay, we're doing it again?
Yeah, I've seen this one. I've seen this one before. As Nuguri's just trying to escape the needlework, does so quite effectively here, but he's on the wrong side of the map, lunging forward over and over again. Hanwha, Vista's lit on fire, but now Showmaker's caught out of position. He is going to have to go golden, but he is very dead. Not going to be an option there. Drake going to be secured by Hanwha Life Esports as well, as there's the Grand Challenge. Now Nuguri's trying to do it under a turret. Oh, they swap sides! Doo-doo! Oh, it was beautifully played. And now he's looking for the chase. He's got the health bar advantage.
He knows Canyon's not here, but he won't be able to catch up to him. Doesn't have Flash or Ghost or anything like that, but still is going to zone him out of a little bit of farm here and will survive. And Hanwha Life Esports winning on both sides of the map here, picking up a second Drake. It's Mountain Soul, which is massive, against the Zoe Lucian. If you actually end up stacking that one up, getting those extra shields and resistances will really hurt the pick potential here. the side lane argument, you know, it's still a skill-based matchup here, but it's looking like it's going more and more Dudu favored the longer we go on. As we're going all the way back to this, the Canyon ultimate here, completely worthless, and unfortunately they just leave Showmaker out to dry.
Yeah, I mean, Showmaker just got sandwiched, right?
Yeah, and I mean, there's just nothing you can do after that. And then meanwhile, Dudu is able to survive here as they do swap places. Ghost Q's early. We don't need to really watch this one again. Is over here in live. Yeah.
Oh, the side swap. As, yeah, in live, like you were talking about, OnFleek not going to be bubbled, and therefore, we are going to agree to disengage. Sandy dashing forward. Doctorm going to get stunned up. Oh, Kellen tried to block the Moonlight Vigil, but just takes more damage because of it. Karis secures himself a tidal wave as Showmaker does soften him up with that paddle star.
And imagine if Showmaker was not 2-0 to start this game off now in the game state that Damwon Kia is in. Like, look at how much damage he still does. That is the one shining light right now on Damwon Kia's. Yeah, Duckdom is still going to be fine. He's 1-0, has an Imperial Mandate to further his damage, but you could see that in fights like this, he Gale Forces forward but doesn't get a kill, has no summoners, and then is actually doomed to all the damage that the Samdi can put off in this game.
Yeah.
Showmaker, oh, just barely getting that one through. Well, it's a long.
Oh, no, it did die. Wait, did it?
No,
okay. He picked up the eye. I thought the eye just didn't appear, and I was like, oh no, was that really that close? But no, Harmer Life Esports will be able to secure it, so Shirley lives. Canyon now right in the middle of multiple people, but does get himself a bit of a stun. But meanwhile, Dudu going for a flank angle. Kellen gonna have to flash to get himself out of the way. Doctorm in melee range with a Gwen. That is bad news, but now Harmer Life Esports having to fight against the full power of Damwon Kia. There is the pick-off of the Wukong to even out the trades. Oh man, this is scrappy, Wolf.
Yeah, it really is, and I feel like I don't want to say the negative thing, but I will say a slightly negative thing. I think Damwon Kia's coordination around this comp needs to be a lot better, because right now these types of trades on the map are starting off very poorly for them, and the scaling aspects of the composition of Harmer Life Esports are so good that if you just keep trading evenly like this but giving over kills, then you're going to really hate your time later on. And this barely goes back into their favor as Kellen so low here, and then they chase a little bit far, Harmer Life Esports do. But it's a 1-for-2 in favor of Damwon Kia, and you know, this game I feel like should not be this close, but you know, here we are. Now Showmaker's 3 kills now, does have his Shadow Flame completed, and he is going to do so much damage on any target he hits. There is no magic resistance in this comp whatsoever here, really.
Yeah, certainly not now, and he is very accelerated. This is the quintessential Zoe moment. Everything should be sort of lined up, but like you were talking about, it hasn't been clean for Damwon, and Dudu has just been an absolute monster. He's been so good this game. And getting that flank, being able to keep Damwon honest, I mean, this is the stuff that makes it the problem. As Karis going to get electrocuted there by Kellen via Doctorm.
Dudu looks like he's going to grab a turret here for free, will be unpunished, so that's pretty good news. Nuguri will do the same.
Yep.
And like, this is actually pretty good for Nuguri at the moment, because if they were in a 1v1, I don't know if he'd be as lucky, would not be able to have that same sort of power. This is what goes back to the initial picks onto OnFleek, where Showmaker gets a nice lead. Now he's able to actually really be a win condition here for Damwon, as Karis will come over here and push this away.
Yep,
and
doesn't seem deterred.
I think Showmaker has been one of the most consistent Zoe players, along with like Faker and BDD here in the LCK at games like this, where it's like, okay, now it's all about me, and I do have to carry, and he probably will, as Dudu's looking to chase Nuguri away, and he will.
Yeah, Nuguri knows that, yeah, he's got an extra big stick, and that one's scary. Karis once again, keep his verdict. Still in hand, Bubble connects, as the Wukong's not exactly the best target. Warrior Trickster pretty good against Battlestar.
Look at him go. I mean, that would have been like a third of Samdi's health bar, even with the shield, if that connects.
Or it's the third of someone's, whoever's going like to try and block for him. Showmaker just continuing to look for these angles. Nuguri off to the side.
But they don't have a side laner, so these are the moments where Harmer Life Esports can be like, yeah, so you guys gonna keep fishing? I'm happy with this.
Yeah. Ooh, double tap there from Doctorm. Actually doesn't enjoy the trade whatsoever. Showmaker coming in from the side. Canyon as well, keeping himself in fog of war. There's the dive forward. Cleanse comes out from Doctorm.
Rift Herald dropped here. Time's ticking. Tom
Yeah, Keeper's Verdict comes through as Canyon not actually going to use it here. OnFleek taking a lot of damage. A little bit uncoordinated there on Harmor Life Esports' side. Tidal Wave now on cooldown though. Harmor Life do decide to back away. Without a Cyclone, it is more difficult to make this work.
Untitled has just not been having the game of his life tonight, and that play and the lack of real threat that Damwon was under because he ends up hitting a Zoe there is what allows Damwon to be like, all right, cool. It was really scary for a second there when you guys had a little bit of prio and a Rift Herald dropped, and we were trying to spring a trap, and then Wukong just came in alone, and then we push him away. He's ultless. We'll take the Drake for free. Thank you very much. That was a very close moment because if Unlife Esports win a skirmish here and then take Soul Point with Mountain Soul, this game gets blown wide open. And right now it's still very close. Like, don't get me wrong, like, Showmaker has to continue to be a god on this Zoe for this game to work out, but close call.
If Showmaker gets caught, I feel like this game is very in favor of Hanwha. Like, have a look at all of this CS that they've been able to pick up over their lane opposition. So much of this game is now on Showmaker's shoulders to make sure that the money that he has in the lead is going to be utilized in order to get a victory. And Zoe is one of these very finicky champions where sometimes you just miss and you don't do anything. It doesn't have like the guaranteed value that other mid laners do have.
Yeah, like it's Showmaker Zoe, and he's 3-1 this game. Doesn't have that many stacks, unfortunately, because it's been a pretty low kill game, and he did end up losing some of those early on. But he's one of those Zoe players that if he stood on a magic carpet as a Zoe model and held his hand out and said, "Do you trust me?" I would definitely, I would go on the ride with him. I would watch the Sphinx nose fall off by the Zoe paddle star at maximum range. Like, he just knocks a nose off the Sphinx. I'm like, all right, 2,000 gold ahead right now over Karis. So
please show me the world, Zoe.
But like, going back to the conversation we had about the draft, I think if we didn't have Showmaker piloting in this position, a lot of mid laners, I wouldn't trust that Damwon could get it done here. Like, I said the same thing in the draft. I'm like, this is a very risky draft. I think Hanwha Life Esports have a more meta and stronger draft overall, but their individual performances haven't been great.
Somehow Canyon was leashing for Noguri.
Yeah.
I guess. That's how we're just, that's how that smite worked. Noguri now just going to be shoving up this wave. You can see Dudu, I think, still probably happy to 1v1, especially with Ignite available.
Stopwatch and a turret.
Yeah. Although there is now an Executioner's Calling and Merc Treads for Noguri, so feeling a little bit better, but that,
It's really just about the vitals. Like, if he hits a vital, he's winning the trade. If he doesn't, he's losing it. That's kind of where we're at right now.
Yep.
Kind of RNG side lane here. But the Executioner's Calling is going to be pretty massive, obviously, against the Gwen lifesteal. So I really like that he's tech that, and he also has some extra wave clear with the Ravenous, so we'll have a minion advantage, and he's looking for it again.
All right, Grand Challenge comes down, actually avoids one of the needles. Definitely high value, but Dudu just puts his back against the wall, the classic. As now Noguri, I think, should be able to find another lunge or two. There's the weak spot, exactly where he wants it, but OnFleek going to move on over. And Karis is here as well. Okay, doesn't find too much, but there is the abscond. And there's the Grand Challenge working against Noguri. Oh, Karis, that was an odds on you, because that means that he just gets out. Okay, ooh, Samdi throws out the EDG logo. Isn't going to be able to find his target.
Yeah, not even Raja the Tiger would be disappointed with my choice to ride with Showmaker tonight. Like, my father would not be disappointed. Like, I would just be, I'd be like, all right, well, Showmaker's a Sultan tomorrow.
Prince Ali, absolutely.
He's just hitting these. I mean, he puts Samdi down so low with the Shadow Flame build here. It's all he needs. He's going to have a death cap soon, and that's when we're talking about one-shots here for Samdi if he's not at full health and doesn't have a shield.
And Vista is definitely dead. He's very dead if he's ever bubbled.
Yeah. Vista, he's looking like Iago the Parrot in this one. If we're continuing the Aladdin reference. He's about to get smashed on the door.
Yeah, or just full of cookies. I think, or crackers, I guess. All right, in goes Canyon. He's looking for it. Does manage to deny a Gale Force, but Warrior Trickster gets OnFleek out of there, and they do manage to save their turret at least. Now, Hanwha Life, 50 seconds on this next Mountain Drake. They have access to Soul Point if they do lock that one down. But Damwon Kia, the more they stack up with these Mountain Drakes, the more difficult everything's going to be for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, and I mean the vision control, the pushing power here means that like there's no flank angles for On Fleek. You know, he has been unfortunately very invisible this game, and you know, I talked about what he can do in these later parts when steadfast presence isn't necessarily an issue for him, but when Damwon have this much control, it's kind of always going to be an issue for him because Canyon's just going to be surfing around the 4-1. And now Fiora's in the side lane by herself.
Yeah.
You got to make a move here, Hanwha. You're going to have to pull the trigger and try to force a Baron, or you are going to lose out.
And Showmaker is just finding people, portal jumping, and this is what a Zoe from ahead can do, right? You can just inherently get so much more control with the vision that you can pick up for yourself. Even that Gale Force from Showmaker did randomly a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think Damwon Kia, it's been a while since they've grouped for Drake.
That's that bubble we were talking about. I'm a bit frightened. On Fleek's going to be the one to tank it for his support, and he now has to go home.
Yeah, I'm just imagining the parrot, like, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, no. Who is Jafar in this reference?
Yeah, I know.
Is
I
that
think
Silas?
I think it's Nuggery, actually. But he's, like, on, I don't know, but that doesn't make sense from, like, a lore perspective because they're not supposed to be on the same team.
Yeah.
So I guess it is either Dudu or Karis this game. I think it's, unfortunately, Karis.
Yeah. So Karis is, of course, like, because Jafar was the guy in the prison, right, that takes him to the Cave of Wonders.
Yeah, like, see, like...
So, like, has the chains. Silas, there we go.
He
sort of there.
He wants to steal the power of the genie away, but then he becomes trapped because he's got hijack. This should be a turret going down, at least here, for Hanwha Esports while Damwon reset. They do take 2 Mountain Drakes.
Yeah, well, that's a goodbye to a lot of the team members as Canyon regrets his decision. Samdi still needs to be respected. Okay, Tidal Wave coming in. Karis has one of his own. Well, he managed to take the turret.
It's time to start a Baron now. I mean, look, you got the Poppy ult.
Yeah.
And you got a turret. You might as well go for this. You don't have vision control of this choke point necessarily, but I mean, Showmaker can't be shooting fish in a barrel without any at all. There's a ward drop. I feel like they could have started this one a little bit earlier. Now they're not going to have a chance to, as Nuggery's just going to push this wave through so quickly. You lost your prio. You lost your chance.
Well, all of them are going to dive on top of Kellen. He does manage to press his stopwatch button, but he's likely to still die. There he goes. And the Lucian is taken down as well. The entire bottom lane destroyed. Hanwha Esports, they do manage to set up the gank brush, and it works out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, we didn't know if they were in there or not, but as it turns out, they were, and Damwon Kia did not have any vision in there. I think that's what our observers are really trying to show us, and they were, in fact, in there.
And they have no one to face check, right? Is Canyon going to try and deny any sort of access here? The Baron is still getting mad at Hanwha Esports, and Showmaker, he loves it when you're trying to take down a Baron, because he has you exactly where he wants you, but that bubble is not going to connect. Now he's diving forward on Fleek. In a bit of trouble here as Nuggery off to the side. They just want to get Canyon out of there, but he's not going to be able to find it. Bubble connects, but honestly, the Wukong's done his job, and Hanwha Esports, they'll take a Baron, and they'll have it for 3 minutes. Now Nuggery is, yeah, definitely in the wrong place.
He'll get out of here, and
he's going to be okay.
Karis has the Poppy ultimate, so there's no follow-up, unfortunately, for Damwon Kia to try to chase here, but that is going to be a Baron into Hanwha Esports' pockets, and now they should be able to use this to further their control, or for the first time take control of the map, and then, okay, this is, they didn't have any vision in that bush, nor did we as spectators, but Damwon Kia do pay the price for trying to push up very greedily there. I liked pushing the wave for it, but then they all just kind of walked into where there was a waiting Silas comp.
Yeah.
But now, Baron should lead to red side control, some deep vision, and then now Zoe for the first time really isn't going to be able to take free pot shots, in theory.
I mean, backfoot Zoe is much, much worse.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. This
Why are we
is
talking
going
about
to be
the
a
wolf
huge
turret?
deal.
And once you lose your turret as the defending team against the Zoe, she can move forward so much more aggressively, can, allow her team to take some extra vision deeper in the jungle around it when there's no turret to defend that. As Nuggery's going to sit over here in a side lane. Dudu does have teleport, but is not going to actually go and answer. This could be a huge mistake for Hanwha Esports if they give this inhibitor up.
Keeper's Verdict is going to be interrupted by Karis with his own Keeper's Verdict, as like you were talking about. Now Nuggery up towards that top lane, but with the power that Dudu has put together already this game, he's just able to push away the Fiora. As now Doctorm could be in trouble. Gravitum is going to come forward, but there's a heroic charge. That is going to be the pick-off onto the Lulu. This may actually be a fantastic power buy for Damwon Kia, time buy at least, to make sure that they can get back on track.
It massively will be, and Hanwha Life Esports wanted the greedy group up bottom on the opposite side of their defense of the top lane to guarantee an inhibitor, because there was not an inner turret down here that would stop them from doing so. But instead, they don't get the free turret mid, so that still stands. They don't get the inhibitor turret or anything like that. It was a really nicely set up pick onto Vista. Nuguri is hiding out. Dudu does have, of course, the Ignite.
Yeah, Hex Drinker done for Nuguri. Maybe he thinks that he can take a 1v1. Don't know about that, because this is 4-item Gwen, and
Void Staff.
she is very strong. We're going to go into a replay before a potential 1v1, maybe.
Yeah, very scary, as this one's pretty self-explanatory. Duckdom reacts so well, and the follow-up Nami ultimate here from Kellen is just a dead Lulu. Really nice reaction there from Duckdom, realizing he was going to be Gravitomed. He puts himself so far away, there's just no follow-up.
Santi has been able to get a lot of work done if he's ever given space. But unfortunately, it hasn't really resulted in too much, too many options here for Hanwha Life Esports. As now Nuguri fighting against Dudu once again, does manage to get the challenge down, gets the last weak spot, and there it is. He evens up the best of 3 in the solo kills between the Gwen and the Fiora. Maybe the Fiora has found her time. As Keeper's Verdict stolen away once again.
The longer this goes for Damwon Kia, the better, because Nuguri can just push down that inhibitor.
Yeah, they're continuing to fight this one out. Canyon gets back, but it's a little bit too late. Karis goes golden, spotted there over the side. As Showmaker looking to dive forward. Does he actually have it here? As OnFleek is going to be able to find the Zoe. Everfrost is good onto Samdi. Is now Kellen off to the side. Showmaker picks up his Zhonya's. He's going to use it there as now OnFleek's in trouble. Will be taken down. Samdi evacuated from the fight. And now Canyon's just going to deal with the rest of these members that don't do anywhere near as much damage as this Aphelios does. And yeah, escorted here by the Poppy as Duckdom's going to come down and say goodbye Vista, and then goodbye to Karis.
That should be the game, because now there's just not anything that can be done about this super strong push here for Damwon Kia. Nuguri gets an inhibitor. As Hanwha Life Esports were trying to decide, do we all back or do we turn on Damwon Kia, who are trying to stop our backs? And unfortunately, they made neither choice fully, so they end up losing the team fight and the inhibitor. As this is Nuguri just playing this one super well here. Odd dash, unfortunately, there for Dudu there. It's not going to save him. Doesn't end up getting the big Q he was looking for. As down here, this is when Duckdom and crew are like, all right, if we just stop their backs, we get an inhibitor. And then Hanwha Life Esports puts Samdi in this bush. He's like, I'm going to back. I don't think I can look for this. And then he kites down, and they don't turn this quickly. They decide to back again, and then they go on to Showmaker, who's Zoe, who has Everfrost randomly, so she gets out. And this is just buying more and more time for Nuguri. Showmaker has Zhonya's, and then the follow-up is good here. Unfortunately, Cyclone not getting a whole lot of value for my man on Fleek this game at all. Like in any scenario, this Wukong pick has just not worked out for him.
Yeah, the Wukong really hasn't worked, and we know that like OnFleek really likes the Wukong. He also really likes comfort picks in general. He picked up quite a few POG points in some of the early victories for Hanwha Life Esports on this Wukong. But I think like the nerf bat has been rough with the monkey, and it's just not hitting the same way that it used to, especially not in this game. And you sort of see where some of the value is coming from. He stands in the front, and then he warrior tricksters to avoid bubbles and things like this. But really, it's kind of out-tempoed in the early game and hasn't found that much value this time. They did manage to get the 2 kills on the bottom laners. That's how they managed to collect themselves the Baron. But we'll see whether he's going to continue to find these sort of team fights, because the next one, they're going to have to win the game, I think.
It was also not Zhonya's, by the way, on Showmaker. I thought it was just his stopwatch that he had, so he hadn't used it.
No, he collected his Zhonya's from over the wall.
Okay. I didn't see
yeah,
that.
The classic just go and get one from the ground.
I was like really confused. I'm like, how does he have that much money?
Do you know what I think is really cute? Is when Zoe finds a watch on the ground, she gives it back. She doesn't keep it, you know?
It's really nice of her.
Yeah, you just use the watch and then you put it down again.
She had that, you know, the Everfrost as well in the middle of that fight. It's just Showmaker's getting all the value out of this kit. And he's got that death cap now.
Oh, Samdi almost popped, but instead he's going to be missed by everything.
It just feels like this game is a 1v1 between Showmaker and Samdi.
When really it's a 1v1 between Dudu, Nuguri, and a turret. And I guess that's more than one as he's sandwiched against the wall. The perfect strategy from Dudu. You deny, you're back. And that is going to mean that Nuggery's going to get taken
Are
down.
we happy about this game for Nuggery or sad? I'm like not really sure.
I think we're just really happy that he's actually split pushing.
Yeah, well, he has a Hullbreaker, so he was hoping that was going to be enough. But unfortunately, that one doesn't really affect the turret all too much. But, you know, he tried as he may. That means he lost the revenge. Side.
As Dudu is going to be discovered here by Dr. Yeah, don't know about that. Once again, bit of the melee range situation as the GA is going to be popped. Dudu's
I do know about
that. Is he just going to kill everyone? Is Dudu going to? Yes, he is! It's a triple for the Gwen!
I guess he's just a big taunt on the map, and Damwon Kia just can't help themselves but to run at the Gwen, because that's what happened to Nuggery twice this game already.
I mean,
and then Damwon are like, you know what, I think we could all beat him right in a 4v1 right now.
So now it's Nuggery and Showmaker that are now just going to have to try and defend against 5 members of Harmon Life Esports. Somebody is still 0-0-1 with a billion CS, so he's got so much damage. They are just going to walk down this mid lane. How are they supposed to stop this? Nuggery's still top lane.
Not a good look, Damwon
Kia. Oh no, what a disaster.
What a tragic way to lose a game where 5, I dare say 5 of the most prolific players we have in the country of South Korea. And they all die to one man due to the stripe on the gold graph, the one man who could take a lead.
Do you believe it, Wolf? Is he just the greatest top lane? Well, no, he's not, because Zeus exists, but still, a phenomenal game.
He was Robert Williams in the Aladdin reference. It was him. He was the genie.
He was actually the genie. He was amazing. But the reason why we were so, like, I was quite disappointed towards the end there is because Damwon Kia should know better than to lose to a play like that.
Yeah, also Damwon Kia, when they got the top inhibitor win and wiped the rest of the team, they could have pushed their advantage so much further in multiple lanes, but they backed. They were looking for greedy win conditions. We're going to go back to this. As, I mean, look at him, 3 vitals, 4th one against the wall here. And every single time, man, Dudu knows how to play this matchup. He holds the vital against the wall, has the turret, and it's a misplay by Nuggery. This time, he's got his Q stacked, holds his mist, in Zonia's, by the way, so not even the best play he could have made. Like, he could have actually used those a little bit better, but he just does so much damage. He's got a Void Staff, he's got Rift Maker, which is non-stop proccing. No magic resistance really to speak of across the comp here of Damwon Kia, and they just get 1v4'd, get wrecked, just lose the game. I don't know. Dudu 40,000 damage nearly on this Gwen.
And this was blue side for Damwon, Wolf. Oh my goodness, yeah, 38.1k. I think that it's a 13 out of 13 in my book. I'd vote 13 times for Dudu after that play top lane, but also just all of his plays in general.
Remember when they banned Jax?
Yeah. Oh dear.
This was not as much of a win as it was a loss for Damwon Kia.
That's what it sort of felt like here, but we'll have to hear what the gentlemen on the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space have to say about that. We are going to go to a short break, but we'll hear from them right after.
상겸이 형. 야, 루시안 타? 아, 나 탑이다. 이거 봐줄래? 이거 봐줄래? 봐줄게. 야, 이거 봐줘. 봐줄게. 싸움 보자. 루시안 갈 뻔했어. 이거 잘했어. 뭐야, 잘했다, 야. 가자. 맞아. 가볼게. 나이스, 홍주야. 이제 끝내. 집 가자. 뭐야? 저 태봐. 천천히.
진정하고 조이가 불려 있었다.
근데 이번에 라인 클할 수 있다. 40초라 충분히 끝낼만해. 바로 밑에 봐.
가야 돼. 우리 가야 돼.
오케이. 이거 앞에서 50이 그냥 걸어.
공 빠지긴 했어.
그냥 걸어줘. 커져 써줄게. 룰루랑 나랑 가자. 가자. 나랑 그이랑 앞으로 갈게. 키워라 유채. 자 있어. 들어가. 오케이. 들어가.
피오라 탑 갔다 뭐.
야, 이거 밀어. 조이 못하게.
아래 몸 댈게. 끝났어.
서줘라, 그냥 빨리 서줘. 그냥 맡겨줄게. 나이스, 홍주야, 너 캐리했다.
이렇게 끝나네. 내게 했잖아 캐리 해준다고.
나이스.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and that was a game of League of Legends that we did just have. Gwen exists still, and even though it got nerfed about 7,000 billion times, it still can 1v9 entire games by itself. I think Dudu had some teammates there. I'm not entirely sure. Even if he did, it doesn't matter. Chronicler, what's your
I
take?
love Gwen. Yeah. That was great. I'm not tilted at all. I didn't even play the video game. So imagine how Damwon feels as. Let's dive into this draft. I think some of this was Damwon kind of making the game very hard for themselves because the first half of this draft looks good, a lot of power picks. We have seen the Lucian Nami drop a little bit in priority because there have been more counters. People have gotten a lot better at dealing with it. And then in addition to that, with the Zoe and the Fiora, you're really opting aggressively into a 1-4 composition where you go for pick. And that does hinge on, in many ways, the Fiora being able to beat the Gwen, which we reached that point, and then we also immediately left that point, and then all walked into Gwen, but I don't want to talk about that because it's very upsetting. And I do think that in terms of power picks going over, the Hanwha the Wukong really didn't hit home for me, especially into Poppy. I think that pick, really, there are so many better junglers out there right now that you can pick, both into Poppy and just in general. But the Sylas, good power pick. Aphelios, Lulu, we've seen Lulu in particular actually helps a lot with the pressure that Lucian gets without. You can polymorph him when he dashes in. And Gwen is self-explanatory if you watch the game. It got nerfed, by the way, and maybe next time they won't ban Jax, but they'll ban Gwen instead.
Yeah, I don't know about that Jax ban. That feels like banning Orianna.
It was a bait, right? Like they wanted the Fiora matchup.
It was definitely a bait for themselves at the end of the day. Let's take a look at the replays here because it starts off with the early jungle and mid 2v2, which, as we saw, was going pretty heavily in Damwon's favor.
Let's start with the good for Damwon. Canyon and Showmaker, and yes, it's against On-Fleek and Karis, neither of which have been particularly great this split, but still, seeing Showmaker and Canyon play extremely proactively and actually be able to execute a lot of these plays very, very nicely, get themselves a lot of leads towards the mid lane, is really good. It's a good look, it's something we haven't seen in a while, and we wanted to highlight it because it's very important for the setup, because in addition to this Fiora and Gwen matchup, which we're going to pay a lot of attention to in the next highlight, making sure that your Zoe is a credible threat is really important. Zoe Lucian really operates as in like hit a bubble, calling, or hit a bubble, trouble bubble, sorry, paddle star. Yeah, the bubble is the bubble. I'm still tilted, guys. Don't blame me. And as a result, I do think that the draft from Damwon was execution heavy, but it should have been possible.
Should have been possible, and this kind of leads us into our second highlight, which is more of a string of 1v1s, and this side lane was so important for this match.
And we're going to model a lot about Gwen in this, but we need to give full credit to Dudu as well, because I do, as the cast has pointed out, truly believe that he is. It used to be Karis, in my opinion. I'm very biased, but right now it's just Dudu. Hanwha Life Esports is Dudu trying desperately to 1v9. And as we saw, this matchup is favored for Fiora, given that you can, one, hit your 2-item power spike, and secondly, reliably proc vitals. And that vital part is becoming tougher and tougher as we see, as we go deeper into the game. As we just have a string of these because they are what is important. Then here, Nuguri thinks that with Hull Break we can do this, and he can if he doesn't dive. If he doesn't dive here, he wins this 1v1. And that wasn't the tilting part. This is the part where we go, okay, just ban Gwen again. It's not okay. We're not having
There's no ultimate. It's just
she doesn't even have her ultimate.
3 people running straight into a Gwen getting snipped, and then
getting one-tapped. Yeah.
You don't have your one guy who has grievous wounds. So she is healing like half her health bar on one big snip on.
She got nerfed.
She got nerfed.
Well, reworked, really.
Well, yeah, still counts, I guess. Let's take a look at the Dudu of the game. Everybody get your Dudu Dungas out in chat. 7-3-1 does not tell the story. Perhaps the nearly 1,000 damage per minute will. But maybe even more than that is the nearly 50% of the damage done in this game. This was a 1v9, okay? And if he doesn't get a 13 out of 13, there is something wrong. You have made the wrong vote. It's okay, we all make mistakes. But yeah, Dudu piloted the Gwen just immaculately and punished Nuguri for every single mistake.
Oh, not again. Okay, avert your eyes, please. As I'm gonna call out Damwon going for. I don't even know if it matters, especially with
Probably wouldn't
Karas.
change anything.
Yeah, with Karas arriving and like him already buying so much time is very good. No keg W's in the chat. The reason why I'm so outwardly agitated is because I was just watching that game. Imagine being Damwon, and Fiora dying there is unfortunate, but with 4 people alive, they can't do Baron. You just wait, take it easy, but instead they try to go in melee range of Gwen at 6 items, and they get Gwen.
At the end of the day, too, it's Damwon. They should be the heavily favored team against Hama Life, and they did not play it perfectly. Had they just waited, been a little bit patient, more patient, and played it out a little bit better, they probably would have won this game anyway. So props for Hama Life for getting the upset in Game 1. Let's see what happens in Game 2. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I think correctly frustrated about how that game turned out, as Damwon Kia do lose to Hama Life Esports on the blue side. And now we'll see exactly where they're going to choose to go, as they might want a bit of a change-up, but they might also just go straight back there again and just not ban the Jax.
Yeah, I think we'll see some big draft changes, but I mean, that game is one that some players, like Nuguri is literally a world champion.
By the way, you were talking about a bingo card, and they literally had a bingo card.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Sign is very funny. Nuguri is a player who, luckily for him, has had insane amounts of experience, has also had rough games like this in China as well as in Korea, but he's a world champion, and a lot of players wouldn't recover from that in a series like this. A lot of rookie players, even a player like Zeus, you know, he hasn't made any mistakes like this just yet in his career, but even someone as young as him with a team of gods around him and supportive players like Faker might not recover from this in the best of 3. I think Nuguri will. I think Damwon will change up the draft here once again on blue side a little bit and play a little bit cleaner, but I said it from the beginning, taking nameplates away, didn't really like the draft that much. So much pressure on both Nuguri and Showmaker. And Showmaker, he hit it. Like, he did it. But, you know, unfortunately for Damwon, the rest of the map did fall apart a little bit.
And it's also very hard for a Zoe just to hard carry a game, right? You do need other pressure points on the map. That was Nuguri. The ball was dropped, unfortunately. Although, yes, in that 1v1 he did lose, but they, as Chronicler pointed out, they did not need to rush headlong into 6-item Gwen.
Yeah, I mean, some of his 1v1s were incredibly well played and was able to hit the vitals really well. Like, that's why I jokingly asked the question right before they all ran out of Gwen was, are we happy for Nuguri or sad? Like, this game, it's like really hard to know.
It's like 2-2. It was 2-2 in the end as far as solo kills between the 2 top laners. It's pretty crazy. Talia going to be banned away. Of course, Damwon Kia have used this as a flex pick very effectively. So far, it's going to be the Lucian ban instead of the Draven ban. So Damwon Kia wanting to mix it up, not wanting to go for the Lucian first pick this time around. As, of course, the Zeri went all the way through the draft, interestingly enough, in game number 1.
Yeah, the game was much more about for Damwon trying to get topside control and having a good answer to the Sylas. I think they'll be a lot more respectful this time around. I think, in fact, they will try to fish for the Sylas first pick themselves. Now, Zeri could be another angle. If we see a Sivir ban here, it's like, well, we know what's going on. Oh, the respect.
I like that ban, because that was the reason why they lost. So now Hama Life Esports needs to come up with another way to win. As Karas on your screen right here, what is he going to choose? Final ban here for Hama Life Esports. Let us see. The Yuumi was their final ban last time. Could be another option here,
I think
to try and deny the Zeri angle.
I think it's a good one if you want to put Samdi on the Aphelios again. Samdi had a...
Ooh, TF.
Ooh, that's Showmaker's other top pick here. The Twisted Fate ban. Rise is up. I wonder if they'll look for the Sylas here. Obviously,
the
Lucian's gone. Yuumi is very strong here. Looks like they're just going to go for the same option we saw. Now, Draven being up means that this one is instantly, like, Dudu's raising his hand. Like, I saw that was a Yuumi. That's not a bug, right? I think we got the Draven angle. Yeah. And Samdi, you know, like I said, he played great at Aphelios last game, was trading very well with Duckdom. In fact, winning as the low-ranged Aphelios, sometimes with his Gravenums and really nice late-game trades. But he loves to play the winning 2v2 lane. And Draven into Yuumi plus X, you know, 80 carry, that's going to be his playground. Is Damwon Kia will pick the Trundle into the Poppy. It's Canyon after all, and they're not going to be like, well, I like Wukong here. Not so much.
Yeah, I like that as well. This Zeri was definitely going to come in. I thought maybe they'd elect for the Silas, and then Humble Life Esports would have the option of just going straight towards the Rise if they'd like to. Instead,
Nautilus?
they just get to lock in their bottom lane.
Nautilus or Renata, though? Renata feels like super strong here, but looks like they will go for a bit of more comfort here for Vista.
Also, Nautilus, the depth charge has always been fantastic into Zeri. I'm very interested to see whether this is actually going to work out. Of course, you don't have as much sustain as this Yuumi Zeri lane, but the all-in potential is pretty nutty.
Yeah, it really is. And you will see Draven take heal, and he is ready to fight. Nautilus will take the Ignite, and it's very tough to lane in the early parts of this as Dukdom and Kellen. And we don't know the rest of this draft is going here for Hun Life Esports, but my money would be on Skarus just playing a scaling mid.
Yeah.
As
we're just not going to ban anything.
That was probably not the call, but but you are correct. That is in fact where the choice has been made. So
unless we just don't have a graphic.
And we thought this happened once, but then it was actually just they didn't ban. So
that's actually Teemo, but it's just we haven't seen it in like 3 years, and so I was actually I was trying to think of a champion that's like never been played before in the LCK, but of course like Viper and Griffin, they played Teemo, so it's not even, that wasn't a very good example. Sorry, everyone.
Well, I could tell you whatever Samdi locks in next could have been one of the champions that was banned there.
Well, Silas might need to get a look at as the, yeah, there it is.
Okay, so
NA and Silas.
Rise was the pick I was really feeling strong about here for Honda Life Esports. Is Showmaker could still play Azir. Ahri into this composition feels very high risk. Do not like it.
Galio Camille is probably where they're going to go. Sort of what I was thinking, you know, based on the Faker logic from our previous series.
And also, like, I think Nuguri will bounce back this game. I don't think this is going to be Nuguri playing Camille and then, like, making some bad choices in 1v1s and messing up some of those side laning angles, regardless of picking this blind, if he does pick it, which, considering that it's open, there's not a lot of great responses here. I would really like to see.
I'm interested. Does Dudu just go Jax Camille and we get another skill matchup in the
I think he should, and it's, you know, his second most played next to the Gnar, like we were talking about before. Of course, now it's tied with Gwen.
And so the front line for the Yuumi Zeri is what Darmok here are going to go for. I respect it.
So this is a 1v5 now. Dukdom will have he will have 4 players who will allow him to carry the game if he's given the chance to.
Yeah.
Again, I feel like you take the nameplates away, and I'm like, ooh, I don't know. That's a lot of pressure on one man to actually pop off, and a lot of tempo that you're going to need.
Is it the Kale? The Shyvana angle?
Okay, so Shyvana into Sion feels very comfortable. Obviously, later on in the game, you have a lot of side laning power here. In the mid game, you're going to have big spikes with the transformations, and if you can get early Drakes with Draven, which you should be able to do because you control the bottom side of the map, then she's going to feel even better here. Going to take the Ghost. So historically speaking, so far with Shyvana, which has been more of an LPL pick, it's usually played with late game hyper carries, which Draven, if he gets the right cash-ins, will be. And you have a lot of power up there on the top side into the Sion. Once you become extremely tanky, get your Warmogs way later on in the game, Zeri won't be able to hurt you anymore, and you can just run at her. You have Ghost, you transform, you pull her into the team fight, you have Nautilus.
Yeah, and
I'm going to say it, this time I'm not going to talk about nameplates. I like Hanwha's draft better.
I do too. I actually really like the Nautilus angle as well, like you were talking about, because of course the Zeri could kite the Shyvana, but depth charge makes it so difficult for you to get out of the way, and there's no Tahm Kench. There's nothing that can, you know, stop that from being a problem. And of course, even Tahm Kench doesn't really have the best ability to do that, as he will still get knocked up. But still, I kind of like it. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Decent angle.
At least, you know, this time around, there are a lot of ways for Zeri to get fed. And, like, even though we were like, okay, it's a 1v5 game for Dukdom, like, he has to be the one. He's the only one on this team that can do damage. He should be able to do that between a Sion, a Trundle, a Galio, and the Yuumi that's going to be on his back, empowering him nonstop this game. If he doesn't get totally bonked in the lane by this Draven Nautilus, then eventually he will get his Phantom Dancer, and he will fly, you know, through these team fights, doing a bajillion damage.
Yeah, very interested in seeing how this one is going to go as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 2. All right, Humble Life fans, very loud. But so are the Damwon Kia ones, as we have the Chicken Galio and Lumberjack Scion. Love the skin choices. Absolutely perfect there from Showmaker and Noguri. All right. Not going to find too much joy here. Just sweeping out, making sure that no vision is available here for Hanwha. And they'll get their ward down and just drift back. And as you can see, a lot of respect here by Hanwha, having a bit of an idea of what's going on here.
In the early game, the most important player for Damwon Kia will actually be Canyon, because he will need to come over here and counter gank and play defensively and camp the bottom side, where On Fleek will be pathing towards and then kind of camping and rotating towards. And once Kars hits level 6, he's going to be hoping to come down here as well and put the pressure on this Zeri pick. And without the ability to... somebody's going to farm some stacks. That's very cute.
Yep.
Without the ability to defend those Poppy ganks, then best case scenario, Duck Dom's should be losing farm and losing CS, or rather losing experience. So a lot of the power here in Damwon's early game is just on this Trundle, who's going to be like, I'm a pillar, and I'm stopping him, and they can't harass anymore.
As Vista is going to throw out a hook, and you can see Duck Dom and Kellen having to respect this Draven quite a lot. That's why it was on the ban list last time around. It allows you to pick things like the Lucian, like the Zeri, and if you manage to get Zeri Yuumi, then maybe you're just happy enough anyway, right? We saw this from T1, from KT in our matches earlier today. Tank in front line, then have Cat and Zeri, and things are okay.
Yeah.
Is basically the thing in the textbook.
Notice Samdi. It's his first pick on the Draven here in the LCK. However, in Challengers, he's played it twice, and it's a pick that he likes, and
yeah,
he's the type of player who loves controlling 2v2 lanes like this. Like this, he and Henna both, you know, two of our 80 carries at the bottom side of things, this is kind of their gig. Like, this is what they like. Like, this is the kind of lane I want to be in if I get the opportunity. So this is comfort for Samdi is what I'm getting at the end of the day. So even though he hasn't been the most famous 80 carry player, he's made some big errors across this season. He's feeling pretty good about playing into Duck Dominic Kellen. And Canyon is camping, like I said.
Yeah. Looking for the defensive setup here. They know that Poppy isn't in the area, as they saw that he came around and put down that ward. And then move back. Dudu fighting against Noguri here. A very different matchup. We've gone from super exciting, awesome 1v1 to Wet Noodle very effectively. Both of these champions are going to be just building tank.
Yep.
As that's the main thing that we've seen from the Shyvana, of course. She can build fun builds, but I think that they're...
Not in this comp.
Not in this comp, and also not outside of solo queue, unfortunately.
Not outside of the LPL, usually. But yeah.
Yep.
It has been mostly not fun builds there, too.
Yeah, even like, I think globally, it's like first item, Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yep.
Sometimes build some fun stuff. Like,
yeah, Blade of the Rune King.
Yeah. Things like that can come in, but
usually
most of the time it's full tank.
Usually you build like that into Gangplank only also, so it's not Gangplank he's up against this time around.
Yeah.
Well, Draven is pushing the lane, but notice that this time On Fleek Path down is helping out his bottom 2v2, and also when they got to the turret, they just stopped and walked away so that Canyon couldn't actually find a gank. On Fleek's going to come over here, try to remove some vision, will be successful.
Yeah. Now he's going to look for a back as well. Gromp collected by Canyon. He is even with On Fleek right now, and the top camps for the Poppy have respawned. So possibly some respite here available for Damwon Kia on the bottom side of the map for the Zeri Yuumi. As Dudu have to try and get out of the way of that Q. Burnout not going to be enough there in order to do so. And so we're just going to continue to hit each other with buttons forever.
It's a very annoying matchup for both players because both of the skills you want to dodge, the E from Dudu and the Q from Nuguri, both players are going to time those to try to deny CS, so usually it's going to get hit, but then you're going to be like, well, I hit you with mine, so you know, we're trading and it's okay.
and we're all just getting hit all of the
Like
time.
if you also
forever.
if you want to chase as Nuggery here, you end up getting okay.
Okay, full Q is going to land there, and Dudu is going to have to ghost to get himself out of the way. Nuggery's like, I'm not even going to flash. Because, yeah, I also agree that he may not have had enough damage there with the buttons that he had available. But still, Scion, very, very valuable here. And will get the teleport early from Dudu.
Yeah, press the attack for Dudu means that some of those trades that looked like initially were really terrible for the Shyvana, you know, he ends up getting his Q back, he hits on Agree, and then press the attack starts to proc, and he's doing a lot of damage, so played very well from both of these players. Dudu obviously going to go for the all-in now.
And now might actually get a flash out because he runs real fast with Burnout. Nope, not going to flash, and gets the shield back just in time. Dudu's not going to lose out on too much, and is now thinking about holding the wave. Should be able to do so.
That was really well played from Dudu. You know, if he dies in that exchange, he feels really terrible, but it'll be a teleport trade.
21.3, not bad.
Yeah, never lost. Has died 3 times.
This was similar to Aiming's win rate, though, earlier today, and we see he did suffer his first loss. As Karis is going to find Showmaker, who just predated towards him. He's like, no, this is my crap. And,
Canyon,
look at all of this CS that's getting denied.
Yeah. Canyon is like, I mean, look at Nuggery. He's coming bottom side here. Canyon's like, give me that, give me that scuttle. This is actually insane.
He's level 6.
Yeah, but let's see how many plates he can secure as they're going for the counter dive here. Flash and cleanse up for Samdi.
Yeah, this is going to be a 5-man on the bottom side as OnFleek has found Showmaker, so it's going to be difficult for him to get over here, but that is going to be a buffered dredge line, but it's not going to save Vista. First Blood goes over to the Trundle. Showmaker comes on in, going to get a taunt onto Karis. Justice Punch comes in. Showmaker going to be pushed back under the turret yet again, but he's able to walk it out. Dark here just get themselves First Blood.
But Dudu is getting a lot out of this as well, and you know, the CS difference here is still big. Samdi is still ahead on the bottom side. Don't know if this is worth it.
Yeah, well, Nogari's going to come out of the brush and certainly surprise Life Esports. Full health.
You're
but
getting plates. I mean, yeah, you don't want to be doing this one, Nuggery. You want to get back in that lane right now. No, he did not teleport to the bottom side or anything like that, so he should be able to, as he gets back to the fountain, instantly teleport. But Dudu was like, thank you for the money. I'm just collecting. We're going to get a Drake as well because they stayed so long. The trade favors Life Esports here.
And Samdi still has a decent advantage as far as
yeah,
CS
that's what I'm
is
saying.
concerned.
He's 16 up right now.
Yeah, well, Life not going to be able to take this Drake. OnFleek goes back in. Definitely an odd choice. He's dead. And Showmaker just going to Justice Punch him. That'll secure that one. Dudu not going to be able to steal away a blue buff, but does collect the Gromp. And is able to just walk wherever he pleases.
He's like, ha, delayed your back to the lane like this.
Haha. He's 18 CS in the lead, so that's at least 2 waves.
Picked up 2 plates as well, solo here, so that's 320 gold he's got in his pocket. Now he's got his ult.
Yeah, turns into a dragon, doesn't find the flame breath. And so Nogari is just going to be absolutely fine. Face check there from Showmaker, does spot the back from Karis. Yeah. Very odd series of events, Wolf, but in the end, the gold is even. So does that mean the game's even?
No, I don't think so. I actually think that Life Esports really won out on this trade. As we're going to watch, hopefully not all of this because it is a very long exchange. Nuggery is able to escape death here. OnFleek comes down, Karis realm warps in. Showmaker just barely gets out with the power of Yumi's healing here. If he dies here, this is an amazing trade for Life. But notice that Samdi is still here, and he's still going to catch the next wave. 2 plates go down top side. Nuggery loses a ton of farm. Then he goes back in here. And it's even less bad for Damakia also if he does not do this, but he decides to. And then Life Esports do not get this Drake, so this is actually a really nice turnaround here. OnFleek going back in, as you mentioned, was quite puzzling. I guess hoping that Karis was a little bit closer there than he actually was. Karis was like, no, man, I didn't say go back in.
Yeah, and they also saw Showmaker walk over on the ward. As Dudu is almost dead. There's the flash, and Nuggery picks it up. There's another solo kill. Man, that's what, 3-2? As OnFleek is going to get rid of Canyon and is now looking for this Rift Herald, but he doesn't have a top laner. Dudu also doesn't have teleport, and so Darmok here just, Canyon's just going to walk back and collect this one.
Yeah, this time Dudu plays with fire a little bit too much. This time Nuggery decides he does have the flash kill angle and will be correct in that assumption. We'll get it there. Dudu either needed to not trade as aggressively there or use Ghost to escape. He did neither. So that's going to be another wave of cash put into Nuggery's pocket here, and also really hurts that lead that Dudu had topside. Now he's still slightly ahead, but not the massive lead he had moments before. So I'm not sure which part of the game we're going back to here. It's just, okay, let's see how this trading pattern worked. Looks for, okay, he stays under the long queue there.
Yeah, and also it's the Roar of the Slayer slowing him down so that he couldn't avoid anything.
Yep, the ult doesn't hit, but does stop the queue early. Hits the slow, flashes for the last auto. Well played.
Yeah.
Nuggery.
Hits every button, and that's going to get it. But it's only 200 gold, so not a massive deal. Dudu, oh dear. Seen this move before.
He has Ghost this time.
He also can turn into a dragon, and he's going to do that. That looks like a Monster Hunter character.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
Kind of like a Rathian up there.
Yeah. The Magdala.
When are they going to add the, you know, what's Trundle's weapon called?
A club.
A club, yeah. When are they going to add the club weapon to Monster Hunter?
Yeah, that's what we need. Oh, man. They added an axe that turns into a sword and a shield before they added a club, Wolf.
Yeah,
I guess it's a hammer. I don't know.
Absurd.
Anyway, we're talking about Monster Hunter during this game. As, that means that Samdi is just taking plates, and in the meantime, Dom and Kellen up in the top side doing the same thing.
This is Dom's thing, man. He's like, if you give me the plates, I promise I'll carry. That's the deal. Oh, that was a, that was a hook.
Little hook, but final chapter is coming through here. Great knock-up, but it's not going to save the dragon, and that is a kill for Dom. That's his first one of the game. Kind of surprising, to be honest, with how this game has been going, but he's going to collect it, and the Zeri is starting to become a problem. Wolf?
Yep, 1-0-2. We'll go back and pick up an item here, the Immortal Shield Bow that Dom needs so desperately for these early fights. He's going to have that one now with a whole turret worth of plates going into his pocket. Well, not well, what was left of a turret there. Worth of plates. There's the Immortal Shield Bow he picks up. Going towards his Berserker Greaves, but unfortunately doesn't have quite enough to complete them at this moment in time, as the hook was really cool because it stops the taunt, but, you know, not enough to save him, of course. Here, really nice ult coming through from Kellen.
Yeah, dude is sort of overstaying his welcome a little bit.
Yeah, just didn't see the lane swap coming until too late, then just got greedy with the wave. It does have a 20 CS lead, and he is tank Shyvana, so later on, it's going to be okay. His small lead he still holds at the moment.
Yeah, gonna have to walk around this pillar though. Just takes a chomp on his way out. But that is just going to be even just fine. It's okay. Samdi down here by himself up against Dom and Kellen. Does have his Essence Reaver completed, but he's sitting on a bunch of stacks.
If he gets a kill, you know, on this next objective fight, for example, the Hunter Life Esports at the moment have some prio on. Gonna feel great. Oh, some hesitation. Do we just walk through? They see Canyon.
Yep, Dragon Form available here for Dudu. As Canyon's gonna get pushed back. Steadfast Presence comes in, but there is Showmaker. Oh, Draven manages to cash in at the beginning of the fight. And now the hook lands onto Showmaker. He's down to half health, has to flash get himself out of the way. Dom ulting and wanting to get back into this battle as Samdi a little bit too far forward. Has to flash and is going to survive for now. Oh my goodness, it was so close though as Karis. He's going to fall. Dom's looking for Vista, and he will definitely collect that kill also. And I don't know how worth it this was, as Draven did cash in, but everyone else is going to die.
Yeah, it was about a 300 gold cash in, so pretty significant, but it's Zeri who is getting multiple kills here, so you could argue basically getting the same amount of value as multiple cash-ins. Now, it's just one kill actually she picks up there. I thought the third one there was actually a kill, but it was an assist he picks up. But either way, now we've got a big Zeri problem on our hands. Hunter Life Esports do. It's not my problem. I'm just a caster. But Hunter Life Esports have a big Zeri problem on their hands. Also, Showmaker is extremely fed and will become actually quite deadly himself, as he has 6 Dark Seal stacks here.
Yeah, Showmaker just out of nowhere, kind of like just owning the rift.
Dom's like, can you stop getting the last hit on these champions? I'm actually supposed to be the one. They did not get the Drake either, by the way, so Hunter Life Esports will even up Drakes here. We'll find out what soul it is going to be, I think. There's one in particular we're a little bit worried about, the Mountain.
Also, Shyvana getting some Drake stacks as well. Feels fantastic if you are Dudu, as Samdi doesn't feel fantastic for him whatsoever, although he's surviving for a long time. Still, Canyon is exceedingly tanky. Dudu has made his way into the fight, though, and that is going to skew things in favor for Hanwha. Good hook is going to connect there from Vista, as well as now Dudu turns his attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, in this mid lane, Karis finds a fantastic Everfrost, but he'll still get knocked up. It's 1 versus 3, and yes, you have a turret, but that is a very strong Zeri at this stage of the game, with Noguri just able to tank the turret forever.
Yeah, Noguri this time wins out against the turret. They're 1-1. And he's 2-0-3 now. This game, very tanky. Atlas, this game, I mean,
It was kind of a cool idea for Humble Life Esports, and they've sort of executed in what they wanted to do, but it's also kind of also totally gone wrong.
I mean, it's like okay, Nuguri is going to get ulted here, but he could just ult out of it himself.
Yeah.
Becomes unstoppable. I want to say that I'm like, okay, I'm trying to figure out the best way to phrase this, but the bottom line is the bottom line is Damwon Kia are winning, but it feels like this is a solo queue game that the 5 Damwon Kia players are in, where they all have barcodes on their names, and they are winning. But it does not feel like a 5-man Damwon Kia roster beating Hanwha Life Esports here. They are all on different pages a lot of the time, and they need to be better coordinated around Showmaker on the Galio. And yeah, he's 2-0-4. Like, it is working, but it's been very scrappy, and most fights have been extremely close when they really didn't need to be.
Okay, bit of a hex flash there.
Like, Canyon's here by himself.
Walk around method. Keeper's Verdict is going to get rid of him. That will guarantee Shirley for Hanwha Life Esports, who are still playing on the front foot.
Kara's teleported when he had a turret that he could have killed, but now he's just going to walk away.
Well, I mean, the turret may still die, and if it does, then maybe work. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to die, though. We don't know how much health it has, but he was very close to picking that one up.
Deny the minions.
Yeah.
Deny the minions.
This has been a very interesting game of League of Legends here. And when we say the word interesting, we're usually not feeling very good about it, but I don't know which replay we're going back to. Okay, this one here on the bottom side. So Zamdi gets the cash in early on in this fight, but unfortunately, Zeri is mostly untouched. She's like, oh, you tried to hook me? That's very funny. I'm over the wall. And yeah, she doesn't have a whole lot of items at this point in time. Does get ulted as okay.
In the meantime, Karis is running, but Canyon has, Chomp. And that is going to be a dead rise. Not entirely sure how he got caught out there, but might have just been a vision advantage, as now a big dragon's going to come down, but a big gargoyle is going to follow. There's the double knock-up in the meat. Oh, no. The cat turns up, and everyone has to stop what they're doing and get the heck out. Now Samdi and Vista not going to be able to come on over. And Damwon Kia now 11-2 as far as the kill score, and the gold is starting to balloon out of control.
Do side lanes even exist? Do we even have, like, are players even going to get experience, or are they just going to kill champions and then kill turrets afterwards? Because right now, Damwon are just kind of roaming around together. Like, when I said stay together, I didn't mean this, but I mean it's working again.
I mean, what went wrong in the last game? The split push was, it just wasn't working. So I guess this time around, you're like, well, let's do the complete opposite of that entirely, forever.
Well, Karos wanted this blue buff. It is then Smite stolen from him. Then he's pillared behind this blast cone, where he blast cones into a queue. And that's how he died. This is where we showed up. We were like, I wonder how he got into this position. Now we know the answer.
And then Hanwha Life Esports doubled down on that situation.
And Canyon's like, I still have a pillar. I mean, it's coming back up. You guys are trapped in here with me now, and now there's a very annoying Cat and Zeri. I don't know what Cat and Electric Girl with like the big finger.
I mean, it's
shots.
Tom and Zeri. We do the Tom and Jerry for Twitch and Yumi, and then Tom and Zeri for Zeri.
This always annoys me, because how can you have 2 nicknames for 2 different things? That always bothers me.
I mean, it is slightly different.
This is like when in Overwatch, like everything was goats. Suddenly, I'm like, I mean, what is goats then?
I think they're a quadruped that can sometimes yell like humans.
Likes to ram into its
a friend of
fellows.
one. Yeah.
This game has been, like, Hanwha Life Esports really trading down on a lot of macro plays that they didn't need to take, and Damwon Kia just being the recipients of poor trades and grouping together to fight. And straight up 5v5 team fights have not looked great for Damwon Kia, but they haven't really been taking too many fair fights, as Hanwha Life Esports have donated so much.
Oh, well, Hanwha Life were grouping up, trying to catch them out of position. Speaking of out of position, Doc Dom is now going to discover a control. What Extendo Beam connects onto Vista as, on fleek, finds a Keeper's Verdict, gets rid of Canyon. That's nicely done. Now they're looking for the burst. They do manage to secure it as Noguri gets a fantastic ulti. Oh my goodness, Dudu now trying to peel in the backline as OnFleek's already gone down. But once again, the Scion value is absolutely absurd, and maybe Damwon don't even need this Zeri to pop off, because Noguri and Showmaker are killing everyone before she can even do anything.
Doc Dom's like, thank you for giving me a few kills this time, Showmaker. I'm really glad that on your DPS Galio build over here, where you got 10 Dark Seal stacks, that you just needed to get one more to complete it. 5-0 and 6. Dark Seal has been done for a while. And this is just a really nice combo. Nuguri sets up for it. He's got a cat on him. And then the follow-up from Showmaker is massive. And by the time Dudu is ready to transform, he's actually just hightailing it out of here, or at least trying to, as Draven can no longer compete with the Zeri damage in these team fights. Unfortunately, this game has gone off the rails. And yeah, that's a Baron. 16 kills to 2. It was close until it wasn't, and then Hanwha Esports just kept forcing fights as if it was still a 2-2 kill score.
But they have to. Like, their composition's not going to outlast this front-to-back Zeri comp, right? So, I mean, their only chance was like 10 minutes ago, and now it's over, and now Damwon are probably just going to finish this game. Although, we have been... I can't even say, but I can't say it. I just don't think it's possible for Hanwha.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
But this is not, this game is dominant as it is. It has not been clean for Damwon Kia. Now they're so far ahead that we don't even get to have the conversation about how coordinated these fights should look, because they just all press their R buttons. Nuguri presses his Q button, and yeah, they win the game.
And Nuguri tanks turret for 15 years, and no one really minds. And then this happens. You just walk at whichever target you feel like killing, and then you kill them. Because look at all of the CC. Yeah, Keeper's Verdict comes down. That didn't hit Doc Diamond, so therefore you're dead. This turret also dead. Inhibitor, dead. And Damwon Kia looking to destroy this minion wave as well. It's going to be dead, and then perhaps the Nexus will be dead after that.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have enough power here with the Baron to just push it down and kill it.
In goes the Lumberjack. Manages to get double value on the turret damage there. Vista's dead. Dudu now in trouble as well. The Q not going to quite connect here as, yeah, the Whirling Death not really doing too much. And Nexus turrets, both of them gone. Damwon Kia one out of this game and into game 3. And they will definitely get their wish. Samdi in trouble, but the Nexus dies before he does. And we are going to a game number 3. And I think that you could feel the aggression coming through from Damwon Kia. They were not happy that they lost game 1.
Showmaker popped off that game. Looked a little bit frustrated. So some of those early fights did not go cleanly in Damwon's favor, and if things are even 5-10% better for Hanwha, and we actually see the Draven start to get a lead, I think this game could have looked very different. But once Damwon Kia had a lead, they weren't playing side lanes, they weren't playing a slow macro game, they were just going to dive the Draven repeatedly, keep him out of the game, make sure he has no money, could pick up no income, no turret, and Damwon will bring us to that third game, and it was... what, 18-2 was the final kill score, something like that. It was a very dominant game from them once they started really getting control. Now, this time, Hanwha Esports will have the opportunity to pick blue side, and we might see another close game to close this one out. But a little bit of a frustrating series for Damwon Kia, because like we said going into this one, you really want to dominate 2-0. People are asking questions about where your form is right now. Are KT going to pass you? Or Liv Sandbox going to pass you? Are you really top 3? And dropping that first game, I think, really made Damwon be like, we better come back with a dominant win in 2. And eventually it is. Notice the gold graph really starts spiking up past the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, they sort of managed to get to the Zeri sweet spot, and then things were kind of over. That's kind of where the Draven needs to get his value. If he doesn't, then things kind of fall off a cliff. Definitely very feast or famine. Hanwha Esports, they shot their shot, but they've got another opportunity as we are going to go to a short break. We do have the analyst carpet space and then game number 3.
이번 라인에 박자.
갈게.
스펠 잘 몰라. 노틸 먼저 봐도 돼.
노틸 루플이야, 노틸 루플.
아래 타부터 일단 칠게. 노틸 볼게. 노틸부터. 천천히. 나 궁 있어. 박아야 돼. 유미탱. 대리 박아야 돼. 유미탱. 나 궁 끝났다. 노틸이랑 딜이 없어.
Lens gets up though. They're gonna make a fight here on the Nexus turrets. That's gonna be the play. The charm comes in again, but it's Megadar, and 3 of them are under the turrets. Prince is living though. They can't kill the AD carry. 200 years. Prince is gonna live, and a rocket hits him anyway, but he finally goes down. And the spawn of Ruler is going to be what saves the game right now for Gen G. 야 앞에 때려줘.
야호! 죽어라!
나이스. In fact, we saw the hook land into the ground. The solar flare also not going to hit. I think that, did Zeka just? No, he didn't. Okay, Canyon going to pick up that one. Follow-up engage comes in as Potion gets a massive play onto that back line. This guy is just insane from ahead. How does he keep doing this?
I think he'll take that. I think this has not been the cleanest end game.
They're trying to go for a fight here. We got the Taric ultimate on 2 as trying to get a front line here for aiming. Maybe he did just pick up that IE. Not sure it's going to matter as BDD is just unkillable. Flashes in, going to get into the back line here. Double kill for him as Vikla, he's nearly unkillable, but BDD is just a monster at this point, is aiming the last one standing. But the zoom in from Jonas Strong means that this one is over. Nongsin will bring us to a game 3. Pentakill here for BDD.
봐줄래? 이거 앞에 봐줘 이거. 나 펜타. 펜타다. 줄 수 있냐?
나 기동 5초. 풀었어. 나이스.
와우, 펜타킬. 태어나서 펜타 처음 해보. 와, 첫 승리다.
Yeah, Dove is going to get a knot onto Ellen into the wall as there's the assault and battery. Ellen goes golden. Fate just waiting in the brush, looking for his moment, but there is the kill. The bailout came down as well as now Fate is just dead. Kane still with a fair bit of damage here, but Closer finds the back line. He's going to go golden as well as Teddy was stunned up the backflip. So easy.
야, 리산 넘어갔다. 야, 써봐. 비고.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and that was a Omega Stomp. Took a little bit there for Damwon to get on the horse, but I guess after getting clapped, or I should say snipped by Gwen, they decided to play a little bit angry in this one.
Showmaker just wants to go home. That's all he wants every time, which really should tell a lot about how he's feeling about his chosen career, but that's a topic for another night. Draft here from Damwon, the Yuumi first pick. Again, not really a counter unless you're Gen G, because no one plays Singe support except Mr. Lahens. And even some of the other answers that we've seen don't really seem to be cutting it. So then Hanwha Life preemptively go for a Draven pickup, and barring the Shyvana, who I don't think has a great matchup into tanks, I actually really liked the Hanwha Life draft. You have a very strong bot side, you have the tools to play to it with the Rise and the Poppy, and Damwon Kia have some coverage with the Galio, and the Trundle is a good isolated matchup, but the power of that Draven Nautilus in lane should be enough. But as it turns out, draft sometimes doesn't matter at all. And also, you know, the Zeri and the Yuumi just get fed in early skirmishes, and Showmaker trying to cosplay Faker of earlier tonight by saying, I'm locking Galio, I'm winning every lane, we're not losing again.
Yeah, small comment on the missed ban. Not sure what's going on there. Like we've said multiple times on broadcast, there's not really a benefit to doing that. Like they could have banned out Rise. If there was like a really extremely thin mid lane pool and they wanted to get one of the two that were left, then maybe that's what they're thinking, but I don't know because Showmaker's played Kassadin in the past, so I don't think that's what they were thinking. Anyway, let's take a look at highlight number 1 here, which was about 13 minutes into the fight. Canyon very leisurely just walks in here, and actually for a moment it looks like things were going okay for Hanwha.
Yeah, but you've thrown everything, all the burst that you have, into a Trundle with Subjugate. So all your burst is gone, and then Zeri says, well, I can play the game. Doesn't even get all the kills because Nuguri snipes one away, and then Dokdam goes on a wild goose chase for this Nautilus, really nice done by Vista, by the way, and then Yuumi kills him. So Dokdam doesn't even get fed, which I'm sure he's very upset about because that is the aiming special. Find mid-game fights, pick up all the kills, win the game. But it wasn't really going to be the case. But when you are losing early skirmishes with this comp, as Hanwha Life, there's no Gwen. There's no backup. It's just not really going to happen.
I'm sure he was a little bit sad, especially because the Draven actually did cash out very early on in that game. Turned out it didn't matter at all. Let's go into highlight number 2, which was 19 and a half minutes in. And Hanwha Life, they set up a little bit of a gank rush. And they said, well, maybe we can team fight into this.
Yeah, gank rush. It's
relatively late on in the game, actually, because the game was only about 22 minutes.
It's really good into double frontline with Yuumi. It's not really working out. As Nuguri on the Cyan forces a lot of flashes here, but most importantly, just exists. That's all he needs to do, because then Dokdam says, hey, you're making sure I can auto-attack. That's great. Showmaker on the Galio, again, I think a lot of the work here was done outside of the team fights, but those don't really make for great highlights, so we instead went for the big boom damage. And you do see the power of like a frontline comp with a Zeri that's in a good spot that isn't put behind by a Draven. Like should be the case, makes it very easy for you to play out the game. Just throw your meatballs to the enemy, and then you have your dessert, you know, which is Zeri.
Are you hungry?
I'm always hungry, Valdez. You've been around me for long enough to know. If you know you have the meatballs, and then I guess Zeri is the tiramisu that you really want to eat.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, this is a problem for me with the Zeri is like even when you get like a very good lane matchup and you have tools to shut it down, we've seen Nautilus in the past, it just sometimes doesn't matter because even in long games and even in other regions as well, when I see Zeri get through, it's like the game can go back and forth and go all crazy, and then all of a sudden Zeri got a couple of kills and then the game is over.
I like the Sivir answer, I like the Twitch answer because they actually also scale. I think punishing Zeri in lane is something that unless you're Kalista Renata and you really stomp them, often backfires. Yeah, and you have to be as well.
Bit of an issue, and let's see, guys. We do have the player of the game ready to go, so it is going to be Nuguri on the Scion, who, You know, he was a meatball, as you said. He did get that one solo kill on the Shyvana. You know, not bad. A lot of damage on the Scion.
He was really important. This roam in particular was really nice, even though in terms of gold value, it wasn't the greatest of trades, and I was really worried seeing this because it looked a little sus. Overall, I do think that he was a pivotal part of this this composition, especially post-laning phase where he was able to very, very consistently provide, as we pointed out, like just tanking multiple people, hitting a big teamfight ultimate, and being just a vessel for Showmaker to hold on. A wall for Dokdam to stand behind, and in the previous game, Nuguri didn't really get it done. This time around, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Perfect spread. This time around, he was whatever his team needed him to be on the Scion.
Pretty much, and sometimes that's all you need. Doesn't have to play the Sejuani. There are other choices in the top lane. We could get Ornn maybe in the next game.
It's just Khan all over again. Just slap him on Scion.
Sometimes that's all you need. You've got Canyon and Showmaker.
We get this last year as well.
That's going to do it for us here for this segment. Let's go back to the casters for Game 3.
I hadn't thought about that. Like, just make him be Khan, and then maybe everything will be okay, because Damwon Kia looked great with Khan as well.
I've been saying it, like, Nuguri has felt like Khan this season because he's been playing so much tank, weak side top, and that is what Khan's main function was on this roster, although in, you know, teams past and years past, he was more of a strong side player like Kana ended up going to T1 to replace him. But this is the elephant in the room is now Hanwha Life Esports gets the blue side advantage. You know, in a series like this, you normally think, well, won't be too big of a deal. You know, if you have if Hanwha had started on blue side, you'd be like, oh, that doesn't even matter. It's Damwon Kia, but they win a game, they get the final game blue side, and they have the ability to outdraft Damwon Kia. Now, in game 1, we kind of all felt like, you know, nameplates away was a pretty strong draft. I think in game 2, you and I pretty heavily agreed that it was a pretty strong draft for Hanwha. We saw Chronicler agree on the desk. The execution has to be better, though.
Yeah, I think that like leaving up Zeri Yuumi is an egregious mistake, even if you have a plan. Because we've seen a whole lot of teams have a plan, but the plan never works. Zeri Yuumi always wins, so let's just not allow Zeri Yuumi to exist in the game. And I think that that is probably step 1 here in this draft.
It's weird that with this one ban, you can force Damwon to ban Silas.
Well, we'll see whether it's actually going to work out.
Coaches hate this one trick.
I haven't seen that YouTube video, but if I did see it in my recommended, I would click.
Kalista is definitely not going to be given over to Samdi. And, okay, Gnar taken away here from Damwon. They really want this Silas ban.
Yeah, this is very curious, though, because the Gnar being banned on blue side, and it is Dudu's, like, far and away most played champion, is an interesting choice, showing that they don't want to be picking it, as they are gearing towards that Silas first pick like you would not believe.
Yeah, and if Damwon just ban it here, you do not feel good about the Zeri first pick. Well, I mean, it sounds like based on the attitude you guys have, like maybe you will, but I think Damwon Kia are very happy to play into the Zeri right now.
Well, I mean, it's always the Yuumi first pick, right?
Well, sure. But it's going to be, it's an attempted Zeri comp of some kind, right? So they will ban the Silas, and now Hanwha Life Esports are not going to pick the Zeri or the Yuumi because they're like, ooh, there's too many strong side picks available here for Dokdam and Kellen. They'll pick Azir.
Wow.
This is not a shock to me at all. Like, if you want to ban Zeri, you're the one who bans the Kalista, you're the one who bans the Draven, you're the one who bans the Lucian a lot of the time, so you can actually get that lane you want. They didn't ban anything like that. I don't think this should be a surprise to anyone.
Yeah. But I think Damwon now lock in Yuumi Zeri and win the game, like all of the other Yuumi Zeris.
But Hanwha Life Esports will then lock in, like, it would be a repeat of last game, except this time it's going to be an Azir in the mid lane, where Hanwha will say, I want the Draven lane, and they'll have it. And, you know, Hanwha already showed us in the previous game that they think they have the answer to the Zeri, so this is not surprising that even though they did not, they thought they did, but they did not, that they would try it again.
I see the logic.
Yeah, like for me, I'm like, this is just business as usual.
Well, Yuumi is going to be locked in. They take their time thinking about it. As let's see what Hanwha's answer is going to be. Of course, Lucian Nami is available in theory if they want to go towards that one.
Draven.
But Draven could just come back.
It's going to be Draven Nautilus again, I think.
Draven Renata?
That's what I wanted
like
last
that?
game, and I think Renata with Draven in those early skirmishes with Bailout is so incredibly strong. And obviously her ultimate is really, really good too. But what you lose is the ability to just press R on Zeri and lock her down. But when you have an Azir, maybe you don't feel like you need that as much, as Azir can zone Zeri out so incredibly well, even if the Emperor's Divide doesn't hit. The amount of respect that has to be shown for that ultimate can sometimes be enough. I think it's going to be one of those two picks here because I can guarantee Vista will not get the opportunity to play it otherwise if he leaves this to a top side pick or a jungle pick right now. A little bit of comfort here doesn't make sense necessarily for what we accept to be true for strong side engage, and very hard to play into Zeri Yuumi. Very hard to play, but Vista Comfort is most played this season.
How many games has OnFleek played on Amumu in the jungle? Is it a flex pick?
0.
Yeah, I don't know. But that doesn't seem like a Kalista lock-in, so the Amumu does lose a bit of value. Canyon thinking about just taking the Wukong away, and he'll lock that one up. Of course, Wukong's Yuumi is very powerful and is one of the reasons why he still does work out. Zephyr having a bit of a conversation here with his players, thinking about what the next bans are going to be.
I think in terms of jungle, Poppy, definitely number one ban right now for Damwon Kia. OnFleek played it pretty well last game around, wasn't able to, unfortunately, make those dives succeed, but had a lot of power on it, so that one's gone. Now, I'd rather see not the Trundle, because I think OnFleek hasn't really proven themselves a strong Trundle player, like something like even a Volley Bear here for OnFleek. Now, I don't know if this is going to pull a ban out for Damwon Kia, because nobody's really playing that. It's nerfed on this patch. But I think that's the angle OnFleek is hoping for here. Maybe even a Xin Zhao. But
yeah,
it's hard. It's hard. You know, those two picks, the Trundle and the Poppy, are the best ways to snowball this lane super hard. And I'll take the Trundle.
Yeah, I think Trundle is certainly the one that has been played the most so far.
He's 0-3 on it on Fleek. Like, he hasn't looked great on it. That's why I was saying, you know, if I'm down one, I'm like, well, you can have it. But it is the strongest pick for the meta right now for what they have.
Well, now, final ban here for Hummer Life Esports. Kind of expecting it to head towards Showmaker once again. Try and alleviate some of the Azir issues. And there it is. The Lissandra is going to be banned away.
I wonder if we'll just see another Galio here for Showmaker. You know, it worked out last time. I don't think it was a pick to respond to the Rise, which we've seen so many times, like doing the Faker impression that was mentioned on the desk. And I don't think it really ended up mattering what the enemy laner was. He just was right where he needed to be every single time. And it worked out. And
yeah,
I think that Damwon Kia are like, we're the better coordinated team, and we will pile on with this composition, and that's what we're just going to do again. We're just going to repeat what we did in Game 2.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, generally you don't need to fix it. And now they've got even more team fighting power because it's a Wukong that's alongside it. OnFleek thinking about a Graves, which would be a lot more damage.
It could be a Doodoo pick as well.
Ooh, true. Well, Gangplank is going to be the choice instead. And the fact that they do go to the Gangplank does lean towards that as being the option.
Yeah, I think you just want a strong tank pick here, or something that is middle of the road. I think this is going to be very fine, but my problem is, how does a Bandage Toss ever hit a Zeri this game? Like, how does that ever occur? Duckdom is very good at positioning. He's going to take Cleanse.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you could Bandage Toss him a second time, but...
Well, the Sejuani is being considered. I think just Sejuani or Ornn, either of those, absolutely fine. And it is going to be the Sejuani this time. I think that, you know, as far as how this comp functions, Damwon Kia, almost exactly the same. Hummer Life Esports, very different angle. They have a lot more damage, but I mean, I think that this bottom lane has even more pressure on it to get out ahead very early on. Because if this bottom lane falls behind, what does Amumu ever do?
Yeah. tries to bandage toss, misses, and then cries, but not actually in the game because that would just be a waste of mana. He'll actually just cry as he walks away because he can't do anything.
Yeah, and I mean, Amumu does have that interaction where Zeri does so many small hits that you stack up all of that damage mitigation very effectively and things like that, but I just don't know whether it'll be enough.
It's just going to be so hard because against Cleanse, you're going to struggle. Your ability to hit Zeri relies on her being out of position or trying to ult forward, but it is very strong in lane. Like, that is where Vista is going to be feeling very good on this pick, so that's the hope, right? And Damwon otherwise will have to deal with Gangplank scaling and the Cannon Barrage value and early to mid around those early objectives.
Someone's been watching that show on Netflix, Wolf.
Yeah. I think that, again, I don't dislike Hanwha Life Esports' comp, but it's about the execution, and that's what we always have to say about a 1-11 team, you know? And I hate to say it because it sounds sad and depressing, but that's the truth, and I think we will have to see this team play slowly around team fights later on in the game if they do not have a lead, which is exactly what Zeri wants. Like, if Karis is building Leandries on this to try to burn through the Galio and the Sejuani, you've already lost the game. So you need to have a lead. You need to be snowballing.
Yeah, but also, like, you need to kill Zeri, and Zeri's almost impossible to kill. Like, that's the thing that's, like, I just... it's very hard. Let's just get into game number 2 here, and game number 3, sorry, and see if Hanwha Life Esports can make the comp work. Okay, here we are, onto the Rift for game number 3. I know I said game number 2. It's sort of what it feels like. But it is going to be game number 3. Hanwha Life Esports, with the blue side, elected to first pick the Azir. And let's see whether Karis can get the value required out of this choice. Because it might just be that he just hard carries the game.
Yeah. Now, I said in the draft earlier, I was not surprised by anything Hanwha did because they didn't ban the Zeri counters, so they weren't fishing for the Zeri. Then they allowed the Zeri through and then tried to pick what they think the counter is. Now, does that mean I like it? Does that mean I think it's the right move? Like, no, not really, actually. But I think Hanwha Life Esports clearly had a plan. And if we can get, like, really meta for a second, Samdi's just been subbed back in. He's trying to get his confidence back. He's played some Draven and Challengers, right? He played 2 games there. Now he's doubled his Draven play this season. Of course, Summer across both Challengers and LCK. And I do really feel like this is Hanwha saying, like, I'm calling you up. You did fine.
First bandage toss going to land here is the spinning axes coming down. Dom and Kellen trying to fight back, but of course, level 1 feeling pretty good.
Yeah, level 1, this is fine. It's going to have to be, of course, consistent, and it's going to have to be more than just a really good level 1 trade for this pick to be worth it. But I think Hanwha is saying in a lot of ways, I'm trusting in Samdi. I want him to be our guy. Maybe they're investing him in the future. Maybe he'll be on this roster next year. And they're saying, like, let's stick to the plan. We could have tried to draft differently, but clearly, we think that Draven is the right answer, and we're going to leave the Zeri open. Damwon Kia have a lot of other stuff they have to ban against us, so we're going to play this game again. Yeah. And last game, it worked out for the most part for the first few minutes of the game, and then suddenly Showmaker just started piling on people, and we saw Dom get the damage done.
Yeah, and this is sort of a remnant of the past a little bit here. The Lee Sin versus the Wukong. You can imagine that's probably Owner that is the one that has the victory against it. But of course, Wukong was extraordinarily strong at the beginning of the season. It's been nerfed a couple of times since then. And so I don't think that it's as skewed.
Now, if On Fleek hits a kick, you know, maybe that's when the bandage toss follow-up comes through. If Vista's like, you know, knows the exact range, he's ready, he's prepared. It's kind of like how you queue after the kick. Maybe it's like that. Maybe Vista hits the bandage toss right after that Lee Sin kick. That's how you kill the Zeri.
Or maybe it's just flash ult. Maybe that's it. Hex Flash enabled again, Wolf. Hex Flash ult. Doesn't actually matter. As On Fleek not going to spot that wood. But we'll be able to clear out this Rift Scuttler pretty comfortably. Samdi and Vista wanting to stack a wave, but there's not enough minions here right now. Going to have to wait for the next one and clear this one out very quickly if they wanted to go for anything, but they don't.
So one other thing to talk about in the jungle matchup here, because the Trundle and the Poppy were taken away, and you know that neither of these junglers are really very strong pre-6 at making ganks happen, especially obviously when one side of this 2v2 is much stronger than the other, is now that you've put Samdi in this position to be like, okay, I'm Draven versus Zeri and the junglers can't be here, you feel a lot better actually as Samdi in this position. Like you've made the 2v2 truly a 2v2, as Canyon's going to come over here. Unfortunately, will not be able to steal anything.
Vista, I think, tanked turret shot, unfortunately. Dogdom is going to have his bullets blocked by the Draven. And a teleport is going to come in here from Showmaker to try and double down on this one.
Yeah, I think at first I was excited because I didn't think they had seen him, but then he just walked into the minions. I thought maybe he was going to play like a really long con game, but that would have cost him quite a bit of CS in mid.
Yeah.
And he's still going to lose a little bit.
And also, Darmok here used 2 of their summon spells, and Hanwha used none, as Vista tries to avoid that, but isn't going to be able to. Extendo Beam does go wide, though. So Vista is going to be still chilling here on his 50% health, but has no consumables remaining. As Canyon walked over a ward here, information given over to Hanwha Life Esports. It's Dudu up here on the top side, fighting against Nogri. Something must have happened, as both of these players are on 50% health.
It's like a trade going Nugri's way. Speaking of, Karis has the range advantage here and will be able to harass Showmaker quite well with this Conqueror. Yep. Showmaker's got good wave clear, so he's just going to look for Qs behind Karis, and that's how this matchup goes.
I feel like we've seen this matchup many, many times throughout the years.
Yeah, it's not the most fun to watch.
Still beats Corki Azir.
Yeah, definitely going to agree with you there.
Have you missed it, Wolf? Now that there's 0 Corki in the game?
I think the way Corki was changed, I'm not a big fan of it. I think it's too heavy-handed. They basically said Corki is not a champion in pro games anymore, period. Yeah. I was like, oh, okay, there's probably a more subtle way to do this. I like the last nerf they did to Corki. It clearly wasn't enough, but I think Corki adds a dynamic to League of Legends games that I haven't cast enough years of League yet to be tired of.
Right, okay,
so for me, I'm like, you know what? I still think it's kind of fun. Maybe another year of it goes by and I'll be glad to be rid of it, but I don't know if we're going to get another year of it since it's completely deleted.
Yeah, it's pretty much taken away. It was removed a while ago, though, so I'm sure he'll be back. Back eventually. As Onfleek down here towards the bottom side, I'm pretty sure he has avoided vision so far as well. As Vista moves over, gets down a control ward, and they do get confirmation that there is vision control. So, Canyon up here towards the top side, not going to see that is going to see that Onfleek is starting off this Drake potentially.
Yeah, there's no way they can fight this even with the Galio ult. Just don't have enough power here on the bottom side, so this should be just free. Going over to Onfleek, needs to start it up. The longer he waits, the more chances there are of somebody to interrupt it, but this means that they will have full control of the first early objective, and they could try to turn that into double, of course, once the Rift Herald spawns here in about 70 seconds' time. So, feeling pretty good about the early game here for Hanwha Life Esports. Just a very tiny gold advantage right now here for Dam1 Kia in terms of farm.
Yep.
But it's basically dead even. We're talking about like a 50 gold lead here. But the early Drake now, and really strong team fighting this team has between the Azir ult, the Emperor's Divide, plus the of course, just naming it. That's not 2 ults. The Emperor's Divide and the Cannon Barrage here on this first objective, and it's early game Zeri, so Samdi should be able to stay bottom side, and then hopefully, if you're Hanwha Life, you're hoping you can take that 3v3 fight.
That's a lot of control wards, Wolf.
Yeah. Spent a lot of resources to make sure they know exactly where Canyon is so they can actually be this far up.
Yeah.
This is Samdi being like, please just let me know if I can keep pushing hard, and I will push hard.
Yeah. But I think that they need to get a little bit more here. As you can see, CS completely even between Dam1 and Hanwha, but now the wave is going to start pushing back towards Hanwha Life. So this could be the beginning of an opportunity for Hanwha to get some more momentum, get some more control, because if they can hold onto a wave over their side of the map, then Dam1 Kia are going to be in much more trouble. Stand aside flies through, and as you can see, still a few more minions here available for Hanwha Life.
Letting it push back slightly here.
He's going to equalize, actually, as Vista's going to move up. Okay, dance over the wall. And Dogtown's going to be fine.
Feeling good about this. Now, this fight here on the Rift Herald, I think is definitely one Hanwha Life Esports could have hard committed to. Instead, it looks like they're going to look for a bottom side gank. This is something that Dukdom and Kellen should absolutely be aware of, because Canyon's calling out, like, they're not coming. Nugri comes over. He's like, yep, they're still not coming. So this should be a pretty nice opportunity for Dukdom to prepare here. And with the timing of this, You know, unfortunately, there's just not really any kill pressure here down on the bottom side. So free objective going over to Canyon. And
yeah.
No commitment here whatsoever. Onfleek does have flash kick.
Yeah, Control Ward is in this brush.
Canyon's coming down. He has Cyclone. Like, it's now or never.
Yep,
Looking like never.
Sonic Wave barely goes wide, as they do get one plate, but there's a Rift Herald. And the Monkey is moving down, looking to drop it potentially. As Nogari's up towards the top side. I mean, Hummer Life they've invested a lot in this bottom side of the map, but there is no advantage that they've actually gained. And instead, they've just lost the entire top side. And it's not really working yet. However, they're not behind, and they actually have a slight advantage, given the fact that HLE hasn't actually headbutted any turrets yet. And of course, Showmaker is in a suboptimal matchup.
Yeah.
As the Galio into the Azir.
With the Doran's Ring, you just kind of out-mana the Galio in this case. And Showmaker, you know, has teleport available. Karis is about to come back up. But Dudu is going to start doing better in this lane, obviously, as it goes on. And he will do more and more damage to the Sejuani if he hits any barrel chains. This is kind of a stable matchup. I think that the angle here that Hanwha Life is trying to rely on instead of hard committing bottom side is, well, we have an Azir and a Gangplank worth of scaling. But I think against Galio, Wukong, Zeri, like that should not be your attitude as Dudu.
Yeah, especially not sort of face-checking Canyon. Onfleek in the area, but the flash now down for the Gangplank. So it means that Nogari's going to have a whole lot more power. His Ignite available here. Canyon can make his way back anytime he wants, but most likely when that Cyclone is up again.
A little bit sad Samdi doesn't take an opportunity here for a solo plate because Dokdam and Kellen were not on their way back, or they were, but they were still taking their time getting back, and they knew that Canyon was top side, but we'll just let that one go. In fact, now the wave is in a really nice spot for Dokdam down there on the bottom side. No gank opportunity for Vista. Notice that Showmaker knows that Vista didn't back, and he's just chilling under turret, super far back, not going to be ganked by any bandage toss engages. Vista just kind of awkwardly now between these lanes. And I think, you know, right now, if you're Dom, you're like, wow, like, yeah, you're a little bit ahead in gold, but we have had 0 fights, and that is exactly what we want. That is exactly where we're at in this game, where we want to be. Karis?
Okay, Karis gonna have to flash as Final Chapter comes in. Dokdam presses his ultimate button. Karis is real dead. First blood goes to Zeri.
Yeah, one of the most creative ways that Zeri randomly gets a kill in the early mid. Like, we usually were waiting for the certified Zeri moment. There it was, but it was not the way we expected, you know? Usually not the flash forward to get the kill onto the enemy Azir, but
all right, possibly an overextension here as Canyon's gonna go down low, but instead 2 people die and Zeri gets another kill.
Yeah, this is the reason why they picked Galio again. They were like, you know, it worked really well last time when we just kind of ran at them with all of the CC. Zeri is now 2-0-1.
Yep.
And that's basically a whole mid turret down. And Dokdam is happy to just farm in this location. He doesn't need to be in the bottom lane just because he's a bot laner. He doesn't have to. He doesn't like live by the constrictions of the icon next to his name.
Absolutely not.
As this is the follow flash to make sure that Kellen's ultimate gets the root here after Karis, and that's a kill. Basically a solo kill.
And the soldiers get stuck on the wall there as well to add insult to injury. And then Hanwha Life Esports stick around yet again and commit to this.
Nuggery is on the other side here, has swept this rush out so he knows he can follow up. And when Vista goes in, they're like, cool, Amumu ulted, we can now dive. This Canyon actually just is immortal.
Yeah. As it turns out, able to warrior trickster his way out of the problem entirely. And of course, Nogari pretty good at tanking things up. So, we have a Mountain Rift this game as well. Darmonkia going to be taking a whole bunch of turret plates here up towards the top side. As there is only a minute remaining on those, but they should get a fair bit of work done here. Samdi as well has been sort of left alone, but Emperor's Divide comes out yet again. No taunt to be had here from Showmaker, but the trade is 100% in Darmonkia's favor. Teleport to come forward here as possibly a bad situation for the Gangplank because there are a couple of members up here. Yeah.
I want this turret so badly because Karis is very vulnerable. By the way, remember when I said I feel like it's almost sad that these like worrisome predictions come true so often. Because he will pick that plate up. You can see that stream that follows him. Hold on.
Oh, dear. Yep, Dudu now in trouble. Permafrost is going to be there. And he just needs more oranges. Needs way more oranges. Not enough vitamin C here for the Gangplank. And he is real dead after that face check. And yeah, what were you going to say?
So remember when I was kind of talking about like, well, I don't think the angle is to build Leandries on the Azir and hope that you can burn through the health bars of both a Galio and a Sejuani while there's a Zeri zooming around at the back. Well, that's the path they're going to take. It's hard to lock her down with Ludens and hope to actually blow her up and get that kill. You don't want to be building Crown in this game, although with how things have gone for Karst in the early game, you know, maybe you do, but I just, I feel like the lack of power bottom side, like you were saying, and we've been talking about a lot, like you drafted for this, it didn't work, you didn't get big advantages, you then are losing control of mid lane, and you're hoping to scale with this Gangplank Azir who are getting pushed out of lane as Zeri is picking up kill after kill. It's a worrisome win condition. Like I see the angle here, Hanwha Life are kind of like backing out of the Draven priority. They're like, oh, actually, let's try to play this a little bit differently because I don't think we can actually win early. I just don't think it's going to be enough because A, I think Zeri is just much stronger at the scaling angle, and B, I don't think this team is coordinated enough to pull it off.
Yeah, I think that's 100% demonstrated here. But I think that also Hanwha must have figured out like that this Draven lane does work into Zeri in scrims or something like that, because otherwise you just ban it.
Yeah, I mean, T1's pulled it off quite a bit. It's working in challengers, but
yeah. There might be another reason as well, like the fact that Damwon Kia have other answers that we're not quite aware of for if they had have tried to pick it themselves, and we don't know, but like Dokdam is actually the universe's greatest player of the Draven. But Hanwha at least now going to be able to group up for Shirley as Canyon's over the wall, and he's going to get a 4-man Cyclone. There's the final chapter as well. The Azir is going to go down. And the flash comes through. Samdi is going to have to immediately cleanse that. Showmaker sort of looks like he's overextended, but he's just kind of massive on this Galio as Nogari's diving on forward, and Hanwha Life Esports are trying to keep themselves alive underneath their inner turrets at 15 minutes into the game. Dudu, oh dear, between a rock and a whole bunch of Damwon Kia members.
yeah, that's the phrase we like to use here in the LCK. And these fights here, where Zeri is already kind of online, are already scary enough to take as it is, and Hanwha Life Esports are desperately trying to look for second Herald. And then they just, like, I mean, yeah, honestly got it. Like, that's I guess, a small win in itself, but it's literally like, surprise, Wukong! Is actually how this fight is won. And that means that as Hanwha Life Esports, you really just didn't do your due diligence to actually secure this, and you should have realized you needed to back out earlier, as Canyon has a control ward in this brush, so he knows he is unseen because of the way League of Legends vision works. He can clip himself over the wall here. As OnFleek sees him, it's, oh no, we're doomed. He kicks the clone.
And kicks the clone.
And then you're in a choke point against, I mean, Zeri Yuumi. So that's the end of the story. We don't have anything else to explain here. Nice taunt. Cleanse comes through, Vista ults defensively, but I mean, Hanwha Life, you know, if you don't have vision in there, it's rough, but you kick the clone.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sort of
a sad story.
It is really a sad story. And we're just not seeing any of the sort of ideas that Hanwha Life might have had in this draft. You can see why theoretically the Amumu kind of works into the Zeri pick with the multi-hit stacking up, blah, 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 and all that sort of stuff. But in the end, actually, Zeri Yuumi is too strong to be allowed on any team ever.
Much less Dokdam and Kellen piloting it with a choke point control that is given to you by, you know, these champions, Galio, Wukong, right? Sejuani even, who's very good at this, so yeah, I think taking that second Rift Herald, if you're really trying to play the scaling game with your Gangplank Azir, probably not the move, as once again, Dudu thinks he's safe. Where's that Nuggery flank?
Yes. I don't think Dokdam would be just walking up to the top laner like this if he was alone. However, Dudu is still going to have to try and get out of this situation. Instead, he's just going to distract Damwon Kia with an inner turret. And they are going to take the bait of the inner turret and the Drake here as well. As Hanwha now move towards this mid lane. Karis is also splitting on the top side of the map. It's a bit of a gentleman's agreement about what we're going to take here. Is the inner turret and a Drake for another inner turret and some more control with that outer turret falling in the mid lane. Certainly good news. So, Hanwha doing any sort of trading is kind of good for them.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, and like, there is a truth to the style that Hanwha is trying to pull off here, as that was very lackluster cannon barrage, but we'll get the job done in the end. there is some truth to like the idea of, okay, we could just play the late game, like we can trade like this. You know, Gangplank is going to be doing a lot of damage more than Nuguri will. There is going to be a lot of damage on this Azir, and Draven in the very late parts can be good, even though he's significantly behind right now, and Zeri is going to be way better for about, you know, the next 15 minutes of this game.
Yeah.
However, you have to be coordinated again to pull it off. You can't be kicking the Wukong clone and walking in without vision.
Well, speaking of which, Amumu's dead. As Canyon is going to finish that one off in the end. And here he goes, over the wall. Karis going to take way off, like, even Canyon's just really fed right now. 3-0-2. Same score as his Zeri is. And yeah, this game feels like it is really on its last legs.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with games of League of Legends like this with Zeri is you know when it's over so clearly. And sometimes there's a little bit of mystery. Sometimes you're like, well, I don't know. Did the Draven do enough damage? This time it's very clear. He did not. He's sitting on a 0-0-0 scoreline, and the Duck Dom is sitting on a 3-0-2. He's looking to pick up his PD. Like, he's getting it right now. There it is. He's got an extra quick cloak. He's ready to go in. Zappy fingers blazing.
Yeah.
And finger gun his way to a Game 3 win here. And the weird part about this series is Hanwha Life Esports played a very good Game 1, and Dudu had his moments, right? And unfortunately, Damwon Kia kind of inked it away at the last final hour. And then they just go into Games 2 and 3 and go, we are 3 tiers better than you. I'm so sorry. You thought you could actually, you know, put the Draven comp to the test against us? I don't think so. And that's why it feels like so depressing. Even for Damwon fans watching this, it's not like the dominant Damwon where you're like, they really earned it and they're so good. You're like, wow, it's almost like a walkover victory here. It just feels frustrating. And that's why in the draft we were all kind of raising our eyebrows like, you guys let the Zeri through again.
Yeah, it's not really what you want. Yeah, and to go to your point as well, like as how you should feel after this series, if Damwon Kia had have made that first composition work, like a finesse comp like that feels really, really good. They didn't. They flubbed it. It was an unfortunate circumstance towards the end of the game that really did lead to that moment. But there were a lot of moments where they did look like they were ahead. As Canyon actually just gets out a couple of cooldowns. Karis has to get out of here. There's the Arctic Assault onto Onfleek. He actually misses the Q, so can't taxi with that, but will have the safeguard available, and the blue buff will successfully be secured by Damwon Kia. Feels like everything on the map belongs to them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a...
Oh dear. Okay, Cyclone comes through, and they get the flash out of Samdi. Even the Prowling Projectile, that I believe was what did that last bit of damage to Samdi, starting to hurt.
Dudu has teleport. Maybe there's one angle where you win a fight while they don't have Cyclone or Smite, which they don't know. Of course, they can't. I'm like, look, maybe if they just run it Baron right now, like we got the Cyclone cooldown. Yeah, they're like, maybe they're doing Baron. No, they're not. You don't have any vision. You don't have any control. This looks silly because if you're watching, you have all the vision and you know that Damwon Kia is not there. But that ult from Samdi just really personifies the game state. We have no idea what is going on the map.
And they're not allowed to farm any of their camps in the jungle as well. This is Damwon Kia just slowly but surely extending that gold lead. 50 seconds on this Mountain Drake. Going to be the 4th of the game, but likely the 2nd for Damwon Kia. As I guess there's theoretically a soul point on the table here for Hanwha.
Yeah.
Like the Draven needs to get a kill. He needs to get a kill soon. He's very close to 500 stacks. Blue Blades are really starting to become a problem here for Samdi. Needs to try and cash in. Needs to definitely do so before he is taken down in a team fight.
Yeah, those blue blades called Phantom Dancer that Duckdom has in his inventory are also a big problem for him right now because she's well and truly hit her spike.
Yeah.
And this is just not a winnable fight. Even getting to the Drake or contesting for Prio is not an option against this Wukong, who now has a Cyclone backup. And, you know, I mean, you have no tank in Hanwha Life Esports' comp. If Onfleek was ahead, he could be one. If Vista was ahead, he could kind of be a pseudo-tank, like a support tank often can be. But he's sitting on an Aegis right now, and so as a result, even walking to this Drake, you will take so much damage from Duckdom. Showmaker can ult you in the choke, Canny can ult you in the choke, Nuguri can ult you in the choke, Kellen can ult you in the choke, so you can't walk at it, you have to let it go. And you're really hoping there's enough scaling in the tank here. You're like, okay, Damwon Kia, they got 2 Drakes now. We got maybe 5 more minutes of time. We could put money into this Azir, Gangplank, Draven. Maybe Draven will build a Mythic, and we'll have a little bit of fun in the next fight for the Soul Point this time, like when it's 3 Drakes to 2 in Damwon's favor. But by that point, they'll have 3 Mountain Elementals worth of extra scaling as well.
Yeah. There's not a lot of good news stories here for Harma Life Esports, outside of the fact that, look at that gold lead. It hasn't gotten worse over the last, 10 minutes, approximately. As I say that, it's likely to balloon. There is a lot of vision. This ward outside the wall, a common cheeky one, is going to mean that Harma Life Esports know what's going on here. But, I mean, the line of vision, all of the information ever now belongs to Damwon Kia as Canyon inside the pit. He does have a cat, though, and they really did just want to draw them out.
Choke point. Get out of there. Get out of that choke point. Canyon's coming.
And Showmaker does have his ulti at the ready as well. They don't find the taunt. Sundisk goes up. But Damwon Kia, they can rotate back, and they can do that again.
Yep. And now you have no Cannon Barrage.
And no Scryer's Orb as well.
And Damwon could just wait for you to come at them, and you're not side laning anymore, so you're not farming as Karis, you're not farming as Dudu towards that 3-4 items, which you'll reach in 12 minutes time in this extremely slow-paced game. So Damwon are really just kind of looking for the checkmate. Canyon has ult.
Yeah, they do just go forward, but I don't think that Damwon even really needs to force this. They can just go back into the darkness. Cannon Barrage halfway back up again. There's 3 minutes before they have to worry about any sort of dragons or anything like that as Noguri on the flank. Dudu not going to be his optimal target as Canyon's just walking on in here. Still, he has to be a bit careful. He takes the full combo. Cyclone comes in, and there is the Galio to help him out as well. Oh my goodness, Noguri comes on through, throws an ult to Narnia, but I don't think it's going to matter whatsoever. And now Dudu is running the wrong direction on this map. It's only Karis that they've managed to take down now, but Dudu is going to follow, and then the 3v5 is not going to be a possibility here for Harma Life Esports. That should be a Baron, and there should be nothing that Harma Life can do about it.
That's about a 3.14 gold lead here for Damwon Kia with all their circles. 3.14, like 1,000 gold. They have the lead while they just run at them in the choke points. Man, Pythagorean would be...
Yeah, it was like a pie reference there,
yeah,
Wolf.
I don't know.
Took me a second, but I got there.
I was really trying, because like they have about like that much gold.
3.14.
Yeah, 3.14 thousand, and look at the circles here. Like, Canyon looks vulnerable here, but what he's actually doing is trying to bait them into a choke point while Showmaker ults on top of him. He cyclones out, and On Fleek and Vista are trying their best to do something here. They're like, okay, we got the kick, we got the ult, and then Damwon Kia are like, we're gonna choke point, and you're super far behind. You have no items. Your Draven isn't gonna do value, isn't gonna have value or do damage. And then the last circle will hit Dudu, and that's Baron. So like the one time you think you have an angle, it was all just a bait. It was a mirage.
It was. And Harma Life Esports, once again, 0 kills this game. They have picked up a few turrets and a couple of Drakes. They also managed to get a Herald or two as well. They got the second Herald, sorry. That was about it. As Karis, he's ahead by 1,000 gold. Is it relevant? No.
No.
It's really not. Dokdam is 2,000 gold in the lead. Even if Samdi cashes in, he's not going to catch up. Unless they win a massive team fight as well.
The CC that Showmaker has done this game, at this point, if we just stopped it there, if we just put his CC score up, like, it would be more valuable than the damage Karis could do this game. Unfortunately, with the gold he has, he's given a lot of his farm to Zeri, Showmaker has, as Galio likes to do. And Dokdam is just like, all right, well, now I got Infinity Edge and a stopwatch. Like, we could just push to end. And that's what Damwon Kia are going to do with the last 90 seconds of this Baron buff.
Yeah, Showmaker, of course, he can always ult himself out there as Warrior Trickster is going to get Canyon to safety as he's just standing here. They're just waiting for the next wave and also waiting for Showmaker to get that split pushing done. It's the classic play as Canyon moves towards the turret. Going to be spotted. But they can just keep doing this. The rest of Harma Life Esports now have to come down. Extendo Beam doesn't quite get the value. Bandage Toss is going to miss. Now Damwon just take down the turret and Harma Life. What are you going to do about it? They need to do something, otherwise they'll just lose their Nexus, but I don't even think there's any good option.
There's no flash here for Karis, but he needs to somehow shuffle and Emperor's Divide. You have to pull the trigger at some point.
Well, the ult's going to come through as the Amumu dies before the Curse of the Sad Mummy can even go down. Cyclone comes in here from Canyon, but it's largely just a zone as they take down the Inhibitor turret. Inhibitor going to follow. Noguri sacrificed a bunch of his health bar in order to get 2 Inhibitors. and you'll definitely call that as worth.
When you're going for the Leandri's Void Staff, you know, follow-up to the Morellonomicon you built second, you know, I get it. You don't have burst damage. You don't want to look for Emperor's Divide to engage. You want to do it to disengage as you continually do damage and proc that Leandri's across the tank line. But Damwon Kia will just take a turret away before you can actually get that value, then take an inhibitor away. Is nice try again here from Samdi to try to see what he could find. But the Azir is 0-3 and has done very little damage. The same is true of Dudu on this scaling Gangplank, because they turned this draft into a, well, we'll just scale. We cannot actually commit to the bottom side dive. And if they like decided to ride and dive super hard bottom side, I would have respected this comp a lot more. Then Samdi got nothing, and then the two scaling picks are just now being totally owned by the hard engage that Damwon Kia's comp has. You have kind of done two half measures as Hanwha Life Esports here. You like went for the Draven, but then didn't fully commit. Then with the scaling, you're not willing to now on 3 items on your Azir even look for an Emperor's Divide engage.
Yeah. It's almost like they tried to do both things and then
neither of them well.
Yeah, and you can't, and because they did, none of them are possible.
Yeah.
Even. As Samdi goes back, he does have an Infinity Edge, which is kind of cool. You know, even though he's 0-0-0, stacking up these adoration stacks, I mean, he may not ever actually cash in anything. But he at least has 3 items, 3.5. You count the serrated Dirk that he's also sitting on. Picked that one up for lane earlier on. Still has some brown bags, but the damage is going to be there as Canyon just over the wall with his Warrior Trickster. But this, you know, even the Hanwha Life Esports base is starting to belong to Damwon Kia as they've taken down the inhibitors in both mid and bottom, and it's only a matter of time before this top lane is going to be secured as Canyon just messing around here with the Warrior Trickster.
Yeah, this last game has just felt so painful if you're a Hanwha fan. This Dudu,
yeah,
Nuguri's still holding on to ult, so he's got to be really careful.
And this is just Kellen sitting with Canyon this entire time, waiting for their opportunity to go for some sort of engage. Doctor pretty safe as Canyon takes a fair bit of damage here. There's the bandage toss. It's going to connect. Vista is going to get caught up by Showmaker's Everfrost, though, and the ulti does come through onto Karis. That's going to deny his entry into the fight. Samdi is actually still pretty healthy, but Doctor's going to go golden. That's going to deny the Emperor's Divide, and now Unfleek has to flash, safeguard, press every button he can to keep himself alive as Showmaker will say goodbye to the first pick, Azir. Doctor now just going to get to work on this turret, and I think that's going to be all she wrote here for this game number 3. As Damwon Kia are just going to bear down on these Nexus turrets, and I think that the weight of their wallets will be very, very heavy this game. Yeah, Unfleek was going for some sort of kick. Actually, no, didn't have that one available. But he is still going to go down, just going for the hero play. As Noguri just says, into your fountain, please, Hanwha Life. We're just going to kill your Nexus, and that is exactly what Damwon Kia are going to do. Couple of statements there in games 2 and 3. I think Damwon Kia were pretty upset that they lost game 1.
Very tragic series, honestly, for Hanwha Life Esports, and it's like if you bought a nice new car and on your first week driving you've got a huge dent in the front of it. Still a nice car, and that's Damwon Kia smashing games 2 and 3, but I think that dent you picked up in the first week still stings a little bit in that
it's a monster truck, though. That's the thing. It's a monster truck, and they like dinged it into the edge of a house.
Yeah,
something
the
like
edge
that,
of a mountain.
Like, yeah, they're like, oh no, that was a mistake. However, it's still a monster truck. It's going to do its job, and that's precisely what they did in the last 2 games.
I mean, I feel like I don't know if we've really learned that much about Damwon this series, but we learned a lot about their resilience after, especially Nuguri's, after having that tough game 1, picks up POG, and 2, we'll see who ends up picking up in 3. I think there's several players that could end up getting it, but for Hanwha, they will give them credit for trying to emulate T1, trying to emulate Samdi's Draven success in Challengers, as sometimes you got to take a big swig.
Yep.
I mean, it's on camera, it's a little awkward, but
remember to hydrate, everyone.
Yeah.
If you're at home and you haven't drank water in a while, please do so. Take the advice of Nuguri. Always a good idea to make sure that you stay hydrated.
I think that the more patches we see and the more things change, the more they stay the same for this series. And maybe we'll learn that the Sivir counterpick to Zeri is also just only good if it's played by T1 or Genji. You know, maybe these picks are just too complex for our 1-11 teams, now 1-12, unfortunately, for Hanwha Life Esports to pull off. And Damwon Kia were happy to just say, you know what? I'll take the Zeri, and this guy came from America for Showmaker. He gets to see him win a 3-game series.
Wonder whether he'll see him pick up a POG, as I believe he did in the first game. Oh no, it was Noguri. Never mind. You guys tried the best you could to give.
You
Showmaker
mean
the POG,
it was
though.
doo-doo, okay, of game 1.
Sorry, game 2. Game 2. Whoa, the first Damwon Kia victory, Wolf, is what I was saying. It's been a long night.
It has been a long night, but it's just the rest of the series. Like, you forget about game 1 because games 2 were so depressingly games 2 and 3 were so depressingly one-sided for Damwon here. That kick on the clone is on fleek. It's like, wait, that was fake the whole time. I'm chasing this guy who's cycloning my whole team because that was his clone that I kicked, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he kicked it before, you know, Canyon was visible, of course, so, I mean, I guess you can understand the mistake, but still, it's a Wukong, so don't do that.
Also, I mean, they didn't have vision of where Wukong was, so Canyon was allowed to even look for that flank angle in the first place. This is an angle that Canyon baits. Like, I didn't vote for Canyon, I'll spoil it, but after watching these highlights, I'm like, I think I should have.
Yeah.
A lot of these big wins were his, but the game was about Duck Dom's damage, so I did the Zeri vote. I'm sorry to tell everyone the truth, but that's what it
honestly, I think a lot of it goes to the fact that the team got Zeri Yumi. And that seems pretty impossible to beat at this point in time. And I think that we're going to have to consider removing that as an option. Because even if you think back to the answer to the Zeri, it was just have Yumi on the other side instead of with the Zeri. So Zeri Yumi might be the issue. Let's have a look at some of the damage here. As in fact, for Damwon Kia, Noguri did the most damage, which is kind of cute. Just showing that there weren't too many fights actually that game.
Yeah, I am really curious to see how Damwon Kia does against KT Rolster because the consistency this season has not been there. The standard that we hold Damwon Kia after they picked up a Worlds title, then picked up several back-to-back LCK titles after that, and they picked Nuguri up this season. I think our expectations hold them at a higher standard. They dominate 2/3 of this series, but there were some rocky points, and you could tell by the players' lack of enthusiasm there, they're pretty frustrated with how tonight went.
Yeah, I think it was also the fact that they lost game 1, that really bothered Damwon Kia, and yes, they managed to pull it back for the last 2 games, but it's still in the back of their minds. But it's in the front of the minds of our gentlemen over on the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space, so take it away, boys, breaking down that series.
Thank you guys on the caster desk. We'll take it from here. That was a game 3 that looked a lot like game number 2, and it all starts with the draft here, Chronicler. Let me take this one. In what universe is first picking the Azir better than going for either a Yumi or a Zeri? Probably a Yumi in this case because of the Twitch Yumi and all that good stuff. They went for it. It did not work.
Should have watched Loki, because then you know we have multiverses right now, and that does. You're a Marvel expert. No, he's not. He doesn't watch. This was not a great draft from Hanwha Life, and Damwon Kia taking 1 page out of the book. T1, send back the first game, slam the next 2 games. I can't. I'm very, very happy to always see the best side of drafts, of plays. But if the entire night has been about Zeri Yumi slamming people, unless you have a very specific counter to it, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. As a thank you, graphics team, for helping us out with this last-minute request. Zeri Yumi, 8-0, and they might lose a little bit, and yes, so that's aiming and Doctor. Bear with me. I think the picks are kind of broken regardless.
You know why?
What they did? You know what they got instead? Was Azir.
You know, I think part of the reason that, like, those are great AD carries that are playing it, but I also think the good teams are just banning it when they can't pick it.
Yeah.
So other teams don't get to play it. That's why you only see that combo 8 times, and it won all 8 times because it's so broken and the good teams know that.
Azir is 2-8, I think, in round 2. This is including the beginning of the split when Corki was a main pick, and he was actually very good. And there's like 10 wins in here where people just picked Victor and got boomed.
Yeah.
Overall, we are very unhappy with the draft, and for Hanwha Live, this has been a consistent problem with them for the entirety of the split.
It definitely has been, and tonight was no different. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which, again, you know, I used the word highlight a little bit...
liberally.
Yes, liberally here. This actually was kind of a unique way to get Zeri a first kill and a first blood, so that's an extra 100 gold, as Wolf very nicely put it. very unique, and then they go ahead and they just take a huge bite out of everything because Life say, well, perhaps we can get engaged here, but again, just kind of the three frontliners and Yumi with Seri doing all the damage is actually just really good.
My favorite part of that clip was Doctor just standing there ordering the turret, not caring at all. Not a care in the world, though, does.
Didn't have to do much else. Maybe we can go straight into highlight number 2, which was pretty similar. It was a nice play from Canyon to set it up right around that second Rift Herald, which was, you know, just, it highlighted how dire things were getting here for Life.
This canteen fight. Sundee is his stacks. He's just like, let me live. I want to get out of here. I just want to run. And when your Draven when that's the Draven attitude, you know the game is done. You have a beefy front line that when you fall behind with this comp, you're never ever killing. Unless you get to the Giga late game where you have multiple oh, they didn't go crit GP. Okay. Well, then you have nothing. Because
no.
Actually, I think you finished Lord Dominic's at some point. We went for the Ravenous to help with wave clear, but we might criticize the builds, but builds don't matter.
You know, it helps them stay alive for a little bit longer than we expected, right? Our 2 highlights were about 15 minutes in, and then we went to about 32 minutes. So let's see who the POG was for game number 3. It will be Canyon, 4-0-4.
And
very nicely done.
While overall, form of Damakia still justifiably so is going to remain in question, we did see that in terms of individual games, to me, both Canyon and Showmaker showing great form tonight. And it's against Life, so you're kind of expected to, and you really need to. But it's these type of games that give maybe the most stalwart of Dominant fans a hope that this team can, even though the regular split hasn't looked all that great, pull it together for playoffs and provide us with a lot more pressure, a lot more consistency than is to be expected. Let's not forget that they looked pretty lackluster in spring, and then they were one Bolt Atlas away from making it to the finals. Overall, I think Kane's engages were really good. We have seen in the past that he gets very happy when he has a Yumi on his back, and then he's able to just make a lot of plays. I think the Doc-Down votes are fine as well, like the one Nuggery vote. It's not a lot of bad choices here.
Sure. You know, the game was very much about playing around Duck Dom and getting him fed and providing a front line, and that's exactly what he did. He picked up first blood in mid lane as well, so I think those votes were totally fine. Zeri Gaming, once again, don't know why that went through, but it did. Guys, we do have the interview. Let's go over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview joined by Nuggery Canyon from Damwon Kia. Congratulations. Damwon picked up the 9th win of the split. How do you feel, Nuggery? We won 2-1. I think this is our first time winning 2-1. And also, I think we are solidifying our spot on the 3rd place, so I'm pretty happy. Yeah, same, you know. We lost game number 1, but I'm relieved that we won the series in the end. I think I'm having an interview with both of you guys for the first time this split, so I'm so happy to have you guys here. And today, you are the typical top laner today in the series. You know, we have a lot of duel between the 2 top laners. So, Nuggery, how was today's match against, especially Dudu? I think the Fiora game is still in my mind, you know. While playing that game, I was so nervous, having all the stage jitters. Kenyon, how are you feeling watching him play? He was like playing 1v1 forever. So I was just trying to focus on the bottom side, and I just wanted to support him. Speaking of that Fiora-Gwen matchup, yeah, game number 1 did not have the ideal outcome in the end. So what was your mindset heading into game 2? So when we are not getting that Gnar, we should ban Gwen for sure. We prepared Fiora as a counter into Gwen, but we realized that it's not an easy matchup. So we wanted to be a lot more flexible with the given picks and comp of the opponents. And we had Sion Shyvana comp in game 2, and we had another solo kill party on the top lane. So because we are playing a lot of teams are focusing on the bottom lane. We don't get to have a lot of top lane solo kill these days. So yeah, around the Herald timing, we wanted to exchange really hard in order to kind of help our team. And also he was really aggressive, and I was able to, you know, find the perfect timing once I learned my ult. Well, Sion is not, you know, the top of the meta kind of pick, so you went for the blind Sion, so tell me about it. It was the idea from Danny, and also our coaching staff, and also we had a lot of talk about the Sion, and we kind of realized and figured that with this kind of a bot-centric meta, it's really important to play something like Sion. And with the Sion, you were able to also apply some pressure on the bottom lane as well. So what's the key point of playing Sion in the current meta? Sion allows you to play around the entire map. So watching other like best Sion players, they usually like ult everywhere, you know. So I wanted to copy kind of their playstyle, you know, just like not only going towards top lane, but sometimes you have to go towards other lane in order to exert pressure around the map. And a lot of people prefer Mecha Sion, but we saw a different one today. Tell me about it. Whenever I use this skin, you know, a lot of my teammates are hating on me because I have the worst skin choice. But I kind of like it, just. Kenyan. Zeri Yumi Comp is currently on 9-game winning streak, and Damwon Kia's bottom duo also got 4 wins out of those 9 wins. Why is that bottom duo so strong? They have a very high late game potential, and as long as they get through lanes, you know, they just like, they're so powerful in team fights and everything. They're just really strong and OP. However, Hana Life Esports let Zeri Yumi come through for game 2 and 3. I think they were trying to counter it with Draven. I'm not sure, but I think, yeah, I'm guessing so. Game 3, Damwon Kia was able to snowball really early on in the game. You didn't let them take any of the kills in that game early on. So our laners were getting the lead early on. So instead of, you know, letting them take the kills, we wanted to be, you know, going safe. And also we were waiting for our power spike, and we were able to accelerate once they got that power spike. And I heard, Kenyan, you have been practicing Wukong these days. With the Divine Thunder update, I thought Wukong, you know, is a champion that I have to practice a lot, and I think still Wukong is really strong. And yeah, I was able to, you know, get the good outcome thanks to the practice that I have been doing recently. Damwon Kia's next opponent is KT Roaster. What are you looking for in that series? I hope we can do our best in that series as well. We really have to secure every wins possible, so we will do our best in that series as well. This will be the end of the interview from the Green Canyon, and back to Valdez and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation, as they got the win. They looked pretty happy. A lot of deadpan Canyon staring into the camera, which was a little bit scary. But
the whole interview.
Yeah. We do have the standings here, so we can throw that up on your screen and show you where we're at here. They were kind of saying, you know, we feel pretty solidified in 3rd place, but we'll have to see how Liv Sandbox feel about that.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox, the main problem for them is that they're still very far behind in terms of game score, so as long as Damwon Kia can maintain an even score against them head-to-head, should be looking good. We got a couple of interesting matches. KT and Damwon right now in form don't feel too far apart. And then tomorrow we also have Genji DRX, and if DRX can get a big upset, then that can also change a lot. So still a lot of space for cool movements between number 3 and 6 in our standings. 1 and 2 is set. We don't know who ends where, but that one's kind of a given.
Who will be 1 and who will be 2 is the only question remaining there. Live Sandbox against Nongshim as well, the first series. That will be tomorrow. We'll see if Nongshim can put up a bit of a better fight because Live Sandbox looking very strong right now. But yeah, definitely a pretty cool matchup for tomorrow. Make sure you guys are tuning in same time, same place for that one. And yeah, that pretty much does it for us here. A long-ish night that we did have. Dalmon eventually slammed the hammer down and took the victory. But that's going to do it for us here tonight. Thank you for watching, and please join us tomorrow. Have a great night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling, I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my standing on the edge of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free.